In this video, you will learn everything you need to know in order to start creating full-stack web applications with Next.js. This course is designed for those who find it hard to read documentations and prefer visual content. While we are not going to create a complete application, we will cover all essential concepts through small focused examples. First, we will create a new Next.js application, and we're going to set up a Neon PostgreSQL database and also install Drizzle ORM in order to interact with our database throughout our examples. We will explore topics like pages and layouts, caching, static and dynamic rendering, data fetching and streaming, and we're also going to take a look at some experimental features like partial pre-rendering. Additionally, we're also going to discuss route handlers or endpoints, server and client components, posting data with form actions, handling errors, middleware, and finally we are going to implement authentication and authorization using a library called BetterAuth. This course is perfect if you know React and you would like to start learning Next.js from scratch, or you have some previous Next.js experience and you would like to refresh your knowledge. In the description below you are going to find links to all the code that we'll write throughout the video. So let's get started. Let's get started by creating a new Next.js application, and this is by running npx create next app, and then let's use the latest version, so add latest, like so. And it's going to ask us some questions. Let's give it a name, maybe Next.js course or so. And then I'm going to use TypeScript, so I'm going to choose yes for that, and ESLint as well, and I'm going to also use Tailwind for quick styling. And we have an option to put everything in our app in a source directory, or we can put our app in the root directory normally. However, I'm going to use this source directory. And in Next.js, maybe you are aware of this, we have two options. We have the pages router and we have the app router. The pages router is the older one, the app router is relatively new, and it supports server components. And as mentioned here, it is recommended, and this is what we're going to use in this course. I'm going to hit yes, and yes also for TurboPack. And we can use an alias for importing stuff from our folders. By default, the alias is @ and then / and then something. We can customize it, however, I'm going to keep that default. And we're going to see how can we customize it later. And it is going to install some our dependencies. Let's wait for that to finish. After this is done, we should have our project created here in the folder. I'm going to open it in my code editor. I'm just using VS Code, so I'm going to open this folder using VS Code. So now I have my project opened on VS Code. We can run it by running npm run dev, of course, to run it for development, and it's going to open in port 3000. So we can copy that and we can open our project here, and this is what we are going to get by default. For now, however, we are going to set up a database. We're going to use Neon, which is a hosted PostgreSQL database. You can use a database hosted locally if you would like. However, this will require more setup. I'm going to do it quickly by creating a Neon database, and then we're going to interact with it using Drizzle ORM. So we're going to set up Drizzle in our project as well. Let's first create a new database here. You can create a Neon account, it is free. And I'm going to create a new project here. Give it a name. And we can choose a version, we can choose a cloud provider and a region. I'm going to maybe choose Europe and create. And we're going to get, if we click on connect here, we're going to get a connection URL. Let's show the password. Of course, this should be a secret. I'm going to delete it after recording this. However, for now, I'm going to copy this. And what we need to do is we need to put it in an environment variable. So in Next.js, to do that, we can use a .env file. It is going to be loaded by Next.js. And in here, we can put our database URL. Any environment variable that you're going to define here is going to be private, which means you cannot use it on the client. You can only use it on the server, unless you add some prefix, which is next public, I believe. However, for us, of course, our database URL needs to be private. So let's give it a name of database URL, and just paste the string like so. Next, we're going to need to install Drizzle and some other stuff related to integrating Drizzle with Neon. So I'm going to open here my terminal. I'm going to install some packages. So I'm using npm. So I'm going to use npm, and I'm going to install Drizzle ORM itself, of course, and this adapter, which is Neon Database Serverless. And also we need to install .env. So these three packages, let's install these. And while they finish, maybe let's go to our folder here, and we need to create a Drizzle config. So let's create a file, drizzle.config.ts. And also in our source folder, we need to initialize our database somewhere. So I'm going to do it in a folder called database or DB. So in here, I'm going to create a new folder, DB. In here, we're going to put a bunch of stuff. One of them is our schema, which we're going to define. So schema.ts. And also, we are going to initialize our database in a file. Let's call it maybe drizzle.ts as well. And we're going to have some dummy data that we are going to seed our database with. So let's put that in a seed.ts file. And then in our Drizzle config, what we can do here is we can just specify some configuration. I'm going to paste this. So let's paste some stuff. First of all, in addition to the stuff that we have installed, we also need to have a dependency, development dependency, which is Drizzle kit. So I'm going to put -d for this one for development and install it. So in this config, we just specify the path for our environment variable, which contains our database URL. And we are importing the find config here and specifying where our schema is located. We have put it here in source db schema.ts. And then this is where our migrations are going to live. Of course, you can customize that. And our database URL, which we get from our environment variable, we specify it here in db credentials. And let's save this, and let's now put our schema. So this database setup is just to have something to work with. However, we're not going to do anything crazy. This is just to have some database for our examples that we're going to create later. So I'm going to put my schema here. Of course, you are going to find this code in the description. What we have here is just a users table, a user with an ID. I'm using UUID here, a name, email, and so on. And also a role, and the role is an enum, and it can be one of three things: admin, editor, and viewer. We also have our timestamps. We also have a posts table with an ID, title, content, and the author. The author references the users table. So we have a reference here to the users table. And also our timestamps. And then we have post likes. It contains a post ID and a user ID. If the user likes a post, we're going to store it here. And we have a composite primary key here, that is the post ID and the user ID. And then we also have comments. So each post can have multiple comments. So in here we have an ID, we have the content of the comment, and we also have a post ID, which references the post, and user ID, which references the user that created this post or this comment. So pretty simple. And now we need to create migration files for this schema. So to do that, we use that Drizzle kit package that we've installed, and we run some commands. However, to make it easier, I'm going to go to my package.json, and I'm going to put some scripts here. So db generate, migrate, studio, and seed. Generate is going to run Drizzle kit generate, is going to generate our migration files. Migrate is going to migrate the files that was generated by generate. And then we have also Drizzle Studio, which is a way to interact with our database. And then seed, we're going to use that later. This is going to run the file that we created here in db seed, which we're going to use later. However, we're going to run it using tsx, so npx tsx, and then run this file. However, for now, let's do generate and migrate to generate our schema. So npm run db generate. This is going to generate a schema. You can find it here if you would like to take a look in this migrations folder. And then to apply these migrations to our database, we can of course use npm run migrate. It should take a second, and then if we go back here to our Neon database and go to tables, we should have our tables created here. Now we need to seed these tables. Also, before seeding the tables, we can run npm run db studio, and this is going to open this studio in this local link. Let's copy that, local.drizzle.studio. And this is also a way to interact with our database, as you can see here. However, we might not need to use it since we already have a similar interface here in Neon. But anyways, let's now seed our database. So I'm going to maybe stop this, and let's go to our seed file. I'm going to put some code here. But first we need to install a couple of packages, which is drizzle-seed mpg. And what we can do here is I'm going to paste some code here that is going to seed our database using this, sorry, I forgot to install, using this drizzle seed package. So first of all, every time I run this, I remove everything in my database. Of course, you should not run this in production. I clear everything in my database using this reset function. And then using this seed function, we can pass it our schema, which we have defined. And if we need to modify, we don't have to pass this refine function. However, if we need to modify anything in our seed, we can pass this refine function. We're going to get f, or of course you can call it anything. However, this contains some functions to help you seed your database. So for example, for the users table, I customized the number that's going to be generated. I think the default is 10. I made it 100, and then in this columns key, we can modify how our data is seeded. So for name, for example, we need to make it a fake full name. So we can use f.fullname. We have other stuff as well here. As you can see, city, company name, country, and so on. Email, I chose email here. For posts, 20 posts with some dummy lorem ipsum text and the content as well. And then I also customized the count for comments and likes, as you can see here. But now we need to run this file in order to seed our database. Remember, in our package JSON, we already created this db seed. So let's run npm run db seed. And it should take a moment. And now after this is done, if we go back to our Neon database, maybe let's refresh. As you can see, we are going to have some data here. Alright, so all of that was just some setup in order to have something to work with when we go deeper in Next.js. But now let's get started and start discussing Next.js, and we're going to start with pages and layouts. So let's start with pages and layouts in Next.js. So as you can see here, by default, inside of this source folder, by the way, this source folder is optional. You can have your app folder directly in the root. However, I have this source folder, and inside of it we have our app, and in here we have a layout and a page. So this page that we see here is our home page that we can see here. And also we have a root layout. This root layout should exist, and it's going to be loaded for all of our app. This is going to wrap all of our app. So by default, pages and layouts are server components. So in these components, we can safely use secret environment variables. We can query a database and stuff like that, because this is only going to run on the server. Of course, we can use client components as well. We're going to see that in a later section. However, what are layouts and pages? Of course, I guess you already know that. However, let's quickly visualize what a layout and a page is. So let's say we have some page. I'm not the best one to draw, but And let's say in this page we have some common stuff like maybe a navigation, sidebar, maybe footer, and so on. And then we have the page content itself, which is going to be different from one page to the other. And maybe here we have some links to different pages. So, of course, when we navigate to different pages, we only need to change this content. We don't need to re-render the rest of our stuff, the sidebar, the header, and so on. So in order to define the common stuff, we use a layout, and then in the layout we can render the children, and the children is going to be the contents of the currently opened route. And when we navigate between different routes, only this content is going to change. However, the common stuff are not going to re-render again. So we can also, as we are going to see now, nest multiple layouts and multiple pages together. So as we've mentioned, we have our root layout here, which is in our app folder. And as we've mentioned, this is going to exist for everything. However, inside of it, we can have other layouts as well. So imagine we have this layout, the blue one. However, this blue one does not have to be the root layout. It can be a layout nested in the root layout. And the root layout is going to wrap everything. It's going to exist for everything. So let's maybe do it in a different color. It is going to exist here. It is going to wrap everything. We can nest other layouts inside of it. We can, of course, nest pages and so on. So this is our root layout. And since this is going to exist for everything, in here, in this root layout, we can load stuff that we need to exist for all of our pages, for everything in our app. We can, for example, load global CSS, JavaScript libraries that we're going to use everywhere in our app, since this is going to exist for all of our routes and all of our layouts. Now let's try this in action. I'm going to try to visualize this here as well, so that it will be easy for you to see by giving each layout that we're going to create a certain color. In the root layout, as you can see, here we are using a font, for example, and we are having some global CSS. So we do that here in the root layout, because in here we're going to have our HTML and our body tag, which is going to wrap everything that we're going to create later. However, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to wrap this children in like a div, and also I'm going to give it a title. So let's wrap this like so. So if we save this now, we're going to just have a visualization that this is our root layout, and we're giving it this certain color, so that when we create other layouts, things are going to be clear. Now let's create our first page. So of course we already have our home page, which is the page.tsx inside of the app directly. However, we can create routes by creating folders. So routing in Next.js is based on the folder. So let's say we have a route called dashboard, then we can create a dashboard folder, and inside of it, we have to create a file named page.tsx. This is required. If you don't have a page.tsx, then dashboard is not going to be considered a route. So in here, I'm going to put some stuff. I guess maybe this color is too much for your eyes. Let's maybe do 900 or so. In dashboard, I'm going to put some stuff. So every page in Next.js, of course, is a React component, as we've mentioned, and it is also a server component. So, in here, I'm going to put my component for the dashboard, and I'm also going to give it a color, some padding as well, and some title. So now if we save this and go to localhost/dashboard, now we're going to get this page, and it is using the root layout, of course, and the component for the dashboard page, which is this one. However, we can also nest pages. So let's say we need to have a route dashboard/settings, for example. Now, of course, this does not exist. However, if we simply in our folder create a new folder, or let's say a new file, and a file in a folder called settings, and then page.tsx as well, then we're going to be able to create this route. However, of course, it needs to be a component, so I'm going to put some content for it here, like so. Settings component with some div, and some title as well. And as you can see, we have this settings page. But now let's say we need to create layouts. So as we've mentioned, we can nest layouts. We have our root layout here. However, we can nest layouts as well. So let's say for this dashboard route, we are going to have multiple pages. We already have dashboard itself, and we have dashboard/settings. Let's say we need this dashboard route to share a common layout. So what we can simply do is create a new file inside of dashboard, layout.tsx. In here, we can put some React component, and this React component is going to be shared across all routes under settings, settings itself, and also any route nested inside of settings. So let's create this component, and in a layout, we're going to receive the children as a prop, and the children, of course, is going to be the contents of the currently opened route. So I'm also going to turn off Copilot because I think it's going to be annoying while you're watching. Let's call this settings layout, and let's in here grab our children, which we're going to need in order to render the content of our page. The children can be given a type of React node. So children, and let's give it a type, a type of React dot React node, like so. Now in here, of course, we are using this layout now. However, we are not rendering our children anywhere, so we cannot see the contents of our page. I'm currently in dashboard/settings. So to see the content of the page, of course, we need to render the children. So let's put a div like so, and then just render our children. And now we should be able to see the, oh, sorry, I forgot to return, of course. Like so. And now we should be able to see the content of our page. However, by having this layout, we're going to be able to have some stuff shared across dashboard and dashboard/settings. So remember, oh sorry, by the way, this layout belongs to the dashboard, not settings. So let's call it dashboard layout. So in here, I'm just going to put some stuff. Instead of just rendering the children, I'm also going to do some colorization for our layout, just adding some green background here and a title indicating that this is the dashboard layout, and then rendering the children. So now it is clear which layouts are being used. The root, of course, for everything, dashboard because we are in dashboard, and dashboard for the dashboard/settings route. This should also be used. If it was not working for you, you might just need to clear your cache or refresh a couple of times. So now dashboard/settings and dashboard are sharing the same layout, which is this green one. We can even go further and nest more layouts. So let's assume in our settings page, we have nested pages as well. So we have settings itself, and maybe you have profile or so. So settings/profile, and in here we're going to have our page.tsx. TSX. In this page, I'm just going to put some content with also some color, and now we can navigate to this. So dashboard/settings/profile. And now let's say for everything in this settings segment here, so settings itself and settings/profile, we need to have another layout as well inside of the dashboard layout. So let's say we need to have a layout where we are going to have a sidebar, and in this sidebar we are going to be able to navigate between different settings pages. So we can do that, of course, by creating a new layout inside of settings. So inside of settings, new file, layout.tsx. And in here, we can of course render our children, but in addition to rendering our children, I'm going to put some sidebar component here. So if we save this, now we get this. We get dashboard layout. Inside of our dashboard layout, we have our settings route. In our settings route, this also has another layout. So we have the settings layout here. And in the settings layout, we are rendering the contents of the page, which is this, and this sidebar that is going to be shared for all routes inside of settings. So here we have it. All right. So now let's add links inside of this sidebar to navigate between the different routes inside of this settings route. So settings and settings/profile. However, before doing that, I would just like to mention some stuff related to the folder structure that we have here in our app. So as we've mentioned, in our app, we can put our routes. We have our home page here. We have a dashboard route. We can nest routes and so on. However, the folder is only going to be routable if it has a page.tsx file. If we create a folder, let's say maybe components, then we can put components here, and this is not going to be a route. We cannot navigate to /components as long as it does not contain a page.tsx file. So you can co-locate your components and your pages in the same folder here. And even if you have a route like dashboard, only the page.tsx file is going to be used. It's going to be sent to the client. Only this is going to be the contents of your route. If you create another folder here, let's say you have a component button.tsx, for example, you can do that. You can create a component inside of your route folder and maybe use it in your page. However, button.tsx itself is not going to be a route. It is not going to affect your routing in any way. You can also create a completely private folder by adding a prefix of underscore. So a new folder, let's say a prefix and private. Now in here, this is never going to be routable, even if you create a page.tsx inside of it. So even if you have a page in here, you're not going to be able to navigate to /_private. Everything here is not going to be sent to the client. All right, but now let's go back to our sidebar here. We need to add links to navigate between different settings routes. So here it is, my sidebar div, and it contains this text. So let's add here some links. So in the layout.tsx inside of settings, let's maybe change this title to maybe just settings. Now in here, let's add a nav, and inside of here, let's add maybe a UL, some LIs, and add links. So let's use an anchor tag and navigate to dashboard /settings for this one, and let's give it maybe general settings. And then let's add another LI and navigate to dashboard /settings/profile, and in here let's say profile. Now if we save this, we're going to have this couple of links, and if we click, we are navigating. As you can see, the content here is changing. However, if you take a closer look, when we click, the browser is going to refresh, as you can see here in the tab. And of course, this is not the behavior that we want. When we create a Next.js application, we need to have client-side navigation and navigate between different routes without having to refresh our browser. And to do that, we use a special component from Next, which is the link component. So instead of anchor tag, we can use link that we can import from Next link, like so. And then we can, of course, close it and use it here as well. And we can just pass it an href normally, like a normal anchor tag. But now when we navigate, as you can see, the tab is not refreshing. And also, as we've mentioned, when we navigate between different routes, only this content is going to be re-rendered. Anything in the layouts is not going to be rendered again. If we have some state maybe defined, it is not going to reset or anything like that. Only this content is going to be changed. All right, so this is how we navigate in Next.js using this link component. So this link component, as we've seen, it does client-side navigation instead of refreshing the whole page. But in addition to that, it also prefetches our routes. So Next.js automatically splits the code for our application based on our routes. So for example, you have this profile route. This is going to have its own code. The settings route is going to have its own code. And it is only going to be loaded when we actually load this route, which means we are not going to have all the code for our application bundled in one bundle. which is going to be probably large, and maybe we're not going to even use all of it. We're not going to visit all of our routes. So our code is automatically split into small bundles based on our routes. So whenever we visit a new route, if we go to profile, for example, we need to load this route first, the code for this route first. And if we go to other routes as well. So to improve performance, Next.js is going to automatically, if we are using this link component, it is going to automatically fetch the code for this route when it appears in the viewport. So if we visit our settings route, for example, of course it's going to be loaded. However, there is a link that is appearing in the viewport for the profile route. So Next.js is going to prefetch that automatically so that when we visit this route, it's going to be loaded instantly instead of having to wait for loading the code for it. And this only happens in production, not in development. So we can see that by building our app. So I'm going to try to build our app. We can do that by running npm run build. And it's going to take a moment. So it took a few minutes, and after it is done, we can preview this build by running npm run start. However, we are already using port 3000, so we can change the port by passing --, and then -p, and then another port. So now our build should be opened here in this port, and we can view it. And I'm going to open my network so that we can see what exactly is happening. And if we visit the what was it? Dashboard/settings. As you can see, we are visiting the settings page. However, the profile page was fetched here. And if we take a look at the response for this, let's maybe open it like so. If we take a look at the response, this is called React Server Component Payload, and it is just some information about how to render this route, how to render this profile route. And this is what is needed by Next.js in order to render your route, and it's already loaded before we even visit it. So when we visit this route, it should load instantly. All right. So maybe that's it for now for pages and layouts. Let's move to something else, which is groups. When we build our app, our development server may stop. So in order to get back to our development server, let's stop it and start npm run dev again. And now it should work. Let's now discuss something else that we can do in our folder, which is groups. So in here, let's say that in addition to dashboard and in addition to, let's by the way remove the stuff that we're not using, private and components. So in addition to dashboard and our home route, let's say we have a blog route. So instead of the app, I'm going to create a new folder or a new file in a blog folder, page.tsx, like so. In here, I'm going to just put some basic content. And now we can visit this route by going to /blog, like so. This one, of course, only uses the root layout because it is not inside the dashboard, right? Now let's say we have our home page, we have our blog page. Let's say we need to have some navigation that is common between these routes in order to navigate between home and blog. So what is the common layout for home and blog? It is the root layout. The root layout exists for home and it also exists for blog. So we can go to the root layout, which is inside of app. So, and in here we can maybe add a navigation like so. Let's import link. Add a navigation with a couple of links to home and blog, like so. By having that, we're going to be able to navigate between home and blog. However, the problem is this root layout, as we've mentioned, is used for everything. So if you go to dashboard, we're also going to get this, but maybe in a situation, we only need this navigation to exist for certain routes. Maybe our marketing website needs to have this, but our dashboard, our main app, of course, should not have this. So what we can do in Next.js is we can organize our routes without affecting the URL using groups. And by using groups, we can assign certain layouts to certain routes without affecting the URL. So let's see. In our folder, to create a group, we create a new folder. However, we have to put brackets in here and then the name of our group. So let's say we're going to have a marketing group for our public website that everyone sees. And then we have our main app, for example. So let's say we're going to have a group for that. Let's call it maybe dashboard. By having this, we can now put things that belongs to the marketing inside of marketing. So let's move blog in here. And let's move also our homepage itself in here. And let's move dashboard inside of dashboard. And now by doing so, nothing should change. We should refresh our page. Everything should still be working the same. Our URLs are not affected by this folder because it is wrapped in brackets. However, what we can do now is we can add a layout to this group. In the marketing group, we can create a new file, layout.tsx. And in here, instead of putting the navigation that we do not want to appear for all of our route, instead of putting it in the root layout, I'm going to cut it from here. So now we don't have it. And now in our marketing layout, we can put this navigation, and it's only going to show up for the home and the blog since we only have blog and home in this folder. So in here, I'm just going to put some code that is a component that contains the children, of course, and the navigation. And I'm also adding some colors so that everything is clear. So let's import link. Let's save. And now we have this group, which is called marketing. In marketing, we have a layout, which is marketing layout here. Only for this layout, we are adding this navigation, so we can navigate to home and blog. And if we go to dashboard, this is completely separate. It will not have this marketing layout. If we would like, we can also, of course, in the dashboard group, add a layout that is only going to be used for stuff inside of dashboard. We can also, if you would like, you can have multiple root layouts. So as we know, we have this root layout here, which by the way, we need to fix by removing this link. We have this root layout where we load our global CSS and so on. And we have our HTML and our body and so on. When we use groups, we can have multiple root layouts for each group by removing this root layout completely from the app folder. However, we will have to put a root layout for every group that we have. So we're going to have to put a root layout for dashboard, a root layout for marketing, and so on. You can do this if for some reason you don't want to share this root layout for everything, and maybe you need to have separate things. Maybe you're not using the global CSS for all of our groups. Maybe you're using different fonts, so on. However, if you navigate, if you do that, if you don't have a root layout and have a layout for each group, when you navigate between different groups, it will do a full browser refresh. It will not do client-side navigation. So this is also something that you have to be aware of. But that's it actually for groups. Let's move to something else, which is dynamic route segments. Sometimes we might have routes that are dynamic. So for example, in here we have our blog route, so we can go to /blog. However, when we actually have a blog, we're going to have blog posts. Each post will have an ID, and we can visit each post by visiting blog / the ID. So it can be /1, /2, /3, and so on. So this part in our URL, this ID is dynamic. And of course, we cannot go in our folder and create a folder for each ID. We do not know our IDs. This is going to be something dynamic. We can pass anything here. So in order to create a dynamic route, we can create a new folder. So inside of our blog, because we need it to be /blog / something. So inside of our blog folder, we can create a new file in a folder where we are going to have our ID parameter, but we need to wrap it in square brackets and then call it anything. I'm going to call it ID, but this can be anything. and then normally create our page, so page.tsx. This is going to be also a component, so let's export a component. However, we are going to need to make it an async component or an async function. So as you may or may not know, server components in React can be async, unlike client components. In a later section, maybe we can discuss the difference between server and client components and when to use which. However, as we know, by default, our pages and layouts are server components and we can make them async. So let's call it maybe single blog. And in here, it's just going to be a, this is just going to be a normal React component. So let's return a div, maybe a padding of 2. And let's say we need to display here post, colon, and then the ID of the post. So how can we grab whatever we pass here as an ID? We're going to get this as a prop here called params. However, this is going to be a promise and that we need to await. Let's actually give it a type. So params. It is going to be a promise and it's going to resolve to our parameters. In our case, we only have one parameter, which is the ID. So promise, and then in a generic, this is going to resolve to an object with an ID of type string. So now in our component, we can await that promise, so await parameters or params, and then destructure our ID from it. And just display our ID here in our markup like so. By doing so, if we go to blog/3, we're going to get 3 here. If we type anything, we're going to get it here. And later, we're going to use that ID to grab the post from our database. However, for now, let's just keep it like so. And let's mention one more thing. In addition to having dynamic parameters where we only have one segment, so as you can see, in our blog route, for example, we only have an ID, which is one segment. Maybe in some situations, we might have multiple segments. So we might have something / something / something, and we need to get all of that, not just one segment. So for example, we might have a route, which is file / and then the path to the file. The path to the file can be many segments, x/y / c dot something and so on. So how can we catch everything and not just one segment? We can do that also by doing some special naming to our folder. So let's say we have this file route. I'm going to create it by going here. Let's say maybe let's create it in the dashboard group. And let's say we're going to have the file route. So I created a folder called file, and everything after file, we need to catch it. So we cannot just create an ID or a file parameter like so. We cannot create a new folder and have a single parameter like so. This is only going to catch one segment. To catch everything, we add a ... before the name of our parameter like so. Let's actually call it path. Now this path is going to contain everything after file. And to confirm, let's actually create this route. So page.tsx. In here, let's export our component, export default async function. Let's call it file. And in here, we're also going to get our parameters. So let's return maybe a component, and let's, similar to blog, let's display the path somehow. So similar to the blog ID, we can get the path by getting the parameters. So in here, we're going to get our parameters, params, like so. And we can give it a type as well. However, it's going to be a little bit different because now we're going to get an array of things and not just one thing. So blog/ID, the ID was just one thing. However, when we have multiple segments, we're going to get each segment in an array. So let's define the type, params, and also a promise. And inside of here, we can put the type for our path parameter, and it is going to be an array of strings. So now if we await this, so let's get our path by awaiting our parameters, like so. If we try to maybe console log this, let's console log it. This should be an array. Let's take a look at it here. Let's go to this route. And as you can see, I'm visiting x/y/c dot something. I'm going to get 3 items in our in this array, x and y and c dot something. So now let's display this. By the way, as a side note, this log is a server log. We should see it in our server logs here in the terminal. As you can see, because this file is a server component, it will not run on the browser. However, Next.js makes it appear here, which just makes it easier to debug, and it writes server here before it, as you can see. So this is something that ran on the server, not on the client. Anyways, let's display our path. Let's actually do path.join. So we have an array, let's join it and add / as a delimiter. And we should get our path like so. And of course, we can do as many segments as we like, and we are going to get it here. Finally, we can make a parameter optional by, instead of having one single square bracket, we can have double square brackets like so. This is going to make it optional, which means we don't have to pass it. However, in this case, we will need to, in our type, we will need to make this path optional because it might not exist. And in here also, we need to check that it exists before calling join and so on. So now we should be able to go to file. I'm not sure why it is not working. Maybe we need to restart our server. So let's stop, rerun our server. And we should be able to visit file without a path. We're not going to get anything here. Or if we add a path like so, we should get it. Let's now take a look at another concept when we do routing with Next.js, which is parallel routes. So first of all, before we do anything, I'm going to just simplify things a little bit by moving the settings route outside of the dashboard route, like so. So in this dashboard group, we're going to have 2 routes, or 3 actually, dashboard, file, and settings. Just to simplify things a little bit. And then when we do that, we will have to update the links in settings, layout. Remember we had some links here. Now this is going to be settings directly and not dashboard settings. And also this is going to be settings/profile. Now when we go to our dashboard, settings directly, this should work. And the links should work as well. So what exactly is parallel routing? So remember, in any one of our layouts, let's say the one inside of dashboard. In dashboard we have a layout, right? Which we can see here if we go to dashboard, the green one here. And in a layout we can render the children, right? And the children is going to be different depending on the route that we are currently opening. So currently we are on /dashboard. So what is going to be displayed here as children is the page.tsx file inside of dashboard. So to visualize this, let's actually go here. Imagine we have our root layout like so. And we have our dashboard layout. So we have our dashboard layout like so. And in the dashboard layout, we have our children. And we can have other stuff as well. We can have like some navigation or so. And then we have our children in here. And we're rendering our children like so. Using parallel routing, in addition to rendering the children, we can render other routes as well. So we can render another route here, for example. We can render another route here. And all of them are going to be rendering in parallel. So how can we do so? We can use slots. So slots are components that we can define in our folder here using a certain naming convention that we're going to see in a moment. And they can be used as children here in our layouts. So in addition to children, we can render these slots as well. So how can we define these slots? We can use a certain naming convention, which is @ and then the name of the slot. So in here, for example, inside of this dashboard route, we can define a slot by creating a new file in a folder called @something. So let's say @analytics or so. And then normally a plus a page.tsx file like so. And this is not going to be a route. We're not going to be able to go to /dashboard/@analytics. However, this slot or this component is going to be available in the parent layout, which is this, as props in addition to children. All right, so let's first define something here. I'm going to maybe copy something quickly. Just a normal component I called analytics, right? And when we have that, we can use it in the parent layout because it is going to be available here as analytics. So analytics, and we can give it the same type as well, like so. And now in addition to children, we can render analytics. Right, so as you can see, now we have the children of the layout, which is normally the page. And this will be different, of course, depending on the route. Currently we are in /dashboard, so we're going to get the page.tsx inside of dashboard. If we are having a nested route, dashboard/something, we're going to get the page.tsx in this dashboard/something. But in addition to that, we get other slots as well, in addition to children, which we can define like so. So @analytics, and then we can define a component here. So we can do other stuff as well, other slots. So let's create a new file in here inside of dashboard. Let's say this one's called users, for instance, and then page.tsx inside of it. Now, I'm just going to put some component here quickly. Like so. And now this is also going to be available here as props, and we can use it to render stuff in parallel, like so. So now as you can see, page users actually. So now as you can see, we get multiple stuff here, our main page and our slots, our main children and our slots as well. But now what will happen if we try to visit a sub-route? So let's say this is our dashboard route. So we have, let's say, our dashboard folder, and it contains our page.tsx, our layout, and so on. But let's say we created a new route inside of here. So let's say under dashboard, this is a file, this is a file. Let's say we created a folder called revenue, for instance. And in here we have our page.tsx. Now, when we visit dashboard/revenue, what exactly is going to happen? We probably know what's going to happen for the children. For the children, we're going to get the page.tsx inside of revenue. However, what is going to happen here for the slots? What is going to happen is, inside of our slots, so we have a slot called @analytics. When we go to dashboard/revenue, what is going to be rendered in the analytics slot should be a component inside of the analytics slot inside another folder called revenue as well. So revenue and then page.tsx. If that does not exist, we're going to get a 404 error. And if we don't have this content we don't have a revenue content for analytics, we should have a default.tsx file that's going to display if this revenue route was not matched for this slot. So I know maybe this is a bit confusing. Let's actually try it, and I think it will become more clear. So let's say in dashboard, let's say we have a revenue route. So revenue.tsx, revenue folder and then page.tsx. And let's in here put some component. Let's actually copy something from here. Let's call it dashboard revenue. And let's put here dashboard revenue as well. So now what is going to happen when we visit dashboard? So in here, visit dashboard/revenue. We're going to get this 404 error. Why? Because in our layout for dashboard, remember we have multiple slots. So when we visit dashboard/revenue, the children slot is going to try and find a revenue route inside of dashboard. These slots, however, the analytics one and the users one, is also going to try to find a revenue folder inside of the analytics folder and inside of the users folder. However, this does not exist. So what we can do is we can make it match something in here by creating this folder if we have content for it. So let's add it for analytics, for example. Let's create a new folder, revenue, and in here, let's do our page.tsx. And I'm going to put some content here. So analytics revenue. If we try to go to revenue again, we're still going to get 404. Why? Because the children matched something. The analytics slot matched something because we have this revenue folder inside of the dashboard and inside of analytics. However, users did not match anything. But let's say for users, we don't have content maybe for revenue. So what we can do is we can have a default.tsx file that is going to be displayed if nothing is matched for this slot. So in here we can create a new file, default.tsx, put some content in it. I'm going to call it maybe default users slot or so, and maybe add here default user slot as well, like so. Now if we go to revenue, as you can see, everything is matching something. The dashboard, the children, is matching this dashboard/revenue folder. So we get this component, this one, and then the users or the analytics slot is matching this revenue folder. So we get this here. The users, we don't have a /revenue here. However, we have a default, and therefore this is what is going to be displayed here. All right, I hope that's clear. So let's say, for instance, we don't have this dashboard, so we don't have dashboard/revenue. We don't have this component here. Let's actually delete it. Now, if we try to refresh, we're going to get a 404 because the main children of our layout, which is this, is not matching anything. We don't have dashboard/revenue. So this default.tsx that we have used here can also be used in normal routes as well, in addition to slots. So inside of dashboard here, we can create a default file that is going to be used if nothing is matched. So let's create a new file, default.tsx. And for this one, I'm going to just put this. And now, as you can see, for the main children, we get this default file here in case our route did not match anything in our folder. However, for analytics, we have a match here, revenue. For users, we don't have a match, so we get the default.tsx, right? One funny thing I would like to mention is that the behavior is going to be a little bit different if we are visiting the page. So if we refresh the page like so, it's going to be different than when we do client-side navigation. So let's do client-side navigation. I'm going to go to my dashboard layout here. I'm going to add some navigation links, maybe here, like so. So I'm going to go to, I'm going to have a couple of links, one that goes to /dashboard, one that goes to /dashboard/revenue. Now let's go to /dashboard. And here we have a match for everything, right? So /dashboard, we have analytics, we have users, and each one of these has a page.tsx. So this is what is going to be used. When we go to revenue, however, we don't have a match for dashboard, for the main children, and for the users slot, right? When we go to the route directly, like so, the defaults are going to be, dashboard slash revenue. When we go directly, the defaults are going to be used, as we can see here. However, when we do client-side navigation and go to revenue from here, if a slot or the main children do not have a match, they are going to maintain their current state. So if we go to revenue now, what is going to happen is, since analytics has a match, which is here in this revenue folder, page.csx, this is the only one that is going to change. However, these are not going to get the default. They are going to stay as they are, like so. If we refresh, however, this is where we are going to get the default components that we define in default.tsx. So this is parallel routing. Maybe you're not going to use it that often. However, it actually can be useful in many situations. Maybe in a dashboard page where you have multiple tabs and multiple views in your dashboard, this can be something that you can consider using. However, that's it for parallel routing for now. Let's move to something else. In Next.js, we can also intercept routes. Intercepting routes allows us to load a route from another part in our application within our current layout. So let's explain what that means. Let's say we have a login route in our application, so /login. And let's say this lives within another group. So we have marketing, we have dashboard. Let's say we have another group called auth, for example. And inside of auth, we have our login route. So let's create a new file in login, page.tsx. tsx. In here, I'm just going to put some simple component here. And now if we go to /login, we should get this. So this only inherits the root layout. Why? Because it is in a separate group and this group has no layouts. But let's say we need to intercept this route if we open it in the marketing group. So in our marketing group, which is our homepage, for example, our homepage and our blog are inside of the marketing group. We have this marketing layout, and then we have our children, which currently contains the home and the blog. Let's say, let's go to this layout. So inside of marketing layout, let's say we need to navigate to login from here, from this menu. So I'm going to put a link here to login, like so. This is going to work. It's going to take us to the login page. However, let's say we would like to display the contents of this login page within this layout that we are currently in, the marketing layout. We can do that by intercepting the route. So how can we intercept a route? We can go to our folder, and what we need to do is if we opened this login route within the marketing group, we needed to use the marketing layout instead of just using the root layout, which is what would happen if we visited normally. So to do that, we can go in the marketing layout or in the marketing group. We need our route to use this marketing layout. So in here, we can create a new folder. And in this folder, it's going to have a special syntax. We need to intercept this route, right? Login. So the login route is at the same level as any route in the marketing group, right? And by the same level, I mean, if we go to /blog, for example, it is just one segment. If we go to login, it is only one segment. So it is the same level, only one segment. And therefore our folder is going to be named like so. So in brackets, since we are in the same level, we're going to put dot. If we needed to go up one level, for example, we're going to put dot and then close our brackets. 2 levels, we're going to do 2 brackets with 2 dots like so, and so on. However, we are in the same level, so we're only going to use 1 dot with a bracket. And then in the same level, we need to intercept login. And when we intercept login, we need to display something different. So we're going to put a page.tsx component here. Oh, sorry, this is a folder. Let's delete this. And inside of this, let's create a page.tsx file. Now, when we visit login within the marketing layout, it is going to be intercepted by this component. This component is going to be displayed instead. So you might be asking, we are not actually in the same level. Login is inside of marketing, so we need to go up one level and then go to login and so on. However, these groups do not affect the URL. Anything that will not affect the URL is not going to be counted when we do this relative thing here to intercept a route. We're only going to go up if the folder actually changes the URL. However, groups, for example, and slots do not change the URL, and therefore we are not going to account for them when we do our path here to intercept a route. But anyways, now this component is going to be displayed instead if we navigate to login within the marketing group. So I'm going to put here a component, and in here I'm going to put modal login, and we're going to see why modal, because we're going to turn this into a modal in a moment. But now let's give it a refresh and let's try to go to login. And looks like it's not working. Sometimes we just need to restart our server. So let's try and do that. Let's navigate to login. And now, as you can see, it is working. We are getting this component. We are intercepting /login, displaying a different component within our current layout, which is in our case, the marketing layout, the layout inside of the marketing group. However, of course, if we refresh this route, it is going to be displayed normally within its normal layout. Only if we navigate to it, when we are in the marketing group, it's going to be intercepted and displayed inside of the marketing group. And this can be very useful to display, to open a route in a modal, for example. So we have the route, we can visit it normally, we can share this URL, it is going to be displayed normally. However, let's say if we click on it within our app, instead of navigating to the normal route, we need to display it in a modal. So we are already intercepting this in this component. So what we can do is we can wrap this in a modal. So of course you might be, in real life, you are probably going to be using a UI library, or if you're not using a UI library, you can just install any modal component and wrap this in a modal. What I'm going to do for now is I'm going to simulate having a modal by wrapping this in, this div here I'm going to copy, which just adds, it has a position of fixed so that we can simulate a modal and a transparent background, and I'm just centering, it has a full width and a full height, and I'm just centering whatever we have inside of here. So if we save now, it is going to look like this. And now we can have a modal that it's not just a normal modal that opens, however, it also reflects in the URL here. So in here, let's go back. Let's click on, here we are, currently we are in /blog. If we click on login, the modal is opened and the URL is changed as well. So we can copy the URL, maybe share it with someone. And if we click back, our modal is going to be closed. If we click forward, our modal is going to be opened, and so on. However, if you notice, we have some content for our page here, blog. But if we click on login, we are replacing this content with our intercepted route here. So this, which is our children for the marketing layout, is going to be replaced with this. And if we click on login, the content of the blog does not appear anymore. However, for a modal, this does not make sense. We need to maintain this content. So we can combine parallel routes, which we have discussed in the previous section, and intercepting routes to achieve this result. So let's see how. So what we need to do is, in our marketing layout, we are of course displaying our children here. And what we need to do is, in addition to displaying our children, we need to display the intercepted route as well. So when we intercept the route, we do not want to replace the children with the intercepted children component. However, we need to have both the children of the route that we are currently in, which is blog, for example, or home, and the route that we are intercepting, which is login. So we can use slots for that. Remember, in addition to children, we can render another slot here. So let's say auth, for example. And to do that, we need to create an auth slot. So remember, we have done that in the previous section where we use this add syntax. So let's do that. In the marketing group, we're going to create a new folder, add auth, to have this slot. And we're going to intercept the route inside of this slot. So I'm going to move this interception folder that we are having here inside of the slot, like so. So now we are going to be able to display this in addition to our normal children by, let's go in here, by rendering auth here. So we're going to get auth from our props, which is also going to have a type of React node. And now if we go here and refresh, we're going to get a 404 error. Why? Because as we've mentioned, when we are having a slot, we need to define a default function when nothing is matched for this slot. So in our auth slot, we're only matching the login routes, so /login. However, we are not matching /nothing if we are just visiting the home page. And therefore we get this 404 error. So inside of auth, we can put a default file, so default.tsx. So what do we need to do here? If we are visiting the home or any other route other than login, we actually don't need to display anything from the auth slot. We only need to display something in the auth slot if we navigate to /login. So I'm going to put a component that returns null here. And if we save this now it is going to work. We can see our home page, we can see our blog. However, if we click on login now, our modal is going to be opened. However, we are also maintaining the content of the route. So let's summarize. I hope that is clear. What we are doing is in our layout, we are displaying the children. The children is going to be, in our case, either blog or the home page, right? In addition to children, we are displaying the auth modal. However, only if our route matches /login. And to do that, we define a slot, auth, and we can put inside of here /login. However, since we already have a route /login, we need to intercept this route in order to display this login route within our current layout, which is the marketing layout. So in the auth slot, we are intercepting the login route and we display this component, which can be a modal. We are here simulating a modal. Let's actually make it a little bit darker. We are simulating a modal here, and this is what is going to be displayed by the slot. So in our marketing layout, this is going to be displayed here in addition to our current children, not instead of our current children. And it is also going to be reflected in the URL. We can copy this, and if we copy it and visit it, it is going to open normally, but not in a modal in the normal context using the normal layout of the login route. However, if we open it within our marketing layout, it is going to open like so. And we can go back and forwards, and this is going to close our modal. Close and open our modal, of course, if we go back or forwards. So this is great. However, we need to do one final thing. We need to add a back button or maybe a close button inside of our modal. So of course we can close it by going back. However, let's also add a button to do that as well. So to go back using client-side navigation and do it programmatically as well, not by clicking on a link, we can use a hook called useRouter. However, this hook can only be used in a client component. Similar to useEffect, useState, all of these hooks cannot be used in server components. So currently, of course, we are any page or any layout is a server component. So in our intercepted route, which is this, we cannot use the useRouter hook here inside of this server component. So we need to create a client component and put it here somewhere. So I'm going to create a client component. And remember, we can create a components folder in our source folder, for example, and import our components from it. But we can also do that here if we would like. Any file, as we've mentioned, that is not called page.tsx is not going to be considered a route. So we can create a component here if we would like. Since this component is only going to be used here, then it doesn't make sense to put it in a shared folder since it is only going to be used here. So I'm going to call it back button, the tsx. And now this is a client component. So we need to put use client here. So this component is only going to be rendered on the client. And in here, I'm just going to do a React native, a React functional component. We don't need to import React, and let's call it back button. And in here, let's just add a button. And when we click on it, we need to go back. So let's say go back, and on click, we need to do something. I'm also going to give it some class names for styling here. And on click, we need to do something which is going back, and we can do that using the use router hook. So let's define a constant router, and use the use router hook. And in here, we are going to have a function that goes back. So on click, in here, let's pass a function, and let's call router dot back, I guess. Yes, router dot back. Now that we have this client component, we can use it here. Let's put it anywhere. Of course, you can do better styling. I'm just not going to focus on styling for this tutorial. So let's import back button, put it here. And not sure, maybe you just need to refresh or so. Let's go to login. No, sorry, use router is from next navigation and not next router. So now hopefully it should work. We have this button, go back, that closes our modal. So now that we know everything about pages, layouts, navigation in Next.js, we can now start fetching data from our database and so on. However, before doing so, I think there is an important concept that we need to understand in Next.js before starting to fetch our data and so on, which is dynamic and static rendering in Next.js and also caching. So Next.js does some caching by default, and if you're not aware of this, you can be a little bit confused by what is going on. This, by the way, is probably going to change in the next version of Next. However, in Next 15, which is the current version, this is the current caching behavior. So first of all, there are multiple rendering strategies in Next.js. We have static rendering, we have dynamic rendering, and we also have streaming and partial pre-rendering, which we are going to discuss later as well. However, for now, let's discuss static rendering. So with static rendering, the HTML for our routes is generated at build time. When we build our app, the HTML for the routes is generated, and then it is cached on the server. And since it is cached on the server, this cache is going to be used for different users and different requests. It is not a local cache. It is cached on the server for everyone that accesses our app. So let's see exactly what that means. First of all, I'm going to go to my Next config, and I'm going to put a couple of options here, which are going to help us in debugging a little bit. So as you can see in here, this Next icon, we can click on it. It's going to give us some information. We can control where it is positioned using this dev indicators option here. I'm going to, for example, put it in the top right. And then logging, if we specify in this fetches object, fetch URL and set it to true, when we fetch something in our pages, it's going to do some logs that can help us identify which requests are cached and which requests are not. So I'm going to save this, and I guess we are going to need to restart our dev server. So I'm going to run npm run dev. And if we refresh here, we should get our icon here in the top, right? As we've mentioned, any page component or any layout component is a server component by default, right? So let's say in our home page, which is in marketing, in the marketing group page.tsx, let's say in here we need to fetch some data. So in a server component, it is safe to query a database. It is also safe to send a request to a private API with an API key and use secrets and so on, since these components are only going to run on the server, not on the client. So let's say in our home page, we need to fetch some data. First of all, I'm going to remove the default stuff that we have here in our home page. And I'm just going to add a div for now. And let's remove this image. And let's say we need to fetch some data. What we can do is we can simply call the fetch function. However, the fetch function in Next.js is not exactly the same fetch function that we have in JavaScript. It has some additional options. But let's say we need to fetch some data, so I'm going to define constant data and I'm going to fetch something. So I'm going to await, which means we will need to make this an async function. And I found a random word generator API. We're going to use that for this example. So the URL is going to be like so: https random word api.herokuapp.com/word. This is going to return a random word for us. And this is going to be perfect for us to identify whether requests are cached or not, as we're going to see now. So let's save this, and then I'm going to display this word that we have. First of all, we need to parse our request into JSON. So let's say word is equals to await data.json, like so. So in here, in this word, we should have a random word. Let's display it. I'm going to put some classes here for this div, and then inside of here, in an h2 tag, I'm going to put my word like so. Also, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger with a bold font. Now if we save, and now as you can see, we have a random word. If we refresh, we should get a new one, and so on. And also if we take a look at our logs, since we have this option that we set here, fetch URL set to true, we're going to get information about our cache. So when we fetched this word, we had a cache skip here. We did not have any request being cached. So the behavior is going to be different in development than when we build our app. We're going to see in a moment, but just keep that in mind. During development, the caching behavior is going to be a little bit different. So by default, Next.js is going to, when we build our app, Next.js is going to generate static HTML for our route, and it's going to cache it on the server. And every time someone tries to visit this route, they're going to be served this cached HTML, which means when someone visits the route, this component is not going to run again, and this request is not going to run again, and a new word is not going to be fetched. This does not happen in development. Every time we run, we get a new word. Maybe let's also add a console log. Let's say home component ran or so. And every time we refresh, this should be called. We get somewhere here, home component ran, and the request is going to be sent, and everything is looking normal. And in here, if we click on this icon, it's going to tell us if this route is static or dynamic. And in here, it says that the route is static, which means, as we've mentioned, it is going to be generated as static HTML when we build our app. So let's try to build our app. I'm going to go somewhere here, and I'm going to run our build command, npm run build. And when this is done, when we build our app, in the logs that we get here, we're also going to get information about whether the route is static or dynamic. So as you can see, F here means static, and this, it should be a circle, but it doesn't look like a circle. It means static. Sorry, F means dynamic, and this means static. And if we take a look here, we're going to find that all of our routes are static. The home page is static, except the blog, because it has a parameter. We're going to come to that later. However, our home page is static, which means when we built our app, the HTML for this route was generated and this request was called, and the HTML was generated with whatever word was generated at build time. And when we refresh the route, when we visit the route, we're going to get the same static HTML. This is not going to run again. So let's take a look. Let's run our build by running npm run start and use another port other than the development one. And let's visit our, let's go here. Let's visit our home. And as you can see, we get this word. We did not get in the logs that the component ran. And if we keep refreshing, we're going to get the same word over and over again. So what we see here is a cached generated static HTML that was generated at build time. However, this does not mean that we will have to rebuild our app in order to regenerate this page. We can regenerate it in another way that we're going to take a look at in a moment. However, what is also going to be cached, remember, let's say we are in the blog route. Let's inspect here. Remember, Next.js does prefetching for our links. So I'm currently in the blog route, but we have a link for home, right? So if we refresh here, the code for home is going to be fetched. As you can see, this is the one, and it contains this payload. This is called the React Server Component payload, which contains information about how our page should be rendered when we do client-side navigation. When we go to home, this is what specifies how home should be rendered. And this is also going to be cached. So if we search here, somewhere we are going to find the word, this one that was cached, or that was generated during build time. And this payload is also going to be cached. So when we navigate to home from here, we're also going to get the cached version. Nothing is going to rerun on the server again. So by default, this component is only going to run when we build our app, and it's not going to run again when we request the route, except if we instructed Next.js to regenerate the page, which we're going to see how in a moment. However, before seeing how can we revalidate our cache or regenerate our page, you need to also understand that not only the route itself is cached, but also these fetch requests are cached as well, or can be cached as well. So we have multiple layers of caching in Next.js. The first one, as we mentioned, is caching the whole route. So let's say we have a route, let's say the home page. When we build our app, a cache is going to be generated on the server. So this is on the server. And let's call this the full route cache. This is going to contain the static HTML that was generated during build time, and also the React server component payload that is used when we do client-side navigation. However, in this route, we can also do fetch requests like we are doing here. These fetch requests can also be cached in a separate cache, which is called the data cache. So let's say here we have another layer of caching for fetch requests called the data cache. So now when we send a request, maybe we don't have the route cached, so we are going to skip this. Let's say this is a request. We might send a request. If we have a cache, a cached page, we're going to get this returned. However, we might not have a cache, a full route cache, a static HTML. So our component is going to run, and in our component we are fetching some data, right? However, the data itself can be cached. So we might have a cached response for this URL. If so, this fetch call is not going to happen. We're not going to fetch a new word. We are going to get a cached response as well. And the page is going to be generated with this cached response. However, if we don't have a data cache and we send a request, and we don't have a static cache, a full route cache, and we don't have a data cache, then the full cycle is going to happen. We're going to fetch our data from the source and render the page and get back with the result. So I hope that's clear. let's see how can we revalidate our cache. So to revalidate this full route cache, the cache that happens for the entire route, the static HTML and the React Server component payload, we can export an option here, and we can choose to export constant revalidate. We can choose to revalidate our cache based on time. So every hour, for example, we can revalidate our cache. Let's try it 10 seconds so that we can try it quickly. So this means that every 10 seconds, our cache is going to be revalidated. However, it does not exactly mean every 10 seconds. It means if 10 seconds has passed since the last cache, and then a user requested the page, then this user is going to be served the old cache. However, his request is going to trigger generating a new cache. So if 10 seconds has passed and maybe an hour has passed without anyone requesting the page, when someone requests the page after this hour, he's going to serve the old cache. However, his request is going to trigger generating a new cache. To try this, let's try to build. So I'm going to build my app again. In here, let's run npm run build. When this is done, let's run npm run start. And now let's refresh this page. And let's wait for 10 seconds. As you can see, a new word is generated. If we keep refreshing, nothing is going to happen until 10 seconds has passed. As you can see, at some point, we visited the page, we got the same word, however, we got here home component ran, which means a new cache was generated. So if we refresh the next time, we should get a new word. So this is what this option means. But as we've mentioned, in addition to caching the whole route, we can also cache specific fetch requests. So let's say we are caching the route every hour. However, for this fetch request, we are caching it every 10 seconds. So in here, we can pass an option and inside of cache, or sorry, not inside of cache, inside of next, we can have an option to revalidate every 10 seconds. We can try this in development. The full route caching does not work in development. However, caching fetch requests, I think it works in development. Let's give it a try. Let's rerun our dev server. And in here, let's refresh. As you can see, you are getting a word. If we refresh again, I think 10 seconds has passed. Let's try to refresh multiple times. As you can see, you are getting the same word, and until after 10 seconds has passed, we get a new word. And if we take a look at the logs here, we get cache hit instead of cache skip, which we were getting earlier because we were not caching this fetch request. By default, the fetch request is not going to be cached unless we pass this validate option. Or we can also pass an option, cache here, and force cache. This is going to force this request to be cached. So as you can see, we have a revalidate option here, 1 hour. However, a revalidate option here, 10 seconds. And because of that, our full route cache, which we are regenerating every 1 hour, is going to be overridden by this. Because our route depends on this fetch request, and this fetch request needs to be revalidated every 10 seconds. And since our route depends on this request, it will also be revalidated every 10 seconds, since we passed 10 here. So I hope you're not confused. This is, by the way, you're not going to probably change a lot of settings here. You're probably going to use the defaults. However, I'm just trying to make you understand how caching works in Next.js. But let's say we're not caching anything. Let's say, let's remove this, or maybe commented. Let's also remove this. We're not caching anything. We just have our route generated statically. Now, we also have another option to regenerate this cache using some functions that we can call. And these functions are regenerate routes and regenerate tag. So first of all, let's create a function that can run on the server. And to do that, we use a special syntax that we're going to talk about more later. But for now, let's just do it. So let's create an async function. Let's call it revalidate. And inside of here, we're not going to have any parameters. I'm going to call a function. First of all, I'm going to make this function run on the server. not on the client. And to do that, we add this use server tag here. Then we need to call a function called revalidate path, sorry, not revalidate route, revalidate path that we can import from next cache. And in here, we pass it a route that we need to revalidate or regenerate on the server. So for our home page, this is going to be /. We also have another option. Let's actually duplicate this. Let's call it revalidate2. We have the option to revalidate based on tags. So first, when we fetch some data, we can tag this request with some tags by adding here in next tags. And then in here we can pass tags. So this can be anything, let's say word, for example. And now if we call revalidate tag, so let's import revalidate tag from next cache. If we call this function and pass it a tag, which in our case is word, since this route depends on a request that has this tag, this route is going to be regenerated again. And of course, if this fetch request was cached, it is also going to be recached as well. So let's try this by adding a couple of buttons. I'm going to maybe copy this, some markup. And I'm just going to add a couple of buttons that are going to call these functions. And let's try this on our build, right? So let's go back here to our build, rebuild our app, and run it again. So building the app is just a more realistic way of what is actually going to happen when you deploy your app. After building, let's start it again. And now let's go to our 3001 port, refresh. And if we keep refreshing, remember we're not revalidating anything. We're not revalidating based on time anymore. So this is going to keep as a static HTML. However, if we click on revalidate route, as you can see, our component ran and we get a new cache. And every time we refresh, we are going to get a new cache initially. However, if we keep refreshing, it is going to be the same. And same for revalidate tag as well. Click on it. It regenerated our tag, and it's going to do it again in the first request that we're going to do. So if we refresh, it's going to regenerate the cache again. However, in subsequent requests, we're going to get the same result. So this was static rendering in Svelte, which happens by default. Our routes are cached by default at build time, and if we need to revalidate our cache, we can do that based on time, as we've seen using the revalidate options, or we can call these functions. Of course, in real life, we're not going to have a button that revalidates our cache. However, we're going to call these after specific actions. So maybe we have updated something in our database and we need to regenerate the page. We're going to call that at this time. We can also call it based on a webhook, stuff like that. Maybe you can discuss that later. However, for now, this is static rendering. If you're still confused, we're going to discuss dynamic rendering next, and then we're going to summarize and maybe things are going to become more clear. But let's now discuss dynamic rendering. So now that we know that by default, our routes are going to be statically rendered at build time, what if we would like to opt out of that? What if we would like, for every request, rerun our route component and fetch our data dynamically every time for every request? Of course, the caching that happens by default is actually useful in many cases, especially if you don't have content that changes often in your application. So you should consider before turning it off. However, if you decided to turn it off, you can export a constant here, and it is called dynamic. And one of the options that we can pass here is force dynamic. By having that, let's try to build our app again. So let's go here, here. And I'm going to try and build my app. And remember, in our component, we have this console log, which is going to allow us to know if the component ran. And also we are going to know if the word changes. So now this is done. As you can see now, in our home route, we have f, which means dynamic. And now if you try to run it, npm run start, every time we refresh, we should get a new word, and also home component ren should show up here. So now every time we request our route, our component is going to run again. However, remember, our component or our route being dynamic only means that we are going to skip this cache, the full route cache. Our route is not going to be cached as HTML or React Server component payload. However, it does not mean that this is going to be skipped, the data cache. We can still have a dynamic route and cache our fetch requests. So let's say, let's go back here. Our route is now dynamic. Every time our home component is going to rerun when we request the page. However, we can still cache separate requests that we do in our component. So in here, we can either do cache, force cache, or we can add revalidate and add a duration so that it will be cached for a certain duration. Let's maybe try force cache, and let's try to build again. And let's keep the tags so that we can try revalidating this fetch request. So now I'm going to run again, build and run again. So as you can see, our home route is still dynamic. The route itself is dynamic, however, this request is being cached. Let's try to run npm run start. Now, as you can see, I am refreshing my page. The component itself is running because our route is dynamic. However, the word is not changing. Why? Because this fetch request itself is cached. So the component being dynamic does not mean the fetch requests are going to necessarily rerun. We can cache the fetch requests themselves. All right. So this is only one way of making our route dynamic by adding force dynamic here. However, we don't need to add that. In some situations, Next.js is going to turn your route into dynamic route automatically. And this is going to happen when we use one of these APIs. So if we use cookies in our route, if we use headers, connection API, we're going to see that later. Draft mode, other stuff as well, search parameters, if we access our search parameters. Also, if we add cache no store to fetch. So in here, if we add cache and set it to no store, this is going to make our route dynamic even without having to put this option. Because this means that this fetch request needs to run every time, and therefore our route cannot be static anymore. However, let's try, let's maybe remove this cache option completely from our fetch. And let's try to use one of these APIs in our route and see if our route is going to be dynamic. So as mentioned here, one of the things is, of course, cookies, because if we try to access cookies in our route, cookies are only going to be available during our runtime. When we build our app, we cannot statically generate this route because we depend on something in the runtime, which is cookies. And similar for search params. So let's try to use search params, for example, and we don't have force dynamic, so it should be static. However, when we use search params, it is going to turn automatically into a dynamic route. So I'm going to use our search parameters, which we can do by getting search params here. It's going to be available as a prop, right? And to type it, we can give it this type, search params, and it's going to be a promise similar to URL parameters. And it's going to be a promise that's going to resolve to this, an object with a key of string and a value of either string or an array of strings or undefined. And now we can await this promise. So in the API, I'm going to turn this into a template. In this API, we can pass a language to generate a language, a word in a different language. So I'm going to pass this here, lang, like so. And then for the value, I'm going to get it from our search parameters. So in here, we're going to pass a search parameter in our URL. So let's say lang something, and we're going to get it from our URL and pass it to this API. So to get it from our URL, we need to await search params and access the lang parameter from our search param. Now we can pass this here like so, and fall back to English if you don't pass it. So by having this, let's maybe try it in development first before we build again. And I'm not sure if we need to rerun. We need to rerun our development server. So now I'm going to pass Chinese here as a lang. So lang ZH. And as you can see, we get a word in Chinese. Great. So now our route will automatically turn into a dynamic route since we accessed search parameters. However, in here, in this debugging tool, it says static. I guess this is maybe a bug. However, as we are going to see when we build, it's going to be marked as dynamic. This is maybe a bug with this tool, I'm not sure. But anyways, let's do something else before we build and test. Let's create another request. And let's, for this first one, cache it. So let's say cache, force cache here. And I'm going to create another one. So I'm going to, sorry, I have a comma here. I'm going to duplicate this, call it maybe data2. However, this one, I'm not going to cache. And both, I'm going to tag them with word. And next, we need to get our second word, data2.json. And let's display it here. Let's duplicate this h2 and put word to here. So now we should have two words. However, one request is cached and another is not. And our route should be dynamic since we are accessing search parameters. Now let's try and build our app. So in here, I'm going to stop run build again. And what we should see is we should have our home route marked as dynamic, as you can see here. This one. Why? Since we are accessing search params, even though we don't have the dynamic option set. And now let's try to run it. So what should we expect? I'm going to npm run start. What should we expect exactly? Our route is going to be dynamic, which means this component is going to run for every request. For every request, we are running two fetches. One is cached and one not. So even though the route is dynamic, we have one cached request here. So this one, when we keep refreshing our page, this one is going to stay the same. The word is not going to change. However, this one is not cached. So every time we do a request, it is going to generate a new word. Let's give it a try. Let's refresh. As you can see, this one is cached, the other one is not, and the component is going to run for every request, as you can see. And of course, we can still revalidate the cached one by invalidating or running revalidate tag and passing this tag, which we are doing here by pressing this button here. So now we got a new word and it's going to be cached. However, the other one, of course, is going to change for every request. So I hope that's clear. You might think, all right, are we done with caching? However, no, we are not. These two kinds of caching are not the only two kinds of caching that happen. In addition to caching the whole route and caching fetch requests, we also have other caching as well. We have a local cache in the browser, and we also have one which is actually very useful, which is request memoization. So request memoization is an in-memory cache, so it is not a persistent cache unlike these two. These two are persistent. They persist somewhere on the server, the data cache and the full route cache. However, request memoization, it is an in-memory cache and the lifetime of it is just the lifetime of the request. So when we request a route, this memoization happens and after the request is done, everything is reset. So what does that mean? Let's say we are requesting our home route, right? In our home route, in order to render our route, we're going to go through multiple layouts, right? So for example, we have the marketing layout. This is going to be rendered, and then the page itself is going to be rendered, and so on. Let's say in the marketing layout, we are doing some fetch requests. So await fetch, and we are fetching, for example, from some API, the user. We need to get the user. When we run this, when we are building our app or when we are requesting our app in the browser, when we run this here, and let's say we run it again somewhere in the same request, so in the page, for example, here, when we request the home page, this layout is going to run and this page is going to run. And we are fetching the same thing here. So what is going to happen is this request is only going to run once. So the first time it runs, it's going to fetch the user. The second time it runs, it is going to use the cached version or the cached response of the first response. And this is in-memory cache. After our page is rendered and our request is done, this is going to be gone. So this can actually be very useful if we get our user from the in the layout, for example, and we need to pass it to the child page. We don't have to worry about passing props or creating a context or anything like that. We can just fetch the same endpoint again here. And this is not going to be another request. However, it is going to reuse the response from the first request. All right, I hope that's clear. Actually, we have seen it without realizing. So let's remove these. We are doing two requests here to the same endpoint. So the first time we request this page, if we don't have any cache, so let's actually revalidate our cache so that these two requests are going to run. We're going to get the same word, right? Because when these two requests run at the same request, when we request our home page and we don't have a cache for this one, only one request is going to be sent, not two requests, and therefore initially we get the same word. When we refresh, however, this one is cached, so it uses the old one. However, this one generates a new word. There is also a way to opt out from this. So in here, in this guide, somewhere here we should find opting out of request memoization. And to do that, we just pass a signal to our fetch, like so. However, in most cases, I think this can actually be a useful feature and you're not going to need to opt out. And this happens by default if you use fetch. However, you can do it for other functions as well. Any JavaScript function, you can also cache it in the same way. And this is by using this cache function, which is a React thing and not a Next.js thing. So you import cache from React, and then we have an example here. Let's say we have this function, which is maybe an expensive function. We don't need to run it multiple times for the same request. So if we are using this function in many components in the same request, like in a profile component and in a team report component, like so, we can wrap it in cache, like so, and it is only going to be called once if we call it multiple times within the same request, similar to fetch here. So this can actually be also very useful. Now, we have a final layer of caching that we need to talk about. So we have discussed the full route cache, the data cache, request memoization, and we still have this router cache thing. This is a client side, so as you can see here, all of these are cached on the server. This is a client side cache, and it is not persistent also. It lives in memory for the duration of your session. So remember, we've mentioned multiple times that we have something called the React Server Component Payload. So let's take a look at it again. If we visit any route, Next.js automatically is going to scan our document for links. For example, it found blog and login. It is going to preload these routes or prefetch these routes And what it is going to prefetch is this thing here, which is called the React component, React server component payload, which has information about how to render the routes when we do client-side navigation like so. This payload is going to be cached. It is going to be cached on the browser only for the duration of the session. So this is an in-memory cache as well. It is not persistent. If we refresh, this cache is going to be gone. And even if we do not refresh, it is going to expire in 5 minutes, I think. So if we need to put this somewhere here, it is going to be put here. Before this one, before the full route cache, which lives on our server, we have this cache. The client cache is called the router cache. This is a client cache, and when we request a page, so let's say we have a request. Let's say we have a request. If we already cached the route that we are requesting in the browser, we are going to get this cached version. We are not going to even go to the server to get the cache. And as I mentioned, this expires once we refresh our page or after 5 minutes. So let's summarize all of this. And I'm going to do so by taking a look at a diagram here, which is very useful in the documentation for Next.js. So in here, we have a diagram of the caching process. So we have cache on the client and cache on the server. On the client, we have the in-memory router cache, which caches the React server component payload. On the server, we have the caching that we have discussed. The full route cache, it caches the payload and the HTML, the static HTML for the route. This one is used when we visit a page directly, and this one is used when we navigate inside of our app between different routes. And then while rendering our route, we have this memoization that happens only for the duration of the request. And then we have a persistent data cache that caches our fetch requests. Right, so when we build our app, we go through all of these caches. Of course, this one only happens when we request a route from the browser. It does not happen, of course, when we build our app. So when we build our app, let's say we are building this route A/A here. We're going to render our route by running the components, the page components that renders our route. And during the process, if we request the same URL twice, we have this memoization happening. So we're not going to run the same request twice. And then for any fetch request that we do, if it's a miss in the data cache, we're going to fetch it and then set it in the cache if we are caching it. And by doing so, all of the fetch requests that we are caching are now going to live in this cache. And then when we are done rendering our page, we're going to set the cache for our HTML and our React server component payload, so that when someone requests the page, all of this while building, but now when someone requests the page, initially there will be no cache on the browser. So we're going to hit the full route cache that was cached during our build, during build time, and then we are going to return this. While returning this, we're going to cache it in the client cache. So for any subsequent request, if the cache in the client exists, we're going to return it directly. We're not going to go to the server. And this is, by the way, for static routes. For dynamic routes, this is not going to exist. If this was a dynamic route, the request is going to go to skip this part and go to rendering and data cache and so on. We actually have a diagram for that. If we scroll down, this is a diagram for data memoization, for request memoization. If we are requesting the same thing multiple times while rendering the route, we are going to be deduped. And down here we have one for static and dynamic routes. So for a static route, if it's an initial visit, there will be no cache in the client. However, in the server, there will be the cache that was cached when we build our app. And this is what is going to be returned. For a dynamic route, however, for the initial visit, there will be no client cache. So this will be a miss. And this is going to be skipped because a dynamic route is not going to be cached, right? And then we complete the process, fetch our stuff. Fetching, however, can be cached if we have cache in our data cache. So here it says data cache or data source. For subsequent navigation, so if we do client-side navigation, then for both static routes and dynamic routes, if we have the route cached already in the client cache, we're going to get that. We're not even going to go to the server at all. All right. I hope all of that is clear. And this is the state of caching in Next 15, version 15. However, probably in the next version, 16, all of this is going to change. We have here an experimental feature, use cache, which is going to change all of this. Caching is going to be opt-in instead of Next.js having to do the cache by default. You're going to opt in into caching using this use cache flag that you can add to your components. However, I'm not going to go into that for now. This is still experimental. And what we have discussed is the current state of caching in Next 15. One final thing that I forgot to mention is that this router cache, the cache on the client, can also be invalidated in multiple ways. We can invalidate this cache using the useRouter hook on the client, but also if we call these functions, remember the invalidation functions, invalidate path and invalidate tag, it is also going to invalidate the client cache as well. But that's it for caching for now. Let's do something more interesting, which is fetching data from our database into our components. So now that we know about pages and layouts, and also we have seen static rendering, dynamic rendering, and caching, I think it's time now to start fetching data from our database and display this data in our pages. So remember, we have this database that we seeded, and in here we have some posts, and for each post we have some title and some content and an author. We also have comments and likes as well. So let's try. In here, remember, we also have in the marketing group, we have a blog route. So let's in this blog route, fetch our data from the database and display it here in this blog route. But first of all, as we've mentioned, by default, the page components are server components. And we can fetch data in server components and also on client components as well. In server components, we can use fetch. We have already done that in the home page when we fetched this random word here. And using fetch, we're going to be able to pull data from some external API and stuff like that. However, we can also, in server components, query our database directly. As we've mentioned, server components are only going to run on the server, and therefore we can do things that we can do on the server, like querying a database. However, we can also fetch data in client components as well. However, in client components, of course, we cannot query a database. We cannot call a private API with an API key because this is going to expose our API key on the client. However, we can do that in an indirect way by creating an endpoint in our Next.js application. And this endpoint is going to be responsible for querying the data or calling the private API and so on. And then we can use it in our in our client component. And later we're going to see how to create endpoints and stuff like that. However, for now we are going to focus on fetching data on the server. This is probably what you are going to do usually, because fetching data on the server has some benefits. First of all, your app is going to feel faster because the HTML is going to come from the server with the data already rendered. So you are going to see something immediately when you visit a page. And also, if you care about SEO indexing, then rendering the data on the server is a must. If you fetch data on the client, you might have a faster initial load. However, you are going to get an empty page, and then data is going to start loading on the client when your empty page is rendered. And this might not be the best experience. However, client-side data fetching can actually be useful sometimes, especially if you don't care about SEO. And maybe if your data changes frequently as well, maybe you can decide to fetch data on the client. And to do so, you can just in a client component use a use effect and state and so on, or you can use libraries like React Query, for example, to make things a little bit easier. However, for now, as we've mentioned, we're going to focus on fetching data on the server using a server component. So in the home page, we have already tried using fetch here. So let's now try to do something different, which is querying our database. We have our posts table, we have our blog route. Let's query the posts in this blog route. So remember, we have installed Drizzle at the beginning of this video in order to interact with our database. And we had some configuration files. We had drizzle.config here. And also in this DB folder, we had a seed file, a schema file, and then this drizzle.ts, which I actually forgot to write it when we set up Drizzle. However, it is actually very simple. In here, we just need to export a new Drizzle instance by exporting this constant and calling Drizzle from Neon HTTP. Since we are using Neon, if you are using something else, this can be different. And then passing this our database URL, which we have defined in our env file here. And now we can import this DB constant in order to use it in our server components and query our database. So in here, we can actually query the database here in the component directly. So we can, let's say, define posts and then await and then import our DB constant from Drizzle. And then we can select, let's select everything from the posts. So we need to import posts from our schema. And let's make our component async. And, let's call this something else since we already imported posts. And let's try to maybe console log this and we should get our posts. If we take a look at our console, as you can see, let's maybe refresh. As you can see, we have 20 posts, which is all of the posts that we have in our database. Remember, we have seeded 20 posts in our database. So you can do that. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write my queries in a separate file just to have a little bit of organization because our queries can be a little bit large. So putting everything in the component can be a little bit messy. So what I'm going to do is in this DB folder, I'm going to create a file called data.ts, and in here I'm going to add functions that are going to contain our database queries. However, one thing that we can do, we do not need to accidentally import a database query in a client file. We only need to use, of course, our database queries in server files, server components. And to do that, we can actually install a package called server only. So npm install server only, like so. And now if we import server only in this file, so import server only, like so, any function that we're going to define here can only be imported in server files. If we try to import it in a client file, we are going to get an error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste some functions here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time writing the queries themselves because maybe this is not what the video is about. However, if you would like, we can maybe do a separate video about Drizzle, if you would like. However, I pasted a couple of functions here. So first of all, we import our database and the schemas that we need and some functions from Drizzle. And here I defined posts per page. So we're not going to load all the 20 posts. However, we're going to load, let's say 5. And then I have this function. I have two functions. Let's start with this. This is a small one. Get post count. This is going to get the total number of posts, which should be 20. And this is by running db.select from posts and then returning the count of the posts that we have in our database. Fetch posts, however, returns an array of posts. However, we get some additional information in addition to ID, title, content, and so on. We also join the, remember we have post likes and comments. We join these tables in order to get the number of likes and comments. And also we join the users table in order to get the name of the author of the post. Because remember in here, we have an author ID, right? So this is what this does. We have a couple of queries for our likes table and our comments table that we use here when we join our tables to get our posts. So what we're going to return eventually is the ID, the title, the content created at the author name, and the likes count and the comments count. And also I'm ordering descendingly by the created at date. I'm limiting by the posts per page, which we defined here. And I'm also adding a an offset that we are going to get here in the function as a parameter. So for page 1, if we need to get the first 5 posts, we need to pass an offset of 0. So we do page -1 times post per page. If we need page 2, then we need to do an offset of 5, which is the post per page. So we do 2 - 1 times post per page and so on. And we might use that for pagination later. However, for now that we have these functions, we can now use these functions here. So let's define a constant for posts, and let's await, and then let's import fetch posts. And let's get the first page, so we don't have to pass anything since we are defaulting to 1 here. Also, let's say we need to display the posts count, the total number of posts. So let's define count here, and await get, not sure what we called it, get posts count. All right. So now we have this. Let's also remove the stuff that we don't need. Now we have this, and we can display this information in our markup. So I'm going to add some markup here. It's going to be very straightforward, no need to type it from scratch. What we're going to do is just looping through our posts and displaying some information. We're going to display title, author name, the likes count, comments count, and so on. So in here, I just need to import link. We have some title, the blog, and we are displaying the total posts count, which we got here. And then we are looping through our posts, displaying the title, displaying the content, displaying also the author name, so by and then author name, and then the date as well, on and then the date. And then we are displaying the number of counts and the number of comments. And then we are having a link that is going to take us to blog/id, which is the route that we already have here, but we're going to work on it later. And that's it. If we save, now we should find our list of posts. And if we click on a post on read more, we should go to the blog/id. And later we're going to work on this route as well. So great. However, one thing that we can improve here is that we can run these two queries in parallel. This one does not depend on this one, so there is no need to wait for this one to finish first before running this one. So we can run them in parallel by using promise.all. So in here, we can create a constant, get our posts, get our count, and use promise.all. And in here, we can pass an array of promises. So we need the first promise to be this, fetch posts. The second one to be this, like so. And now we can remove these. Now this way, we need to await, of course. This way, these two promises are going to run in parallel instead of having to wait for each other. And we are going to get our data in an array. So if we save, nothing should actually change. However, we're just doing things more efficiently. Now let's do one final thing for this route, which is trying to build it. Why? Because remember, we have discussed that in the previous sections. By default, routes are going to be static, are going to be statically rendered unless we use some API like cookies, search parameters, or stuff like that. However, in here, we are not using any of that. So this route is going to be static. So let's try to build our project here. Let's do npm run build. And we should find out in the logs that the route is static. Let's wait for it to finish. So in here, the blog route is static, as you can see here. So what if we try to run our project? So let's start our build. Let's refresh our 3001 port, go to blog. It is working, everything is fine. However, let's try to change the title of this post, for example, in our database. So I'm going to find this post in my database. It should be this one. I'm going to change the title to maybe tests or so, and save. And now if we refresh, this is not going to change because when we built our app, the route was generated statically and cached, and we're going to get this cache every time we request. So you might force your route to be dynamic. We've seen how to do that. Or you can keep it cached because it is going to be more efficient. It's going to save cost and server resources. And when you change something in your post, of course, in real life, we're not going to do that directly from the database. We're going to do it from somewhere in our application. We're going to have maybe an edit page and we can edit a post. When we edit a post, we can invalidate this blog route in order to regenerate it and have the updated title. This is perfect, especially if your content does not change very often. You don't need to make your route dynamic. You can just, when you change something, invalidate your cache. However, I'm going to keep it like that for now, and later, I think we're probably at some point in the course, we're going to create an edit post route. When we do that, we're going to invalidate the route as well. But that's it for this route. Let's move to the single blog route and fetch the data necessary for this route. Let's get back to our development server and let's restart our development server. Of course, in the development server, we should find the updated title here normally because caching does not work in development. But now let's go to the blog/id route in here and let's see what we will need to do. In this page, we're going to need to, let's actually go to one of the posts here. In this page, we're going to need to fetch the post itself. We're going to need to fetch the comments of the post. We're going to display the comments. So let's, in our data function, in our data file, add some functions. So I'm going to put some functions here and let's go through them. So first of all, we need to import some functions from Drizzle. First of all, I have this function, get all posts IDs. This is going to return an array of IDs for all of our posts in our database. We're going to see why would we need to have this, but for now this is what it does, just returning an array of IDs. And then we have get post by ID, which is going to return our post given the ID, of course. And we get some information, title, the author, the likes and comments, and so on. And then I'm also wrapping this in a try-catch block. We're going to discuss error handling later, but let's focus for now on fetching our data. And then I have get comments by ID. This is going to return the comments for an ID given the post ID. Of course, I'm keeping this simple, but comments, if you have a lot of comments, for example, you can choose to paginate your comments as well, similar to what we've done here in posts. However, I'm keeping it simple. I'm just getting all the comments for the post. So we have the functions that we need. Let's go back here now. And all what we need to do is similar to what we've done here, just fetching or calling the functions to fetch our data. And we also need to do it in parallel, similar to what we've done here, since we don't have any queries that depend on another queries. So I'm going to put this, right? Await, promise it all, and then getting the post by ID and passing it the ID which we got from our parameters. Fetch posts. I'm going to tell you what this is in a moment. And then get comments by ID. Let's import it and pass it the ID as well. So I'm fetching posts here. I'm getting page 1 just to simulate as if we have a query to get related posts, for example, or something like that. So we're going to display the main post and then some other posts. Let's say in real life, this is going to be related posts. However, I'm just fetching some random posts from our database. Well, not random actually, I'm fetching page 1. And now we need to add some markup, which is also going to be straightforward. I'm just going to put it here and import link. Also in here, I renamed this. When we get our post, I get like count and comment count. I used to call it likes count and comments count. However, just to be consistent to what we've done here, in the other query, which was like count and comment count, I renamed them, so we need to update these as well. Anyways, this is just some markup, pretty straightforward. If we save, I'm displaying the title, the content, and the author as well. Let's actually make this marketing group. Let's go here. In the marketing group layout, let's make this color a little bit darker. Right? And the author, the likes and comments count, and the comments themselves. And also the more posts that we have fetched. So I'm doing this because later we're going to do something with these, but for now we are just listing our more posts. So everything is fine. We are getting our data efficiently by loading them in parallel using promise.all. We can do better, however, but for now let's do something else first. The main reason why I created this route is not to fetch data. We have already done that in the blog route and it is pretty much similar, but we need to see how can we deal with the route being static or dynamic when we have dynamic parameters in our URL. So in our URL, we have something dynamic, and this is going to make our route dynamic by default. Let's confirm by, let's maybe console log something here and build our app. So let's say single blog ran. Now let's try and build our app. In here, I'm going to stop this, run build again. And let's see our logs. And we should find out that our route is dynamic. So let's wait for that. As you can see, blog/id is a dynamic route. Why? Because we have a dynamic parameter here. This is going to make our blog dynamic by default. So if we run our app now, every time we visit a blog page, the component, let's go to our development server, to our build server, sorry. Every time we refresh, the component is going to run, which means our route is dynamic. And every time we refresh this, every time we request the page, the queries are going to run again, right? So this might be what you need. However, let's say you would like to cache your posts. You would like to statically generate your posts. Generate your posts as static HTML so that when you request any post, the component will not run and you won't have to run the queries again every time someone requests the page. This can be ideal if your content does not change frequently, so caching will not be a problem for you. So how can we do that with a route that has a dynamic segment in the URL? We can instruct Next.js to generate static routes for this dynamic route, which is blog/id, by specifying what IDs we need to generate. So down here, we can export a function that is called generate static params. So export function generate static params, like so. Now this function, in here we can return an array of parameters. So an array and then an object with the parameters that we need to generate statically for our route. In our case, we only have one parameter, which is ID. So let's copy this ID for this post. And let's say we need to generate this page statically. So we can pass here ID and then pass this ID like so. Now let's try to build our app. So let's go back here. Let's, here, we stop this, build again. And we're going to see something different in our logs. We're going to see that our blog route now has this different icon. And this means pre-rendered as static HTML uses generate static params. And below this, you're going to find the route that was statically generated, which is blog/the ID that we specified here. However, this is not the only blog post that we have, right? So let's try to run this app, run this build. And now let's try to refresh. As you can see, the page is cached. We do not get the console log here. But this is only going to happen for this post because, of course, this is the only post that we specified here. If we try to visit another post, now the component is going to run and our page is going to be generated dynamically, but only for the first visit. When someone visits the route, it's going to be generated dynamically as we saw here. However, it is going to then be cached. So any subsequent requests, if we refresh, I'm clicking on refresh here, we're not getting the console log because this route is now cached. If we go back, visit some other blog post, it is going to run initially, but after refreshing, it is not going to run again. But now let's say we don't need this behavior. We only need to generate the ones that we specify here. And if we try to visit any other ID, we need to get a 404 error. In this case, we can export something in here. Export const dynamic params and set this to false. Now if we try and build, let's do it quickly this time. Let's build and then run our build again. Now, only the ID that we have specified is going to work. If we try to visit any other route, we're going to get a 404 error. It is not going to be dynamically generated. Also, let's maybe remove this. Also, if you are caching some routes, and if you're not caching the routes here, if someone visits the route, it's going to be cached. You can still use the revalidate option. You can export const revalidate and pass a duration here, let's say 10 seconds. If you'd like to revalidate the routes every amount of time, of course 10 seconds is too low. You can maybe do 1 day, 1 hour, stuff like that. Another thing that you can do is maybe you don't know the IDs ahead of time. Maybe you cannot, at build time, you cannot get all the IDs, so you cannot have that. And what you need to do is you still need to cache your pages. But since you don't know the IDs, what you can do is you can dynamically generate the routes the first time they are visited and then cache them for later for subsequent requests. And to do that, you can just pass an empty array here, like so, or you can export const dynamic and then pass here force static. Force static. This way, for the initial visit, the route is going to be dynamically generated using the component. The component is going to run, but then it is going to be cached and subsequent requests are going to be served from the cache. But now, let's remove this. You can try this, it's going to work. Let's say we need to generate static routes during build time for all of our posts. In our case, we have access to our database. We can get the IDs for all of our posts. So remember, we had this function that does exactly that, which is get all posts IDs. So what we can do is, instead of passing hard coding the ID here as we did, we can pass all the IDs that we have by using this function. So this function, generate static params, can be an async function, which means we can do async stuff here, like querying our database. So I'm going to get my IDs using this function. So await and then get all posts IDs, like so. This is already going to return an array of IDs. So we just need to return it like so. If we save now and try to build, run our build, Now in the logs, all of our posts should be statically generated. As you can see here, we have in blog ID, we have blog/this ID and this ID and this ID plus 17 more, which means we have 20 statically generated blog routes, blog/ID routes, which means now when we build our app, all of our routes are statically generated. Of course, we can still invalidate these routes either using a period of time like so, or by calling invalidate path and passing the path to a specific blog ID, so blog/a certain ID like so. And this is something that we can do if we updated a blog post through our application, and we're going to do that in a later section. Alright, so I hope everything is clear. Let's now do one final thing for this route. So if you are having a route like this, which is the single post, let's go back to our dev server. Let's rerun our dev server. When you have something like a blog post, you are probably going to care about SEO for this route. So we need to have things like the title, the description, meta tags, and so on. In our case, if we take a look here at the title for our page, it says create next app. This is coming from the root layout. This is inherited from the root layout. So if we go to our root layout here, we're going to find that we have this export const metadata, and it says create next app and a description as well. By exporting this from a route or from a layout, this is going to add a title tag in our HTML and also a description, a meta description in our HTML as we can see here. So when we add it for a layout, it's going to apply to all child pages. However, we can still override that by exporting this from a specific page. So in our blog/ID, we can export this to override. So let's import this metadata, and let's say in here single post. Now this is going to work. As you can see, we get single post. However, in some situations, this is not going to be static. In our case, for example, we need this to be the title of our post, which we need to fetch somehow. So what we can do instead of this, you can use this for static pages. However, for a dynamic one like this one, we can use another way. And this is by exporting a function that generates this metadata instead of adding it statically. So let's make an export an async function, and the function should be called generate metadata. In this function, we are going to receive the parameters. We can give it type parameters. We can give it a type of promise that is going to resolve to our ID, an ID of course of type string. This function returns a promise as well, so we can type it like so, promise. And this promise is going to resolve to our metadata. So we can pass here the metadata type that we imported from Next, right? This is going to be the signature for our function. Now in here, we can return the same stuff that we returned in the metadata constant. Title, something, description, something, and so on. However, now we are having an async function, so we can do async stuff. We can fetch some data. So let's first get the ID from our parameters. So let's await parameters. And let's get our post. So our post, let's await get post by ID and pass it the ID. Now we have access to the post. We can do post.title and post in the description. Let's maybe get the content or just a part of it by slicing it. Maybe get 150 characters and then append some dots like so. Anyways, now if we refresh the page, we have test here. And if you inspect the source of your page, you should also find the meta description. However, we have a little bit of a problem here. When we build our app or when we request our page, if our route is dynamic. If our route is dynamic, every time we request, this function is going to run, and also the function that generates the metadata is going to run. If our route is static, which we have here by generating the IDs, these functions are going to run in build time, the function that generates the markup for the route and the function that generates the metadata. They are going to run in build time and also when we revalidate our cache. And these two functions are calling the same function here, getPost by ID. So here and here. So this is going to be a little bit inefficient, especially if our route is dynamic. For every request, we're going to call this a couple of times and query our database a couple of times. If this was a fetch call, if this was fetching something, remember, we have discussed in a previous section that if we fetch the same URL twice in the same request, so maybe here and here, by default, Next.js is going to do request memoization, and this is only going to be called once. However, we don't have that. We are calling a custom function, which is getPost by ID. So in order to cache this function and make it be called only once, if we call it 2 times in the same request, we can just go to the function in here, which is getPost by ID, and wrap it in cache, which we can import from React. So cache from React, and then wrap the function. So let's close our bracket here. Wrap the function in cache like so. Now, if we call this function 2 times or more than 2 times in the same request, it is going to be cached and our query is not going to run multiple times. It's only going to run 1 time. So great, this should fix our problem, and nothing should change. We still get our title and everything is working fine. In our single blog route, we are fetching a lot of data. So we have the post itself. We have the, let's assume this is the related posts, which we fetch here using fetch posts, which is the stuff that we display here. And we have the comments as well. And we are loading these kind of efficiently by using promise.all here in order to run all of these queries in parallel. However, we still need to wait for all of these queries to finish before we start rendering our page. And this might be fine with you. However, we have another option as well, which is streaming. So streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready, rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users see something sooner, even if some parts of the page are still loading. So let's clarify. In our route, for example, what we can do is we can, once our layouts are ready, for example, so these parts, we can send this to the client and display it immediately. But then for our post, for our page, the contents of our page, the post, the comments, the more posts, and so on, we can display some loading state instead until these are rendered on the server. And then once they are rendered on the server can send it to the client and display it. Right? So how can we do that? Let's first, this works for dynamic routes, right? So let's remove this generate static params, which makes our routes static. So let's remove that for now. So now we should have a dynamic route. Let's maybe comment this as well. So in order to achieve that, we can go here in our route folder and we can create a new file called loading.tsx. And in here, we can define a component that is going to be displayed as our loading state until our page is rendered. So let's for now export a function, call it loading, and let's just for now return a p tag or so that says loading. And just by having that, as you can see, we get loading initially and we get our stuff. We can even simulate our route being slow so that we can see it clearly by adding some artificial delay here, so we can await a new promise and we can resolve this promise after some time. So in here we get our resolve function, and let's set a timeout and call our resolve function after the timeout. Let's say maybe a couple of seconds. So by having this, we should be able to see it more clearly. Loading. So we get our layouts, and then we get this loading state, and then once our page is rendered on the server, it's going to be sent to the client and displayed. So great. How does this work? You are probably familiar with React Suspense. If not, React Suspense is just a component that you can wrap other components with, and it lets you pass a fallback here as a prop that is going to be displayed until this inner component is done loading. And this is what happens here. When we create this loading component here, what is going to happen behind the scenes is that, let's say we have our layout here. Let's assume this is a layout, and then in a layout we can have a page. What is going to happen is that Next is going to wrap your entire page in a suspense component. So let's say this suspense, this green one is the suspense. And as a fallback to this suspense, it passes the component that you create in loading.tsx. This is simply what happens. But now, instead of just having some loading text here, which is kind of boring, we can create some loading skeleton. So in here, I'm going to create a skeleton. Let's do that quickly. I'm going to do it for each section that we have. I'm going to do a skeleton for our comments, a skeleton for our more posts, and a skeleton for the actual post. And then I'm going to put all of them in the loading component. And there is a reason I'm doing them separately, I'm not doing all of them in the loading component. We're going to see that in a moment. But let's create the separate ones. So let's do maybe comments skeleton.tsx, and I'm going to paste some code here, which is just some skeleton that resembles the look of our comments. We have an array here. We're assuming we are going to have 3 comments, and we're just displaying some skeleton. Let's do one for more posts as well. So let's say more posts skeleton.tsx, and I'm also going to put some skeleton here as well. Finally, let's do one for the actual post. So in here, let's do let's call it maybe post skeleton.tsx, and I'm going to put some markup here as well. And now by having that, we can go into our loading component and use these skeletons. So I'm going to put this, just importing the skeletons that I created. And first I'm putting the post because this is the first thing that we have. And then I'm just adding some margin and adding a title of comments, then the comments skeleton, a title of more posts, and then the posts skeleton. Now if we save, let's try to refresh, and we should see something like this. Of course, you can do a better job. This is just what I came up with. So now by doing so, we are, when we navigate to these routes, to the single blog route, we're going to navigate faster and see this loading state, since we do not have to wait for the data to be loaded in order to navigate to the route. So navigating to the route itself is going to be much faster. However, we still need to wait for all of our data to be loaded in order to see our actual data. This is because Next.js is going to wrap our entire page component with this suspense. So in our page component here, we load all of our data here, and therefore we need to wait for all of our data to be loaded so that suspense can display our data. But what we can also do is we can do it in a more granular way, which means instead of wrapping our entire page component in suspense, we can only wrap certain parts in our page component inside of suspense. So let's say the contents of the post is probably the more important thing in this page. So let's say we need to render this normally on the server without displaying any loading state. However, for the comments and more posts, maybe we can do the loading state and display the skeletons. So we can do that by removing this loading.tsx component that we created in order to prevent Next from wrapping our entire page in a suspense. So let's remove this. And now by removing this, we're not going to stream anything. We're going to wait for our entire page to be loaded before we display anything. But what we can do now is we can wrap specific parts in suspense. But however, we cannot just go to our comments, for example, and wrap it in suspense like so. We need to move this comments part and also the more posts part in separate components. Suspense needs to wrap the component that fetches the data. So we need to create a new component and fetch the data in this new component, and then use suspense to wrap the component that fetches the data. So let's do that. So in this component, in the page component, we are only going to fetch the post, right? So let's remove this actually. We're not going to await all of that. We are just going to fetch our post. So in our post, await, and then fetch post by ID, fetch post, we called it get post by ID apparently, and pass it the ID. Let's maybe remove this delay for now. So now, to render our page, we are only going to wait for the post. For the comments and load more, we're going to do these in separate components. So let's cut this part for comments, cut it from here. And I'm going to go, I'm going to go here in my folder and create a component for the comments. So let's say comments.tsx. And in here we can just create a component, React functional component, and paste the stuff that we copied. Let's maybe keep the title. Let's keep the title here. Right? And in here, of course, we need to fetch our comments. So I'm going to make this async and fetch the comments. Let's actually paste this. We've already done it. Get comments by post ID and pass it the ID. So where are we going to get the ID from? We're going to need to pass it from page to comments, from the page component to comments. So we're going to get it here as a prop. So ID, and let's give it a type of string. And I'm also going to simulate that this is going to take time by adding this timeout here. And I guess this should be it. Now we can use this here. So after the comments title, let's import comments and pass it the ID, like so. And then wrap it in suspense. By wrapping this in suspense, we're going to see a loading state, and we will not have to wait for the comments to be loaded before we see the page. As a fallback here, I'm going to add the comments skeleton. This is why I created the skeletons separately. So comments skeleton. I think we need to make it like so. Alright. Let's also quickly do the same for more posts. So I'm going to cut this UL that displays the more posts. And let's go here, create a component for it. More posts.tsx. Let's create a React function component. Let's put our stuff. Let's import link. And we are going to need to fetch our data. So I'm going to paste a couple of stuff here. First, we also add a delay. This one takes 6 seconds. Let's also make this async. And then we fetch our data. So let's import fetch posts. And this should be it. We can now use it by wrapping this in suspense, passing the fallback of our more posts skeleton. So more posts skeleton, like so. And then inside of suspense, just put our inside of suspense, just put our more posts component like so. Now if we save this, as you can see, we got the post itself instantly because we are not wrapping this in any suspense. However, comments and more posts are being streamed. So we made comments take 3 seconds and more posts take 6 seconds. So this is why comments are going to finish first and then more posts are going to be loaded. And you can control, of course, if you don't like that, if you don't like the fact that comments are going to load before more posts. In this situation, I think it is fine. However, maybe in some other situation, you need a group of data to appear at the same time when they are loading. You don't need one to appear before the other. In this case, you are just simply going to put to load this data in the same component. Maybe you can load them in parallel as well using promise.all. And then you are going to wrap this component in suspense so that they are going to appear together even if one was resolved before the other. So you have granular control over what you can do here. One final thing I would like to mention here in streaming is that you can also stream data in a client component. So let's assume that this component, comments, is a client component, and therefore let's add use client here. And therefore in a client component, it cannot be an async component, and also we cannot fetch data in here. We cannot query our database in here. So let's remove these. And let's also remove this ID from our props because we are going to do things differently. What we can do is in our component, in our page component, we can, let's copy this request, get comments by ID. And in here, before awaiting our post, in order to render our page, we can start resolving our comments. So we can create a constant here. Let's call it comments promise. And we're going to get comments by ID, by post ID. However, we're not going to await. So we're not going to wait for this to finish. We're just going to start the promise and have a reference to it. So this is a promise, not the actual data. And we can put it here before awaiting the post. So we can put it here as well. However, it is going to start resolving after we get the post. But putting it here is going to start resolving before we even await get post by ID. So we can save some time. And then we can get this promise and pass it to the client component, which is our comments component. So let's pass it. And we can get it here from our props. We can give it a type, of course, however, I'm going to skip that for now. Now, we can use the use hook in order to resolve this promise. So in here, we can get our comments by using the use hook that we can import from React and passing this our promise. And now if we save this, as you can see, we are getting our comments. By using this use hook, this ensures that suspense, remember we are wrapping this in suspense, this ensures that suspense is going to work and this fallback is going to be displayed until the promise that we are passing here is resolved. So it happens quickly, so maybe you can see it, but we get our skeleton here before our comments are loaded. So we can only do that. We can pass promises from the server to client components and then use this use hook in order to wait for them to resolve. However, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to undo everything and just get this back to what we had before. So, like so. And in here, I'm just going to pass it the ID and remove this comments promise. I just needed to mention that in case you needed to pass a promise to a client component from a server component. So far we've seen static routes that are generated at build time and cached on the server, and we can revalidate it later. However, when we request these routes, we're going to get a cached static HTML and nothing dynamic is going to be re-evaluated on the server. But we've also seen dynamic routes, where for each request, our route is going to be evaluated on the server, our components are going to run, and so on. And this is useful, of course, if we have frequently changing data or data depending on runtime information like search parameters, cookies, or data that is personalized to the logged in user, for example. We've also seen streaming, where we can render parts of a dynamic route immediately and then stream other parts like we've done here with the comments and the posts. But what if we can combine static rendering and dynamic rendering and streaming in the same route? This is an experimental feature, partial pre-rendering. As you can see, it is currently experimental and it is not recommended to use in production. However, let's try it out, as in the future, this is probably going to be very useful. So what exactly is partial pre-rendering? In this route, for example, the single block route, we can either render the entire route statically, and we've done that before, where the entire content is going to be generated as static HTML, or we can do all of it dynamically, and we've done that also at some point. Or it can be dynamic, but we can render part of it dynamically, like the blog post, and then stream other data later. However, every time we request this page, everything is evaluated dynamically. The blog post is evaluated by running this single block page component and querying the post and so on. And the other parts that we are wrapping in suspense are also going to be evaluated dynamically on the server. So this component for comments is going to run, our comment is going to be queried, and so on. The only difference is that these are going to be displayed later. But what if we would like to cache this entire part? The layouts, the post itself, we don't need to evaluate this post dynamically. So we need to cache this as a static cache. However, for comments and more posts, we need to do these dynamically. So if you are confused, the difference between this and what we have now is that now the whole route is dynamic. The layout component is going to run for every request, the route layout, the marketing layout, the post component itself, which is the page component, single block, is going to run dynamically for each request. However, what we need to do is we need to cache this entire part. However, things that are wrapped in suspense are the only things that are going to be evaluated dynamically. So with partial pre-rendering, we can do that. We can generate a static HTML shell containing the static contents of our route. And this is going to ensure a fast initial load because we are loading a cached page. And then in this shell, we're going to have placeholders for dynamic content. And then this dynamic content is going to be streamed in parallel, and then it's going to fill these placeholders when they are resolved. So just to visualize this, we have our, at build time, a shell is going to be generated. So a shell containing all of our layouts, for example, and in our case, it is going to also contain the blog title, the blog content, and so on. And then we're going to have placeholders here for comments. It's going to contain the loading state, which is our skeleton for comments and also for for more posts. So this green part is a static HTML. This is going to be filled in when our dynamic content is streamed to the client. So I hope this is clear. Let's try it out. However, this feature is not available in the main branch. We have to install Next Canary, the Canary branch, by running npm install next add canary like so. And while this finishes, we also need to do something in our config. So in next config, we need to enable partial pre-rendering by adding this experimental and then ppr. We can set it to incremental to enable it only for certain routes, or we can set it to true if we need to enable it for all routes. I'm going to set it to incremental and enable it only for our route, which is blog/id. And we can do that by exporting a constant experimental PPR. Of course, when this is live, or when this is not experimental anymore, it is probably going to be just PPR, and set this to true. And now we can get our route back to being static by, remember, we have removed generate static params here to make it dynamic in order to try streaming. But now, since we're using PPR, we can make it static again by getting this back, generate static content for our IDs. And now our route is going to be static. However, it's going to have some dynamic parts in it. So our dynamic parts are going to be the comments and the more posts. However, just by wrapping these components in suspense, this does not automatically make this part dynamic. The component itself that you are wrapping, so comments and more posts, need to be dynamic by using some API that makes a component dynamic. So remember, we've mentioned that a route can be dynamic if it uses one of these things: cookies, headers, connections, search parameters, and so on. So in here, we're not using any of that. So in order to mark this component as a dynamic component, we have to use one of these APIs. In our case, we can use this connection API. This connection API, we just use it, put it at the top of our component, and it's going to make our component dynamic. It's not going to generate it statically. So just by adding this, await connection, import connection from next server, this should be it. Oh, sorry. And we can do it also for our more posts component as well, like so. Await connection. So now, in our route, in our page, it is going to be a static route. Everything here is going to be generated statically. Everything here, except things that are wrapped in suspense, but not only wrapped in suspense, they have to, the component that are being wrapped have to be dynamic by using some dynamic API. Let's try and build and see what is going to happen. So in here, let's run npm run build. And now when this is done, if we take a look at the logs now, and take a look at the blog ID route, we now have a different icon here. If we go down here, this icon means partial pre-render. Pre-rendered as static HTML with dynamic server streamed content. So great, let's try to run this. And let's go to our ports, this one. Let's refresh. And as you can see, it is looking the same as what we had before. However, now this part should be static. The component for the page should not run again. This one should not run again for every request. However, only these parts are going to run for every request and be evaluated dynamically. However, this is actually not what is happening. So if we take a look at our logs here, we can see that our single blog component runs for every request. If we refresh, it's going to run as you can see here. I'm not sure why is this happening. I tried to debug it. However, I guess maybe since this is an experimental feature, maybe this is a bug, I'm not sure. However, it actually works for a second. So let me explain. So we have here test, the title for this blog post. And we also have it here as well. This one should be static, right? This one should be evaluated dynamically. So if we try to change this title in the database now, this one should remain test, and this one should be the new title. So if we try this, go here in our database, change this to maybe test 2 or so, save. When I refresh, you're going to notice that this is going to remain static for a moment, and then it's going to turn into the new title. So if we refresh, initially we get test. However, when this comments request resolves, it turns into test2, and as you can see here, the component for the page runs again, which I think should not happen, because this is the whole point. We should have this as a static part. But initially, every time we request, we're going to get the static shell here until this comments section resolves. So I am not sure why this is happening. However, I decided not to debug it any further, because since this is an experimental feature, it might be a bug. However, I'm going to keep you updated on this. But if we remember, we mentioned that the static shell is going to be generated containing our static stuff, and then there will be placeholders for dynamic stuff, right? If we actually inspected our source, we can actually see this. So let's view our source, and you can click on line wrap here in order to see it clearly. And let's search for, or actually we can see it here. We have our title here, test, and being test means that this is cached because our new title is test1, and we have our content and so on. And then in the comments, after the comments title, as you can see, we have a placeholder here. We have this template. This is the placeholder for our dynamic content. And then we have our loading stuff, the skeleton, and then we have our, somewhere here we should find our more posts as well, more posts, and then another template for the dynamic more posts section. So this is our static shell, and these are the parts that are replaced with the dynamic content. Why this gets the dynamic content later, I'm not sure actually, but if I discovered, I'm going to keep you updated. However, this is partial pre-rendering, and as I mentioned, it is currently experimental. You should not use it in production. However, just know that it exists and you can use it later in production when it is out. And of course, this static shell that is generated can be invalidated later using the invalidation functions, or invalidating based on time as well. In addition to pages and layouts, in Next.js we can also create route handlers. Route handlers allow us to create a custom request handler for a given route. So for example, we can create a get endpoint to return maybe some JSON instead of an HTML page. We can also create post, patch, delete endpoints to manipulate some data as well. So how can this be useful? As we know now, in our server components, so in any route that we have, maybe the blog route, we can directly query our data inside of the component itself. We don't have to create an endpoint. And as we are going to see later, we also have a way which is form actions, which can allow us to update data as well through forms without having to create any endpoints. However, endpoints can be useful for things like callbacks, webhooks. So for example, you might be doing some third-party authorization or authentication. And when the authentication is done, this third-party authentication provider will need to call some endpoint on your app in order to do something after the authentication is successful. So you can create an endpoint to handle this. For example, you can also be using something like Stripe, which sends a request to your app when a payment is successful, for example. Maybe you are using some sort of a CMS to create a blog, for example, similar to the blog that we have here. However, instead of having our data in a database, maybe you have our data in a CMS. And when we update a post in the CMS, maybe we need to revalidate our cache. So maybe this CMS provides a webhook that runs an endpoint on our app when a post is updated. So in this endpoint, we can maybe revalidate our cache. We're going to see an example of that actually. Also, maybe in some situations, we need to fetch data on the client. So maybe you have a database and we need to fetch some data from it on the client. On the server, as we have done here in the blog page, for example, we can directly query our database since this is a server component that runs on the server. However, if we need to get something from this database on the client, We cannot do that directly, of course, from the client, so we might need to create an endpoint to do that for us and call this endpoint from the client. And also similarly, maybe we need to call some third-party protected API with an API key. We should not call this API directly from the client, as this is going to expose our API key. So this is also something that we can do through an endpoint as well. So let's see how can we create endpoints or route handlers, and also have some examples. So to create an endpoint or a route handler, we put a folder in the app folder as well, similar to routes. However, the difference is we're not going to create a page.tsx, we're going to create a route.ts file. So let's say we need to have an endpoint that is going to return our posts from our database, and this endpoint should be /API/posts, for example. So we can just create a new file in a folder, a new file in a folder called API and another folder called posts, and then the file should be called routes.ts. In here, as we've mentioned, we can create get endpoints, we can create post, patch, delete, and so on. So let's say we need to create a get request, a get endpoint. We can just simply export a function called get. So let's make it async, and it should be called get, like so. And it's going to receive the request. The type of the request can be just a normal JavaScript request. So this JavaScript request is a normal JavaScript request object that you can find documented here. However, Next.js extends this object as well. We're going to see that in a moment. So let's get back here, and let's for now maybe just console log this request, see what we're going to have inside of here. And in an endpoint, we should return a response. So we can also return a normal JavaScript response that you can find documented here as well. However, we also have a custom Next.js response object that contains more additional stuff. We're going to see that in a moment, but for now, let's just use the normal response object. And to return some JSON, we can use response.json. And let's say, let's return maybe a random number. So I'm going to put some object with data and the math.random here. And we can also pass a status. Let's say this is a successful one, so 200, like so. Now, in order to try this, we can try it in the browser actually. However, I'm going to use Postman. I have Postman extension on VS Code, and I'm going to create a new request using Postman, like so. Create a new HTTP request. And in here, I'm currently on my development server, so I'm going to use localhost and then the port of 3000 and then /API/posts, like so. Now, if we try to send a request, what we are doing is we're returning this data and also doing the console log. So let's try to send. We get our data, we get our random number, and if we take a look at our logs, as you can see, we have here a request. It contains information about our URL, headers, and so on. And every time we send this request, we're going to get a new number. And this happens in development and also when we build our app, which means endpoints are not cached by default. If they were cached, we're going to get the same number every time, since the response will be cached at build time. However, this does not happen for route handlers. It only happens by default for pages. However, we can also add here export const dynamic and pass it force static in order to cache this endpoint. However, I'm not going to do that, but it is still possible to cache an endpoint as well. But now, as we've mentioned, this request extends the standard JavaScript request object. So instead of giving it a type of request, we can also give it a type of next request, which we can import from Next server. And now we are going to get some additional stuff that do not exist in the standard JavaScript request, which are cookies. So in here we get cookies, and we can get cookies from the request header, so we can set cookies and so on. Let's try maybe get all. This gets all the cookies in an array. And also, let's console log something else. We also get next URL, which contains information about our route. So let's take a look at this by saving and then running this again and opening our terminal. As you can see, for the cookies, we got an empty array. Why? Because I called my endpoint from Postman. If you call your endpoint from the browser, you're probably going to get some cookies here in this array. But then we get this next URL object, which just contains information about the URL, the search parameters, and so on. And this can be useful. We're actually going to use it in a moment. Also, we have a response that extends this response object, which is next response, that we can also import from next server. So this next response has some methods, additional methods. So the normal one, the JavaScript one, has maybe JSON, error, and redirect. However, in here we also have rewrite. So we have redirect, we have rewrite. We also have cookies, which allow us to set or maybe get cookies from the response headers. But to use it, we actually need to do something. Actually, let's have an example of that. Let's maybe remove these logs. And let's say we need, from the response, we need to set some cookies before returning our response. And instead of returning some JSON, maybe we need to do a redirect. So to do that, we need to store our response in some constant. And then do the thing that we need to do, which is, let's say, a redirect. And in order to redirect, we need to pass here a new URL object. And let's say we need to redirect to blog, so we can do we can have our path here. And then as a second argument to URL, we need to pass the URL that we get from the request, which is going to be the localhost URL. In our case, in development, of course. So request.url. And now after doing our redirect, we can now return this response. However, before returning this response, we can also do things like setting some cookies. So in this response object, we are going to get cookies where we have methods like set. And let's maybe set a test cookie, set it to maybe 1, 2, 3. Now, if we save this and try this in the browser, we should be redirected to the blog route, and also we should have cookies set in our browser. So let's give it a try here. Let's open our cookies, application, cookies, and let's go to our URL/API/posts. And as you can see, we have our cookie set here, and we are redirected to the blog page. Alright, so this was a quick overview to endpoints and what you can do with them. But let's now have some more realistic examples. So this endpoint that we've created is called API/posts. So we need to return the posts in our database from this endpoint. So let's maybe remove everything that we've done here. And remember, we already have a function in our DB data, this function that gets our posts. And we can also pass it a page to get a certain page. And we are paginating, we are doing 5 posts per page here. So we can use this function. So let's do a try catch, since we can have errors from our database. But for the catch, let's for now maybe just console log the message. And in here, what we need to do is we need to get our posts. So let's create a constant posts and await our function, which is fetch posts. And let's maybe for now get page 1. We can pass it, or we can just use the default, which is 1 here. Now by having that, we should have our posts. We can make sure by console logging this posts, and we can return the posts in a response. So let's use maybe next response and return this as JSON. So let's pass our posts here, and let's maybe pass a status of 200. We don't have to do this. I think this is the default. If you need to customize it, make it an error, for example, we will need to pass it. However, let's also pass it, it won't hurt. Now let's save this. And let's try to send this request here. And we should get an array of posts, as you can see here. We also get our status here, and everything is looking fine. But now let's try to have an error by maybe, let's go here in our fetch posts function. Let's maybe try to do something that is going to cause an error. Let's maybe make this a string instead of users.id, like so. Now we're going to get a 500 internal server error. However, we don't get any message because, of course, in here when we have an error, we're not handling this error. So in this error, as you can see here, we get it in our logs. However, let's maybe display some generic error because this is probably going to be a database error and we don't need to maybe display this to the user. Let's maybe display something generic instead. Of course, you can choose to do this differently. However, I'm just going to return a new response. So next response. And I'm going to also return a JSON. However, this time, let's pass a JSON of message. And let's say this message is maybe an unexpected error occurred or so. But now for the status, we need to pass some status. And for this one, this is a 500 server error. If this was an authentication error, for example, it would be 401. A validation error would be 400 and so on. So let's maybe remove this now that we are not using it. And now we should get, here. We should get an error message in here, as you can see, and we get our 500 status as well. Great. One thing that we can improve here is allowing pagination, allowing this request to be able to choose the page to load. So we can do that by passing a parameter, a URL parameter, and let's say page equals something, and then we need to get this in our endpoint and pass it to our fetch function. So if we send a request right now, we are still going to get the same page. Let's undo what we've done here that causes the error. We're going to get the same page every time. So maybe we can know that we got a different page by checking the title of the first post. Here we have test2 as the first post. If we try page 1, of course, we're not doing anything yet, so we're still going to get test2 here. But now, let's get this page parameter from our URL and pass it to fetch posts. Remember, in our next request, so let's create a constant called page. In our request, Next.js is going to add this next URL object in here, and in here we get access to our search parameters, and you can just get a search parameter called page. If that does not exist, maybe we can just fall back to 1 like so, and simply pass page to fetch posts. However, this is going to return a string, and we need this to be a number. We can just add a plus here, like so. Now if we save this, try our request again, page 1, we have our test2. However, page 2, we should have something else. Sometimes Postman does not reflect the result, and it is updated when I click on row here and then pretty again. I'm not sure, but anyways, we get our title. If we go to page 5, for example, we should not get any posts since we only have 4 pages, like so. Great, so this seems to be working, and I guess that's it for this endpoint. But one thing I would like to mention before leaving this, we are getting something from our URL, which is a search parameter. But what if we had some dynamic segment in our endpoint? So maybe we had posts/post ID, for example. How can we get that in our endpoint? We're going to get it in a second argument here. We're going to get our params, and we can access the ID from our parameters. Right, but let's now have another example. Let's say we are using some CMS for our blog page here. Instead of having data in our database, maybe we are pulling these posts from some CMS. And this CMS provides a webhook that can run when a post is updated. So when a post is updated, let's say, assume we are caching our routes. So we are caching this and we are caching this and so on. Let's say when a post is updated, we need to revalidate this cache. So in your CMS, you are probably going to have a webhook where you can give your CMS an endpoint on your server that is going to run when a post is updated, for example. So let's try to maybe explain this. So let's say you have here your CMS. In your CMS, you have your posts, and when you update your posts, you can pass this CMS a webhook, and this webhook can be a post request, for example, and you can give it an endpoint on your Next.js server. When a post is updated, this endpoint is going to be called on our server. So now this is our next server. This post request is going to be called, and it's going to contain in the body some information about the post that was updated, maybe ID and stuff like that. Now we can use this information in order to revalidate the cache for this ID. So in our endpoint, this is our endpoint, we can handle this post update by maybe calling revalidate route and then passing the route to the post that has this ID. So let's assume this is something that we need to do. Let's go back here and let's create a new endpoint. Let's maybe close this one. I'm going to keep Postman opened, and let's in our API folder, let's create a new one. So a new file in a folder, maybe let's make it webhooks /revalidate. So webhooks and then /revalidate, revalidate. And then inside of here, we need to create a route.ts folder, like so. Usually these webhooks are going to be post requests. So the service that you're using, in our case, let's say a CMS, is going to send a post request to your server. So we need to create a post request, and in the body for this request is going to contain some information as well. So let's say a post request. We're going to get our request. Let's give it a type of next request. And in here, let's get the information that is going to be sent in the request body. So we can do that by awaiting request.json, like so. And let's maybe try to console log this and give it a try. And let's return some response for now. So let's use next response. And maybe let's just return some JSON for now. Let's say success, set it to true. And now we can try this by going in here and let's say API /webhooks /revalidate, like so. Now if we send this, we should get, this is a post request. So we're getting an error, not sure why. Oh yeah, we forgot to send our data. So in our body, we need to send some data. Let's say some JSON data. And for this example, let's say we're going to send the ID of the post that was updated. So let's say, let's actually get let's get the ID for this one and pass it here, like so. Now we should get a response, which is success true, and we should get our log. So remember, we are logging the body of the request. So we should get here our ID. So as you can see, we get the ID of the post that was sent in our request body. So now we can use this information in order to do our revalidation. But let's say we need to check that we have this ID first, and if we don't, maybe we are going to return an error. So if we don't have data.id, maybe we need to return an error, and we can do so by returning next response. And then let's do a JSON. Let's also pass some error message, maybe no ID provided. And let's make it maybe 400 error. This should be here, like so. However, if we have the ID, we are just going to revalidate our path, and our path is going to be, in our case, /blog/the ID, which we get in data.id. But let's also revalidate, in addition to this page, we need to also revalidate the blog page itself, because it contains the title, the content. So if we updated any of that, we need to revalidate this page as well. So let's do that, revalidate path, and let's revalidate the blog path as well. And that's it. In order to try it, we need to build our app, because remember, caching happens in production. So we are going to need to build our app. But before doing that, let's mention something, which is protecting this endpoint somehow. So in whatever service you are using that provides the webhook, you are probably going to find instructions in order to verify that the request actually came from the service that you are using and not just some random call. So anybody that gets access to this endpoint can just call it and pass any data. However, you need to somehow verify it. And you're going to probably have instructions for that in whatever service that you are using. However, for us, let's say we're going to pass in our headers maybe some token, let's say X token, let's say 123. And what we need to do is we need to verify that the token that is passed here is the same token that is stored in our app, maybe as an environment variable. So in here, let's maybe add, let's call it anything, secret token, let's say 123. And now in our endpoint, we can, before doing anything, we can do this check. So we can go up here, access our headers, which we can do. Let's create a constant called token, which we can do by accessing request.headers.get, and let's get this X token header, and we can just check if this token is not equals to the token that we have in our environment variable. So I think we called it secret token. In that case, we are going to return an error. So let's actually copy that, return an error, let's say unauthorized, and let's give it a status of 401. So now if we try to, if we try to send this request, it should work. If we don't send this header, it should not work. We should get this message. If we send this header, we should get success. If we send this header with the wrong value, let's add the 4 here, we should also get the unauthorized message and the 401 status here. So of course, this is a simplified example. However, in real life, you are going to have the instructions to verify your webhook. But let's now verify that this is actually working by building our app and trying to change something in our posts, and then call this endpoint and make sure our cache is updated. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to run my build, npm run build. And after running the build, let's start our app in port 3001. So after this is done, let's start in our port 3001. And let's try to visit it in here. Let's go to blog. And as you can see, I'm already having a cached page here. I have an old title for this post. However, if we visit the page itself, we are going to get the actual title. But let's, for testing, let's say we can go here in our database, change test2 to maybe test3, and save. And now, if we refresh this is not going to be updated here, of course, because this is cached. And here, remember we had this problem where we are using partial prefetching, where we're going to get a cached version initially, and then it's going to be updated. But when we invalidate our cache, we should get initially the updated version as well. So let's give it a try. Let's call revalidate, however, now using the port 3001. Send. We should get, let's add 123 here. Send, we should get success true. Now if we refresh this page, we get our updated title. In this page, we get our updated title as well, initially in the cached version and also when the page is updated. So when I refresh, we get the updated version as well. So great, this seems to be working. And these were just a couple of examples to using endpoints. They can also be useful, as we've mentioned, for third-party authentication, for maybe using something like Stripe, and also forwarding requests to a protected endpoint with an API key. But that's it for endpoint for now. Let's now move to something else. In our blog route, let's say we would like to do pagination. So initially in here we are loading the first 5 posts. But let's say similar to what we've done in the endpoint, we need to be able to pass in here a search parameter, page for example, and pass it some number for the page that we would like to load. This can be done simply by going in here in the route, which is in marketing, blog, and then page to CSX. In here we can simply get our search parameters from our URL, so search params, and then we can add the type for it, which is going to be like so, a promise that resolves to an object with a key of string and a value of string or an array of strings or undefined. Alright, and now we can simply get the page parameter. So let's say constant page, and let's await the search params promise, and then get the page and fold back to 1, and then pass page to fetch posts in here like so, parse it to a number, and this should be it. Now if we refresh here, let's actually run the dev server because I have my build server running here. So let's go to port 3001 3000, and now we should get page 2, and if we go to page 1 we should have the test post. Page 5 for example should not have any posts, and we can simply add some buttons here, maybe next and previous or maybe page numbers, to go to these routes /blog and then pass the number of the page like so in the search parameter. However, let's say we need to not do it this way. This is great by the way because it is going to work without JavaScript. However, let's say we don't care about our pagination not working without JavaScript, and what we need to do is we need to just have the /blog route, and we need to have a load more button here to infinitely load our posts. In this case, we are going to need to somehow combine server components and client components in order to fetch our posts. So initially, we are fetching our posts. Remember, by default, pages are server components. So we are fetching our posts directly by querying our database here and calling fetch posts. And by fetching our data on the server in a server component like so, we're also going to get caching, which can be great in some situations. For our blog, for example, I think caching might be a good option to enable. However, if we need to do a load more button here, we're going to do it in a client component. Why? Because we're going to have interactivity. So we need to have a button that we are going to click on. And when we click on it, we need to send some requests to fetch more posts and so on. So this is something that cannot be done in a server component. So let's take a look here at when to use a server component and when to use a client component. If we ever needed to use a React state or an event handler on a button, for example, like on click, on change, on an input, stuff like that, then this can be done only on a client component. If we need to use things like use effect, if we need to use a browser only API like local storage, navigator, and so on, or if we also need to use some custom hook. So remember, when we created this, let's go back here. When we created this login route, we needed to add this go back button. And to do that, we did that in a client component. So inside of auth, the login, we had, not in here, the route that we were intercepting here in marketing at auth login, we created this back button component, which was a client component, since we needed to use a hook like use router here. So these are situations where we are going to need to use a client component. For server components, however, we use them when we need to fetch data from a database like what we are doing, or from an API, especially if that API is protected and it has an API key. We need to do that on a server component. So as mentioned here, if we need to use API keys, tokens, any secrets, we need to do that on a server component so that they won't be exposed on the client. Also, using server components reduces the amount of JavaScript sent to the browser, and it also improves the FCP. Since we are rendering some content on the server, we're going to see something initially when we load our page. Unlike if we load data on a client, we're going to see some loading state initially before seeing something. However, in here it is mentioned that we should fetch data on a server component, which is what you should do whenever you can. However, sometimes we might need to fetch data in a client component as well. So in our case, for example, if we need to implement a load more button here, this load more button should be a client component because we are going to have interactivity, on click, and so on. However, we need to fetch data as well. We need to fetch the next page. So we need to fetch the data from the client. However, we are going to query our database on the server, of course, because we cannot query a database on the client. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that using the endpoint that we created. We're going to call the endpoint that we created, which is API/posts, in order to get the next page. But let's say in our situation, initially, when we visit the blog route, we need to still load the initial posts on the server in the server component, like we are doing now. However, when we add this load more button, only in this case we are going to fetch the data from the client. So how can we do something like that? Let's remove what we've done, the pagination that we've done using search parameters. And let's now add this load more button. Let me remove this. Next. So first of all, in order to add our load more button, we are going to need to, of course, have a client component where we are going to store our posts in a state. And then when we load more posts, we're going to update the state and so on. So this URL that contains our post, I'm going to cut it from here and I'm going to put it in a client component. However, this does not mean that I'm not going to fetch the initial posts or page one of posts in the server component. I'm still going to keep this, but for subsequent requests for other pages, we're going to load that on the client. So let's see how we can do that. So in here, I'm going to create a new client component. I'm going to put it in the blog route. You can put it maybe in a components folder shared somewhere. However, I'm just going to put it here, posts.tsx. And I'm going to make it a client component by adding use client here. And then let's create a new React functional component. And let's call it posts. And I'm going to paste what I have copied and just import this link from next link. And then we are going to have posts undefined. We're going to deal with that in a moment. But just one thing I would like to mention, when you mark a component as a client component, and then let's say you are importing other component here, so maybe importing button, for example, from some folder in your application. In this case, you won't have to mark this button as a client component. Since this is a client component, anything that it imports is going to be marked as client components as well. However, we will not need to import anything else. I just needed to mention this. So for now, posts, we're going to have a load more button, right? And when we load more posts, we need to append to the existing posts. So we're going to definitely need some state here. And since this is a client component, we can use state normally. So posts and set posts. And use state, and then we are going to set it to something. This something, however, is not going to be an empty array. Why? Because we are already on the server, we are loading the first page. So what we can do is we can pass data from a server component. So remember, blog here is a server component. We can pass data from a server component to a client component. So we're going to pass the initial posts to this client component. So let's define it here, initial posts. And for the type, initial posts, remember the type is going to be whatever the type returned by fetch posts, right? So fetch posts is a promise that returns this. So what we can do is we can get the type that is returned by fetch posts using return type, and then passing here as a generic type of, and then passing the function which is fetch posts. This, however, is going to be a promise that resolves to an array of posts, but we need the array of posts itself, not the promise. So we can use awaited here, like so, and wrap everything with it. Now initial posts is going to be an array of posts, which is what we need, which is what we are going to pass here, right? So initial posts, and then initialize our posts state with initial posts, and then pass our initial this is posts, by the way. And then let's pass our initial posts to this component when we use it. So in here, let's now use our posts component, which we can import, and pass it initial posts, and pass the posts that we load on the server initially. So we can normally pass data from a server component to a client component. Now if we refresh here, it is still working. Even though we have moved our posts into a client component, we are still loading data on the server component, and we are still going to get something coming from the server initially. We won't have any loading state or any of that if we inspect or view the source. Our list of posts is already coming from the server initially, right? But now what we can do, since we have a client component, we can do some interactivity. We are storing our posts in a state. We can append some more posts to the state, and so on. So let's now in our, let's remove this, by the way. Let's now in our client component add the load more button and do our client stuff. So maybe this in here, let's wrap this let's wrap it in a div, like so, and close it here so that we can add our button after our UL. So I'm going to add a div with a class of margin top 4, and let's also add text center so that we can center our button. And I'm just going to add my button in here. Let's say load more, and I'm just going to put some classes here for styling, like so. So now we have this load more button. We are going to, however, need some information in here. So when we load our last page, we need to hide this button. So in order to know how many pages do we have, we need to have access to the total number of posts here. Remember, we are also loading this on the server. We are calling get posts count, and we are having our count here. So we can just pass this as a prop as well. So total posts. And just pass this count, and let's define this prop here. So total posts, and this is simply going to be of type number, like so. We also need to keep track of the current page. So initially we are loading only page 1. When we click load more, we need to set current page to 2. If we click again, set it to 3, and so on. So I'm going to do that in a state. Let's say current page, and set current page. And then I'm going to use a state and initialize it to 1. And while we are here, let's also do a state for loading. So is loading, and set is loading, and set it initially to false as well. And now, given the information that we have the, remember, we have the post per page in this data file, which we specify to be 5. However, this file is a server only file. So if we export this, we cannot import it in a client component. So I'm going to ignore this for now, but maybe you can move this to somewhere that you can import on the client and on the server instead of having to duplicate stuff. But for now, I'm just going to hard code the number 5 here. But of course, it will be better to share this in some common file and import it in both places. So what do we need to do? We need to get the total number of pages. So total pages. And this is going to be the total number of posts which we got in the prop, and divide that by the posts per page, and then seal that number. So math.seal. This is going to be the number of pages. So now we can use this total pages number to hide the load more button, if we loaded the last page. So if our current page, remember we are keeping track of our current page. If our current page is less than the total pages, we're going to display this. Otherwise, we're going to hide it. Right? Now, when we click on this button, we need to do something. So on click, let's pass a function load more posts. And let's define this function somewhere here. Const load more posts. We can also use callback in order to avoid recreating this function. And for now, let's pass it an empty array of dependencies. So what do we need to do here? We need to load the next page. But of course, as we've mentioned, we cannot query our database in a client component. We cannot call fetch posts similar to what we're doing in the server component. But what we can do is we can use the endpoint that we created here, which, here inside of API posts, which is going to fetch our posts, however, through an endpoint on our server. So let's use that. So in here, first of all, let's set isLoading to true. And let's do a try catch block. And for the error, I'm going to maybe just console log it. In a real project, you might need to display this in a toast or something. I'm just going to console log it for now. And after we are done, let's also set isLoading to false again. And now in here, let's send our request. So I'm going to create a new constant. Let's maybe call it new posts response. And let's await and let's fetch. And let's, in a template, do API/posts. And then let's pass the page here as a URL parameter. And the page is going to be our current page +1. And then after sending this, let's make this function async. After sending this request, we need to parse it to JSON. So let's say new posts is equals to await our new posts response.json. And maybe let's console log our response for now. Console log response, console log new posts. But after loading the next page, we need to remember update the current page. So current page, let's increment it. So previous +1, like so. Let's maybe give this a try. But now remember, since we are depending on current page here, we need to add this as a dependency to use callback. Now let's go here. Let's inspect. Let's view our network. Now when we click on load more, we should load page 2. So as you can see here, we have a request sent to load page 2, and we have our posts. If we click again, remember we have incremented our current page, so we should, I was filtering here by time. But as you can see, I clicked a couple of times, so a request was sent to fetch page 3 and then page 4, And then when we are done loading all of our pages, the button was hidden since we have the condition in here that we have added to check for if we have more pages or not. So now all we need to do is let's remove this and let's append the new posts to our existing posts. This is why I stored posts in a state so that we can manipulate this value. So let's get the current posts and let's append the new posts like so. By doing so, if we refresh, load more, we should get more buttons, more posts until the last page, which is page 4. We can also do something, which is we're getting an error here because we are referencing posts here. We should add it to our dependency array. However, we can do this in a different way, by the way. We can get our previous posts. We can pass a function here instead of the array directly, and then return the array, which is going to be our previous posts. and then append to it our new posts, like so. This should work as well, and we're not going to get this warning that we need to add posts as a dependency. But anyways, what we can do also is in our button, we are keeping track of our loading state. So we can disable the button while we are loading. You can also display a spinner. I'm just going to disable my button. So that's it. Of course, in some situations, when you call an endpoint from the client, maybe you need to add some protection to this endpoint. So in here in API posts, we might need, before fetching our posts, to maybe check that the user is logged in before fetching the posts. If we are not doing something public like a blog post, we are maybe going to add a section for authentication later. However, for now, that's it. Let's quickly summarize. What we have done here is when we visit the blog route, we have a server component, blog, where we are going to load our initial posts. So the first page. But then we pass this to a client component and display our initial posts in this client component, but also store the posts in a state. This way we are going to get something initially. We're not going to have any spinners or anything like that. Our page is going to be fast, and also it is rendered on the server, so we get SEO stuff as well. But then, since we are having this client component, when our page is loaded, our JavaScript is going to be loaded, and this page is going to be, or this component, this client component is going to be hydrated. And then we're going to have the interactivity in the load more button, where we are just fetching new pages from our endpoint, appending these pages to our posts, and keeping track of the current page in order to show or hide this button. And this, I think, was a good example to using server components and client components together to fetch some data. So we've seen different ways to fetch data in our components. We've seen how to fetch data from a database or using the fetch function. We've also seen how to fetch data on the client and on the server. However, what if we would like to manipulate data, create data, update data, delete data, and so on? Maybe the first thing that will come to your mind is maybe we can create some endpoints. So in our API folder, for example, we can create an endpoint. And in our endpoint, we can create a post endpoint to maybe update something in our database and then call this endpoint from our components. However, in Next.js or in React in general, we have something called server functions. Server functions are asynchronous functions that can only run on the server. However, we can call them from the client as well through a network request. So we can define a function somehow, we are going to see that in a moment, and then call this function, maybe from a client component, from a form, on button click, stuff like that, without having to create any endpoints. And this function, we're going to mark it somehow so that it only runs on the server. It is never going to be bundled in the client, and therefore we can do stuff like querying a database using secrets and so on, since it is only going to run on the server. So let's see how we can create server functions. Let's say we need to edit a post. We need to have a route to edit a post. And let's say this route is going to be, our blog route is blog/id. So let's say the edit one is going to be blog/id/edit. So we need in our marketing blog ID, inside of ID, we need to create a new folder, edit. And in here, we can simply create a new file, page.tsx. Now in this file, let's create a new route. Let's maybe create a function, React function component. Let's maybe give it a name, edit blog post. We don't need that. Also, let's in here return a form. So maybe inside of this div, let's add a form, and let's maybe add a submit button. So button, let's say submit, and in here, let's add a type of submit. Now by having this form, we can create a server function and then pass it as an action to this form. And when we submit this form, this server function is going to execute on the server. So how can we create a server function? We can actually create it inside of a component. So maybe in here, just create a function. It has to be an async function. And let's maybe call it edit post. Let's say this function is going to be responsible for editing a post. To mark this function as a server function, we add a string here of useServer. By having this is going to mean that this function is only going to be executed on the server. It is never going to be bundled in the client bundle. And therefore, as we've mentioned, we can use secrets, we can do database querying and so on. However, for now, let's say let's do a console log, let's say I ran or so that we can make sure it runs. And now by having this function, we can either execute server functions, of course, directly in the server, in a server component, or from a client component as well, as we're going to see later. We can pass the function as an action to a form, like so. And now when we submit this form, this function should execute. So let's try by opening our terminal, and maybe let's clear. And let's go to the route, which is /edit, like so. And I have my submit button here, and when I click on it, we get I ran here. And the function, as we've mentioned, is a server function. It executes on the server, so we should see this in the server logs in the terminal here. Also, if we take a look at the source in the browser and inspect our form here, as we are going to see, we get a form, and in here we have a hidden input that we did not put ourselves here. And it contains a reference to the action. So we have a name here, action ID, and then an ID, so that when we submit this form, Next.js is going to know which function to execute on the server. But now, instead of defining server functions inside of components like so, this is possible. However, maybe it would be a better idea to maybe define server functions in a separate file. So what we can do is we can go anywhere in our folder. Of course, this folder structure is up to your preference, but I'm maybe going to put it in source. Let's in source create a new folder. Maybe let's call it functions or so. You can call it server functions. Inside of functions, I'm going to create a new file. Let's call it post.ts. And let's say in here, we're going to put any server functions related to posts. So editing posts, adding posts, and so on. Now what we can do is we can just copy this from here. Let's cut it from here, and let's put it here, and just export it. And now we can import it. So let's import edit post from our functions, and everything should work exactly the same. What we can also do is we can, instead of having to tag every function with this useServer string, we can remove this from here and just put it at the top of the file. And this means that any function that we are going to define here is going to be a server function, and it's not going to be bundled in the client bundle. And now if we try again, this should also still work. Great, so this was a quick overview to server functions. And now that we know what server functions are, let's actually try to create a function that edits a post. So what we're going to need to do is, in this form, we're going to need to create a form and populate it with our post data. So we need to create inputs here, populate these inputs with the existing data, existing post title and existing post content, so that we can edit these inputs and then submit the form. When we submit the form, this function is going to run. And what we need to do here is we need to do a lot of stuff. So I'm going to put some comments here for the steps that we need to perform. First of all, we need to get the data from the form that we submitted. When we put our inputs here, we need to validate the data. We need to run a query after validating the data and making sure the data is all right. We need to run a query to update the post, of course using Drizzle. And then when we update a post, we need to, since our page is going to be cached, our blog page and our blog/id page, we need to revalidate the cache so that we get the latest data. And then maybe redirect back to the post route. So we're going to be in post, in blog/id/edit, maybe we can redirect back to blog/id. We are also going to need to handle errors, show a loading state or a pending state. And later we might also need to check for authentication and authorization. So maybe or not maybe actually, of course, only logged in users will be able to edit posts, and maybe not just any logged in user, only admins, for example, or editors can edit a post. So we need to check for that in this function as well. But currently we don't have any authentication or authorization, so let's maybe focus on these steps. So first of all, let's create our form here, and I'm going to do that quickly. I'm going to paste my markup because it is very straightforward. And let's go through it quickly. So I'm going to put some markup here for just some inputs. So if we save this, we're going to get this form. So what I have here is still we have the form with our action that points to the edit post function that we have here. And then I just have some labels and inputs for our fields. Maybe something that is important here is this name. This name is important because we're going to use this when we extract our data in our server function. And I'm also making this required, just having some placeholder and some classes for styling as well. And then I have a text area for our content. And also we have a name, required, placeholder, class names, and so on. And then our submit button, I just added some class names for styling. So this would be enough if we are having a form to create a post. But currently we are editing a post. So we have an ID for a post here in our URL. So what we need to do is we need to populate the initial value for these fields with the current title and current content for this post. So remember, edit blog posts is a server component. So in this component, we can query our database. So what we need to do is we need to grab the ID from the URL. Remember, this is going to exist as a prop, params, and we can give params a type. We've done that before. This is going to be a promise that resolves to our props. In our case, we only have one prop ID with a type of string. Right? And now let's maybe remove this comment for now. And now we can grab our ID by awaiting our params promise. And now that we have our ID, first of all, let's make this async. We can just get the post by ID using our function, the same function that we've used in the blog post routes. So post, and let's await get post by ID, and let's just pass it the ID. So now that we have the post, we can just populate our inputs here by adding somewhere here initial value, or default value. And in here we need to put post.title. In here we need to put post.content. And now if we save this, we should get our stuff. So now this is done. Let's maybe get this comment back and add a check mark here. Now this step is done. Now let's go back here, and when we now submit this form, we have our inputs. We're going to get our inputs in as a first argument here. So let's do the first step, extracting data from the form. In here, we're going to get our form data for the form that we submitted. This gets the type of form data. And we can simply get the value of the fields by this name that we gave here. So we have a name of title and we have a name of content. So let's get our title, and this is by calling form data.get and then passing the name title. And let's do another one for content. So form data.get content. However, we also need the ID of the post that we are editing, right? So how can we pass it? How can we pass the ID to this edit post function? This can be done in multiple ways. One way is to maybe put a hidden input here inside of the form, a hidden input, and put our ID inside of it. And we can just simply grab the value using form data, similar to what we've done here. However, this input is going to be part of the rendered HTML and it will not be encoded. And therefore, if this value is a sensitive value, maybe this way is not recommended. Another way to do it is to use bind. Maybe for the blog ID, maybe it is not sensitive, we can do it with a hidden input, but also let's do it with this other way, which is using bind. How? When we create edit post, we can use bind to add a first argument to edit post and then pass the ID. So in here, we can create a new function. Let's call it edit post with ID, for example. And we're going to call edit post, which is our server function, and then bind. And then for the first argument, this is going to be the this value, but we don't care about that, so it's pass null. And then we can bind, or we can add some arguments in the in this new function. And what we need to do is we need to add the ID as a first argument to this function. We're getting an error for now, but we're going to fix it. Now we're going to get this and pass it here instead, right? But now since we are having a first argument here bound to this new function, so in our function, we're not going to get form data as a first argument. However, we're going to get our ID as a first argument, and it's going to have a type of string. So now we don't get any errors, and this should work. We have a new function which has the ID bound to it. By doing it this way, this ID is going to be encoded. So this can be perfect if you need to pass some sensitive data, and then we're going to get it here. So let's actually maybe console log everything, make sure it is working. Let's do the ID, title, and content. And let's try to submit our form. So submit. And as you can see, we get the ID here, we get the title, and we get the content. So now we have everything we need in order to continue with the rest of the function. So let's say this is done. Next, we need to validate our fields. So we need to make sure that the values that we got here are valid. And I'm going to use a library called Zod for this. Of course, you might already know Zod. It is a library that makes doing validation a lot easier by defining a schema and then comparing our data against that schema. So let's install Zod, npm install Zod. And now in here, we can define a Zod schema. Let's maybe do it here. You can do it maybe in a separate file, but I'm just going to make it, to put it here. Let's create a new schema. So let's say maybe edit post schema. And let's import Z from Zod, or import Zod as Z. And then let's create a schema by calling the object here. So we need to have an object that contains our stuff, our title. And for our title, we can specify some information about what our title should be. So Z.string, it should be a string. And we can do things like, we can make it optional, for example. However, in our case, we need to make it required. So we don't put anything here. We can maybe force it to have a minimum value. So we can pass min of 5 here. And we can pass max, let's say maybe 200 for the title. These are just some arbitrary values here. And for our content, let's maybe make something similar. String, and maybe a minimum of, let's say, 10. Of course, as you can imagine, we have a lot of other stuff. In addition to string, we can have email, stuff like that you can use in order to validate your fields. However, we have a simple form here with a couple of strings. And now by having this schema, we can use it in order to compare our data against it. So let's maybe remove this console log, and let's here put our validation stuff. So let's say const, and we're going to call a function that is going to return our validated data, which means if our data is valid, it is just going to return the same data again. So let's maybe call this validated data, and then call edit post schema dot parse. And then in here, we can pass our values, title and content. This function is going to throw an error if title or content or both do not match this schema here. If they match, it is going to return title and content in this constant here. So maybe we can just console log this, and let's give it a try. So if here, let's go back here, and let's try to submit. And since we don't have any problems with our form, we get this object with our title and content. Let's say maybe we have only 2 characters or one character in our title. An error is going to be thrown. Of course, we need to handle this error somehow, but for now, let's leave it this way. We're going to handle errors later. So we have our validation here. Let's say now this is done. We are going to need to maybe do some modifications later. Now let's remove this comment and carry on. Next, we need to run a database query in order to update our post. Now that we have our data validated, so let's create a new constant here. Let's call it updated post. This is going to be returned by our database if we successfully updated our post. And let's call await, and then let's import db from Drizzle, and then we can update something by calling update, pass the table, which is posts. And then we need to call set, and then set the values that we need to update. In our case, let's put whatever we have in validated data. So we can of course put title here and then pass validated data.title. However, let's maybe just spread validated data like so. And then remember, in our posts, we have an updated add timestamp here. So when we update a post, maybe we need to update the updated add value as well. And let's set it to the current date. This can be done in different ways as well. However, let's maybe do it this way for now. And of course, we need to update the post where the ID. So let's import equals from Drizzle. And where the ID of the post, the posts.id is equals to the ID that we get here in the function. Finally, we need to return the updated post, so we can call returning like so. Let's maybe save and let's console log this as well so that we can see it. And if we go here, clear, maybe let's update this to test4, submit. And as you can see, we get from our database an array with one post. Why it is an array? Because we can update multiple posts. So we get an array. However, of course, in our case, we are only updating one post. And we get our new title. We get our new content. We also get our new timestamps and so on. If we go to our database and let's refresh. From here, we can refresh. We should find that this is now test4, which means our function is working fine. Now, if we go to our blog page, this is updated to test4 and here as well. However, this happens in development, but in production, these are not going to be updated because they are going to be cached. So we need to revalidate our cache when we update the post. So in here, maybe let's mark this as done as well. Now in here, we need to revalidate our cache. Let's do it for the blog route, which contains the list of our posts, and also for this specific post that you are updating. So let's do revalidate path. Pass it our blog route. Oh, sorry. Like so. And also let's do, let's do another one, revalidate path. This time pass it /blog/the ID, like so. So that when we try this in production, when we build our app, our cache is going to be updated. So now this should be done. Next, we need to redirect, which is also pretty simple. We need to redirect back to the blog/id. So we can call redirect that we can import from next navigation, this one. And we can actually just copy this, put it here, and this should be done as well. So now if we try this, by the way, when we updated our title to test4, this did not reflect here because the form is going to be reset by default. However, we don't need to care about that since we are going to redirect anyways. Maybe you can keep that for now. So let's maybe do test5 and save. And we are redirected and everything is working fine. Let's maybe in this page. So inside of blog, inside of app, of course, marketing blog ID, and then page.tsx inside of ID. Maybe let's add an edit post button. I'm going to put it anywhere here. Of course, you can do better styling for this page. However, for now, I'm just going to put this. So what did I put here? Just a link that takes us to blog/id/edit. And then I added a comment here that when we have authentication and authorization in our app, we should check that the currently logged in user can edit the post before displaying it. But for now, let's just put it. So now we have this edit post button. It is going to take us to this edit post route. So this is great so far. In our steps, we have this step of showing a pending state. Let's maybe start with this and do the handling the errors later. And also let's move this one at the very top. Why? Because this should be the very first thing that we should do, checking for authentication and authorization before doing anything. But now let's say our action is a little bit slow. So maybe you have a connection problem. This takes a little bit of time. We can simulate that by adding an awaiting a new promise. And then let's do our timeout. So resolve, and then in here, set timeout. And let's maybe say this is going to resolve after a couple of seconds. So now when we submit our form, let's do test 6. It is going to take some time in order to submit. And currently we don't have any loading state. We don't have anything that indicates that this form is currently being submitted. There are a couple of ways to know if our form is currently being submitted. And both ways involve using some hooks that can only be used in a client component. So the first one is using the useFormStatus hook. So what we can do is we can go here, copy our button, put it in a separate component, which is going to be a client component. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to comment it. I'm not going to remove it because I'm going to get it back later. And now we can go put this button in a client component. This is a component that can be reused in multiple places. So instead of putting it in the route, maybe let's put it in the source folder in a folder called components. So let's create a new folder, components, and then let's create submit button.tsx. You can put it anywhere, but in here I'm going to create a client component. So use client and a React component. In here I'm just going to paste what I have copied. And now by having this, we can just import this in our edit route again. So let's do submit button like so. And things should still work the same. So we can still update our post. We should be redirected when this is done. However, now since we have this in a client component, we can do something here, which is using the useFormStatus hook, which is going to tell us if our form is pending. So in here, we can create a constant, and we're going to need to destructure something from this hook, which is useFormStatus. This is imported from React DOM, and it is going to contain pending, which is going to be true if our form is being submitted. So now we can, for example, maybe disable our button while submitting. Maybe I'm going to add a couple of clauses here. I'm going to decrease the opacity if our button is disabled and also make the cursor not allowed so that we can see something. So now if you try to submit, let's maybe make this 7. Submit, as you can see, our button is disabled and then our submission is going to happen. So this is one way to do it. Another thing that we can do is we can move our entire form into a client component. So let's maybe go back to our form, and I'm going to remove this submit button and get back our old button. In the form action or the server function, which is in here, what we can do is we can return some state from our action. So we can do something like maybe return, and then maybe return a message, let's say success. Now if we submit, let's go to our route, and if we inspect here, open maybe, let's open our network, and if we submit this now, in our response, we're going to get whatever state we have returned somewhere here. So we get message success. Returning stuff from our action like so is going to allow us to do things like maybe returning the success message and displaying it in the form, or maybe return validation errors and displaying validation errors after our fields, for example, returning errors and so on. And we can access the state that we return here using a hook that can only be used in a client component as well. So we need to move our entire form to a client component so that we can access whatever we return from here and display some information in our form. So how is this related to displaying a pending state? Using this hook, in addition to accessing our state that we return from here, we're going to be able to access the pending state. So we're going to, using this hook, be able to do two things. We're going to be able to handle errors, and we're also going to be able to show our pending state. So let's do it. What we need to do first is move our function or our form into a client component. So in here, I'm going to do this maybe inside of the edit route itself, create the client component. So in here, I'm going to create a component edit post form.tsx. This is going to be a client component, so use client. And now what we need to do is let's create a function and let's move our form here. So in our route, let's copy our entire form like so, remove it from here, and let's put it here. So in a client component, we cannot create server functions. So we cannot create a function here and maybe add use server like so. However, what we can do is we can import server functions that are defined in a different file. So we are already doing that. We are defining our server functions here. Or we can also pass server functions as props. So we can pass a server function from a server component to a client component. However, since we are defining our server functions in a separate component, what we actually need to do is we need to copy this. So let's copy this, remove it from here, put it here, and just import edit post here. So we can import server functions in a client component. However, now we need access to our ID. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to use this server, this client component edit post form, and we're going to posit our entire post. So remember, we get our post here from our database. So let's just pass it here. And now we can just define it in our props. So post. The type for it is going to be whatever returned by get posts by ID. So we can do weighted and then return type. And then in here we can pass type of and then get post by ID. Like so. Now in here we can pass our ID, which is going to be in post.id like so. And then we can pass this as an action to our form. So the only difference that we've done here is just moving the form in a client component. This is going to allow us to use another hook, which is called useActionState. useActionState is going to allow us to do two things. As we've mentioned, it is going to allow us to access the state that we can return here in our action or in our server function. And it is also going to allow us to access our pending state. So let's first specify what exactly are we going to return from our edit post action as a state. So I'm going to define a type. Maybe I'm going to do it here. You can do these things in different files. I'm just going to keep it simple for now. I'm going to define a type for the state that we can return from our edit post action. So I'm going to call it maybe edit post form state or so. What we can return is we can return a message. This can be an error message, for example, if we had any errors. So it can be a string or it can be null. Or we can also return validation errors for fields that we have in our form. So let's say we can have a key of errors. All of these are optional, of course. In here, we're going to have errors for title. So we can have errors for our title, which is going to be another object with a key of errors. And this can be an array of strings. Why this shape exactly? Because this is what is going to be returned by Zod. As we're going to see, we can have errors for specific fields returned, and they are going to be an array of strings in an object with a key of errors. Why an array of strings? Because for one field, we can have multiple errors. And we can do the same for content as well. So this is what we are going to be able to return in our action if we have any errors in our edit post action. And now let's go back to our client component, which is edit post form. And let's see how can we use the useState action. So the useState action, let's define a constant and let's destructure stuff from an array, because useActionState is going to return an array. So this hook, we posted our action. So our action is edit post with ID. And also we posted some initial state. So remember, our state is going to look like so. So we can define some initial state, give it this type. So let's go here. Let's maybe define some initial state. Give it the type that we define, that we specified here, edit post state. And initially we're not going to have any messages. So let's set message to null, and also errors. Let's set it to null as well. Or actually this should be undefined. So initially we're not going to have any errors, and we need to pass this initial state to useActionState. This action or this hook is going to return a few things. It is going to return the state. So when we submit our action, we can return some state. This is going to be returned so that we can display something in our form. It is going to return a new action. Let's call it form action. And this new action should be passed here to the form like so, instead of the one that we already passed to useActionState. And finally, it is going to return our pending state. By doing this, I'm passing a new action here. Now in our action, this edit post action is going to have a different signature. So we're going to get our ID as the first argument. However, as a second argument, we're going to get our previous state. So previous state, and this can get edit type of our state, which is edit post form state. But then we're going to get our form data as the second argument or the third argument. And this function should return a promise that is going to resolve to our state. So in here, we can put our edit post form state. So in this function, we should return this state. By adding these types, as you see now, we don't get any TypeScript errors in here. So now, I know you might be confused. However, we're going to try things now, and I think it's going to become more clear. So now we have this pending state that we can use in our button. So let's say, let's disable our button. And let's also put the classes here to decrease the opacity and do the cursor not allowed. And now we can give it a try. What I'm going to do is maybe somewhere here in our form, I'm going to display, so let's do json.stringify, and I'm going to display the state that we get here, right? So like so. And in our function, I'm also going to console log this previous state that we get, so that we can just be aware what exactly these things mean. And then let's say in our action, of course, this is not what we're going to actually do, but let's say for now we are returning a state for the message, for example, let's say success or so. Now, initially, as you can see, our message is null. Let's open our terminal here. What is going to happen when we submit our form? Now we have in our form action, or in our server function, our previous state, which is going to be this message of null. When we submit, we return a new state, which is message of success. So this is what we should get here in our new state that we get from useActionState. Right, so let's give it a try. Let's submit. As you can see, we get our new state, message success. When we submit the function, we get our previous state, which is message null. So now we are displaying our pending state, similar to what we've done using the useFormStatus hook. But in addition to that, we also get this state that we can use in order to display errors in our form. So let's quickly summarize what we've done before displaying errors. So we have moved our form into a client component. Why? In order to be able to use this useActionState hook. This hook, we passed our action as a first argument, and we passed some initial state. Our initial state is just going to be null for message and undefined for error, since of course we're not going to have any messages or errors initially. This hook is going to return a new action that we should pass to our form instead of our original action, which is this one. In addition to that, it is also going to return the pending state that we can use in our button, for example, or anywhere to display some loading state. And it is also going to return the state that we are going to return when we submit our action, or when we run our server function here, edit post. So for example, as an example, I am returning message here. So we get this in our state here. And now we can use this to return errors or messages and display them somewhere in our form. So let's do that now. So now in our action, in our server function, edit post, let's remove this console log and this dummy return here. And let's say if we had any errors when we run our database query, let's return some message. So we can do a try catch here. Let's maybe also remove this console log. Let's do a try catch. And I'm not going to display the actual error that we're going to get from our database. Let's maybe log it. And maybe in real life, you can report this if you are using something like Sentry. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a message, right? So return as a state, a message. And I'm just going to return a generic message. Let's say an error has occurred. Also, we might need to check that we get an updated post here. So remember, this is going to return an array of posts that were updated. So if something went wrong, maybe we're not going to get anything here. So if we don't get anything in array of 0, let's maybe display another error. Let's copy this. Let's say maybe post not found or so. This should not happen, but just in case. So now that we are returning these messages, we need to display them, of course, in a much better way than just logging the object here. So let's go back to our form. Let's remove this JSON stringify thing. And let's instead add a div. And in this div, we can add for accessibility aria live. So aria live, like so. And set it to polite. This is going to make whatever text we're going to put here inside of this div be announced by screen readers. And by adding polite here, this means that it is going to wait for any messages being announced, and then it is going to be announced. Anyways, we can also we should also add aria atomic here, set it to true as well. And now in here, inside of this div, we can check for our messages, and whenever the message in here changes, this is going to be announced. So we can check if in our state we have message. Let's display something else. So let's maybe put a div here. Sorry, let's add a div. Why a div? So that we can just add some styling in addition to the text. So the text is going to be the message. So state.message. And for styling, I'm just going to put some classes here, like so. Just adding a red background. Since in our current implementation, messages are only going to be error messages. You might have success messages, so maybe you need to adjust this. But now that we have this, let's refresh because we have an old message here. And let's try to submit. Let's try to have some error in our database. By maybe instead of date here, let's make this a string. Now let's try to update something. Submit. And as you can see, we get our error message. So this seems to be working. Let's get this back to date. Or maybe let's actually get this error back, because there is something that we need to handle as well. So as you can see, when we, let's refresh, I'm changing this to test 8. However, when we had errors, this is going to be reset back to test 7. You might need, if you have any errors in your form, you might need to maintain the values that the user typed. So to do that, maybe what we can do is in here in our state, in addition to returning a message and errors, let's say we are also going to return back a payload. And this payload is going to be optional and it's going to be of type form data. And what we are going to do is we are going to return back whatever the user typed so that we can display it as a value for this input if it exists. So let's say in here, when we have errors, let's return payload and let's set it to the form data that we get here in our function, right? So, and also maybe here in this other error as well. Now, when we have errors, we are returning this payload, which is form data. And what we can do is in our form, we can populate our input in this default value with state.payload and then .get. And then for this one, do the title. If this exists, we need to use it. Otherwise, just use the post title. Sorry, this is title. In here, it is going to complain because this get function can return an array of strings. However, let's maybe type it to string like so. And we can do the same. Let's maybe copy this and put it for content as well. So this or post.content and change this to content like so. Now let's give this a try. Let's do test 8, submit. And as you can see, we get test 8 back. Let's maybe do test 9. Try to do something here, submit. And we still get the same stuff. Of course, it is not saved because we had an error. So if we refresh, we're going to get back our original values. So let's now finalize our action by, in addition to displaying errors, if we had an error in our database query, let's, by the way, get this back. Get this back to new date. In addition to displaying a general error when we have any problem with our database query, we also need to display errors specific to these fields. If we had an error for the title, we need to display an error below it. If we had an error for the content, we need to also display an error below it. What we currently have, when we do our validation, we're using this parse function, which is going to throw an error. However, we don't need to throw an error, we need to handle errors ourselves by returning messages. So instead of parse, we can use a function called saveParse. This one is not going to throw an error. However, what it is going to do is that it is going to return a flag if our data is not valid. So we can check here if validated data dot success. If that's not true, it means our data is not valid, and we can handle errors ourselves. In our case, we need to return a message, for example. So let's in here return message. For now, let's say validation errors, and let's also console log something here, which is validated data dot error, because we need to see something here. So now if we have some validation errors, let's also open our terminal by maybe having only 2 characters here. We are going to get validation errors, and in this errors or error object that we are logging, we're going to get the errors for each specific field. So for the title, we get the message for the title, too small, expected more than 5 characters, and so on. And by the way, we can customize these messages when we define our schema here using Salt. But I'm just going to keep the default messages. What we can also do is we can make the errors a little bit more structured and easy to use by calling a function called treefy error, like so, and then passing this our error. object like so. Now if we save this and let's see how it looks like now. Let's submit. Let's actually submit with an error. And as you can see, we're going to get an object. It is going to contain properties. Inside of properties, we're going to get another object that contains errors for specific fields. So for titles, we have errors, and errors is an array of errors, which matches the type that we specified here. Errors and an array of errors, or an array of strings. If we, for example, had an error here and an error here as well, now this object should contain both errors. So we have in properties an error for title and also error for content. So now let's grab these errors and return them in this error state and display them in this form somehow. So let's go back in here and let's by the way, let's remove this artificial delay here. We don't need it anymore. This was just to show the pending state. And now when we do our validation, in addition to returning a general message, let's return messages for each field. So inside of errors, we can return an error for title and an error for content. And this is what we get by this treefy error function. This is what we get inside of properties. Title, errors, and array of errors. So what we can simply do is copy this object, copy this function, and inside of error, or inside of errors here, sorry, I think this should be called errors, not error. And we might need to fix it here as well. Sorry for that. But now in here we can put whatever we get from our treefy function dot properties, like so. Also, let's return, similar to what we've done here, let's return the payload so that we can maintain our fields. So now what we can do is when we submit our form, let's maybe in here in this client component, edit post form, let's console log our state. So let's console log our state. And this is a client component, so we should see this in our client logs. So in here, let's try to submit. And sorry, I forgot to make some errors. So let's make an error here. Let's also make an error here. Let's submit. And now, as you can see, we get as our state, we get a general message. Maybe we can skip this if you don't need to display anything here. But we also get errors specific for each field. So we get the error for our title, which is going to live in this errors array, and for our content as well. So now all we need to do is we need to check our state for errors and display errors below our fields. So let's do that. Let's maybe remove this console log now. And now below each field, so let's say below the field for the title here, let's add a div with an ID of maybe title error. So title error, and also let's give it the aria stuff. So I'm going to put a margin bottom of 4 and the aria stuff similar to what we've done in this message, so that this can be announced by screen readers. And then in here we need to check in our state if we have errors for the title field. So if state.errors exists, and if it contains an error for the title, and remember inside of title we get an array of errors. So if this exists as well, let's display these errors. So errors is an array, remember, it is not a string. So we need to loop through this. So let's copy this and I loop through it, map. For each item we get an error, and for each error we just need to display it. So let's maybe put the p tag here and display our error, like so. And let's add a key of error as well. And I'm just going to give it a red color by adding this class name here. So this is how it should look like, and as you can see, we're getting our error here. Now one thing that we can do, also an accessibility thing, is remember we have given this div an ID of title error. So now in our input, we can give this aria described by, and then pass here the same ID so that it can be clear that this error belongs to this input. And now all we need to do is just do the same for the content as well. So I'm just going to do it quickly. Let's actually copy this below our field for our content. Let's put this, let's call it content error. Let's check for errors in content. And I guess this should be it. Also, let's do in our text area, let's do aria described by. And now let's put the content error ID. And now as you can see, we get an error here. Let's maybe try to do an error only for content. We should only get an error here. Let's do no errors, and our form should be submitted. It looks like our form was not, our post was not updated. Maybe we have some sort of a bug. So let's go to our action when we run our query. Oh, I guess now since we are using safe parse and not parse, our data is going to be invalidated data.data, because in here now we have other stuff as well, like success and error and so on. So in here we should pass validated data.data, and I guess this should fix it. Let's try to update, maybe test 8, add some stuff here, and hopefully this should fix it. So I guess that's it. One thing that you can do maybe is this div that displays the error is a bit repetitive. We have it here and we have it here as well. And if you have more fields in your form, this is going to be too much. So maybe you can abstract this into a component and reuse it. However, I'm going to leave that to you and keep it like that for now. But I guess now we can say that handling errors is done and showing pending state is done as well. And I think that should be it for this edit post action. Now that we are done with the edit post action, why don't we try to create another action as well? So let's say when we visit a post, let's say this one, if the user is logged in, let's say we're going to display a like button here so that the user can like or unlike a specific post. So of course, currently we don't have any authentication system, so we don't have like logged in users and so on. However, let's, for this example, simulate that by assuming that if we have a specific cookie, then this user is logged in. So in here, inside of applications, we can go to our cookies. And I'm going to assume if we have a cookie called user_ID, and the value of it would be the ID of one of our users. Let's maybe go to our users table and grab one of our IDs here. Let's assume that the user is logged in. Of course, this is not real authentication, but let's do it this way for now. Now, we need in here to add a like button if the user is logged in. But remember, this, if we go to this route, which is ID, blog/ID, and go to page.tsx, remember in here, we were using this new feature PPR, which means that some parts in our page, in our route, is static and some other parts are dynamic. In our case, this entire part is static and only the comments and more posts are dynamic, right? So when we refresh, these are going to be loaded. But now since we would like to have some dynamic stuff here, so we'd like to display something, which is the like button, only if the user is logged in. In this case, we are going to need to add one more dynamic part in our page. So what we are going to do, we are going to keep this part as static, the post content, and of course the layouts and all of that stuff. However, let's say this part, which contains the likes and the comments, we're going to make it dynamic. First, in order maybe we would like to keep the likes and comments count dynamic, up to date, so that they can reflect the latest values without having to revalidate the cache. And also so that we can add this like button that is going to depend on cookies, and we cannot use cookies in static content. We need to make this dynamic. So let's make this part in our page dynamic, and then we can add this button as well. So what do we need to do? We need to go in here in the single block page, and remember, to make something dynamic, we need to wrap it, to put it in a separate component and wrap it in suspense. However, that's also not enough to make a content dynamic. In this component, we need to be using some dynamic API. So for example, here we used the connection API. In our case, when we make this dynamic, we're going to use cookies, and this is going to make our component dynamic. So let's do it. Let's maybe move this part that contains the likes and comments. I'm going to cut it from here, and I'm going to create a new component. Let's put it here as well inside of blog ID. I'm going to call it maybe likes and comments count, of course, .tsx. And then we can create this component. Let's do it quickly. React function component, and I'm going to put my stuff here. And now in here, for these values, let's remove these now. And we're going to do it differently in a moment. But for now, let's use our component here and wrap it in suspense. So suspense, and then put here likes and comments count. And we're going to need the ID of the post here in order to grab our information about the likes and comments count. So let's pass the ID here, which is going to be, I guess, post ID, or actually ID directly, like so. And for the fallback, of course, you can do maybe a skeleton. I'm just going to put some p tag with a loading text for now. Now in here, we're going to have to pass our ID. So we need to define it here in our props ID, which is going to be of type string, like so. In here, in this component that is going to be dynamic, is going to run for every request, we need to have a query from our database to get the count of the likes and the comments. When we did it here, we did it statically. We used this post object. However, this is not going to run for every request. This is going to be static. So now we need to get these numbers for every request inside of this component, which is going to be dynamic. We can maybe use the same function get post by ID. However, maybe this is going to be, let's go to this function. Maybe this is going to be too much to get all of these information just to have the like count and the comment count. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another function here. So in here, in this same file, somewhere here, I'm going to put this function. This function is only going to get the count of likes and comments. I called it get post stats, and I just run in parallel. So using promise.all, I run a couple of queries to get the likes count and the comments count, and just return only these two. By doing this, we can use this function in our new component here, and maybe in get post by ID, maybe you can remove stuff related to like count and comment count, so that this can be more efficient, since you are not using like count and comment count from the post anymore, and we are going to do it using this other function in this new component. But I'm going to keep it for now. And now let's use this new function in here. So let's make this async, and let's query our database. Let's create a constant, maybe call it post stats, and then await db, this get post stats function that we just added, which needs the ID. Now in here, we're going to get the likes count and the comments count. So in here, we can put our likes count, and in here, we can put our comments count. And now if we save this, let's maybe refresh, we get the same thing. However, now this part is loaded dynamically. It is not static. The numbers are going to be up to date for every request. And if we refresh, you're going to see that initially this is going to be loading, as you can see, and then it shows up. But now if we build our app, since this component is not dynamic, it does not use any dynamic API, it is also going to be rendered statically at build time. even though we have the, in here we have this wrapped in suspense, since the component itself is not using a dynamic API, it is going to be rendered statically. So remember, I've mentioned that before, we need to make these components dynamic. In the comments and more posts, for example, we have used this connection API, which does that. However, in here, we don't have to use the connection API since we need to access cookies anyways. When we access cookies, the component is going to be, is going to turn into a dynamic component. So now we need to check if the user is logged in. If the user is logged in, we're going to display this like button. So let's create a constant, call it user ID, and let's get our cookies, which we can do by awaiting cookies that can be imported from next headers, and then call this, and then I'm wrapping this whole await in brackets so that we can, from the result of this promise, call get and then get the cookie, which we called user ID, user lowercase. If we have this, we are assuming that this means that the user is logged in. And now since we are using cookies here, now this component should be dynamic. So now all we need to do for now is maybe, for now let's just add a condition here. If we have user ID, let's display some button that says like, and I'm just going to add some classes here for styling. And now if we refresh, we should have this button. If we, for example, removed the cookie, so let's do it quickly, remove this user ID cookie and refresh again, we should not have this button, which means our component is dynamic and it's going to, this part in our app is going to look different for each user. If the user is logged in, of course, they will have this button. So now that we have that, let's maybe get our cookie back and let's start working on the button and the action that is going to like or unlike our post. So let's add here user ID and let's put one of our IDs for our users here. But now remember, this component, likes and comments count, this one is a server component. We are querying our database here. However, for this button, let's make this in a client component. Since we're going to have on-click handlers, we're going to have some interactivity, so we need to put it in a client component. And also later we're going to do stuff like optimistic updates, and stuff like that also needs a client component as well. So I'm going to cut this from here, and I'm going to create a new component. Let's also put it here, and I'm going to call it like post button. And this one is going to be a client, so .tsx of course, and in here use client. And let's create our component, and for now just paste this button, and we don't need this. What are we going to need here as props? We are going to need a few things. We're going to need the count, so likes count. Since this is going to be calculated or queried on the server, we need to pass it to this component from this component. And then we are also going to need, of course, if the post is liked by the user or not. So let's pass here a prop called is liked. And we're going to need the post ID, because when we call a function to toggle the like, we're going to need the ID of the post. Maybe let's add the types for this. It's going to be simple. This is going to be a number. Like so. This is going to be a boolean, and post ID, of course, is going to be a string. Now let's use this button here. So like post button, and let's pass it our stuff. However, we don't have everything available for now. We only have the post count, so let's pass that, the likes count, sorry, so likes count. We have that in our post stats dot likes count. Of course, we also have the post ID, so let's pass that. We have this in ID. Oh, sorry, ID. Of course, we get it from the props that we pass to likes and comments count. But now we need to know if this post is liked by the user or not. To do so, I'm going to add a new function in our database file. So remember, all the functions related to database queries. Currently, I'm putting them here in data.ts, which lives in source DB. Of course, where to put this is up to you. But I'm going to put a new function here, isPost liked by user, and we pass it a post ID and user ID. And this checks if this user likes this post. We just need to import and from Drizzle. So from post likes, so remember in our tables, we have post likes. This contains a post ID and a user ID. So if we have an entry with a specific post ID and a specific user ID, then this means that this user likes this post. So all what we do is we get from this table a post where the post ID is equal to the post ID that we pass as an argument, and also the user ID equals to the user ID that we pass as an argument, and we return a boolean if we have a result. So this is going to return true or false. Now let's use this here. We need to use this in the server component in likes and comments count, of course, because we are querying a database, so we can't use it in this client component. So let's do that here. I'm going to create a constant isLiked, and of course we only need to have this if the user is logged in. So we can check the user ID, which means the user is logged in. If so, we're going to await and then call this function, which is isPost liked by user, where we pass the post ID, which we called ID here. It might be a good idea to call it post ID, but anyways, and then the user ID. Otherwise, if the user is logged in, let's just return false. Sorry, when we get our cookie, after calling get, we need to get the value. So in here we need to, this is going to contain the name of the cookie and the value, so we need the value, so we need to use, we need to put .value here. And now we have this isLiked that we can finally pass to our client component. And now in this client component, we have everything we need. So now in here, we can maybe, instead of displaying like, we can check if the post is already liked. We can display maybe unlike. If it is not liked, we can display like. Maybe in here we can display the, inside of brackets, the likes count. If we save this, we get a count here. And I'm also going to maybe add some class names here instead of these. Just to make it clear, I'm adding a red background if you're going to unlike the post, which means you already liked the post. If you did not like the post, the button is going to be blue. Of course, this is not great styling. This is just to make things clear for us. Now, what we need to do is we need to actually like and unlike the post. So we need to have a server function in order to do that. So remember, in here we had functions related to posts. So in functions, we had posts, and in here we are tagging all of these functions with the use server, and we've done our edit post action in here. Let's maybe in this same file do the action for toggling the like. However, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I'm just going to put the function and walk through it quickly. So let's put a new function here, and let's just get our missing imports like so. So what are we doing here? We also need cookies. First of all, we have a function toggle post like. It receives the post ID and it's going to toggle the like for the logged in user. As we agreed, currently we are simulating that the logged in user is going to live in this cookie. So the first thing I do here is get the user ID. If the user is not logged in, I return a message of unauthorized. If we have a user ID, however, we're going to toggle the like. How? By getting from this post likes table, by getting an entry with the post ID that we pass here in the function and the user ID that we got from the cookies. If we have an entry, then the user likes this post and we need to unlike. Otherwise, we need to like. So if it exists, we need to remove it. If it does not exist, we need to add it. So first I get it. I get this entry. I call it like here. So from post likes, we select the post where post ID is equals to post ID, user ID, user ID. If we have that, so this is going to return an array of one item. or 0 items if we don't have it. So if we have it, we're going to delete it. And then I return an object with liked set to false, which means this is the latest state of our like. So when we remove the like from the database, I'm going to return liked false. However, if we are liking the post and we add it to the database by inserting into post likes, then I'm going to return liked true. So that's it for now. Maybe we can do some modifications later. However, this is simply it. And now we can go to our button, and now we can add an onClick here. Since we have a client component, we can add stuff like onClick handlers, and we can call server functions from client components. So in here we can call toggle post like and pass it the post ID that we passed as a prop here. And let's save this, and let's go back here and try to like. However, first of all, maybe let's give it a refresh, and let's open our network because we need to see something here. So I'm going to click on like now, and as you can see, we get a request here, and somewhere here we get liked true, which means now we liked our post. So this means that in our function, which is here, not here actually, sorry, in posts.ts, this means that everything went fine here, and we added the like, and then we returned like true. And as you can see also, the response from this request is pretty small. So just keep that in mind for now, that the response is currently small. However, the like is not reflected in the UI. We don't get the updated count. We also don't get, this button should say unlike now. If we refresh though, it is going to say unlike, and the count for the likes is going to update. And this happens because when we call this function, when we send this request, we're not doing anything to update our UI. If we unlike, for example, nothing is going to be reflected until we refresh our page. So one way to fix this is revalidating the route after we successfully add or delete the like from the database. So in here, for example, we can revalidate path, and we can put the path to our route, which is blog/the ID. Guess we called it post ID here, and also when we insert a like. So let's try this, and let's also, while trying this, open the network tab, the network tab again. And now let's like, and as you can see, after some time, we got our UI updated. If we look at the request, for some reason I'm not getting it. Let's maybe try again. Unlike, yeah, here we go. As you can see, it took some time. Our UI was updated. However, if we look at the response, it is very big. And actually liking and unliking took a lot more time. Why? Because in here we are invalidating the entire route. So what is going to be returned here is the data needed to re-render this entire route. So yes, our UI was updated. However, we unnecessarily re-rendered a lot of stuff when we just needed to re-render this button. However, I'm going to keep it like that for now, and then we are going to do it in a different way later. One thing that we should mention though is when we call a server action outside of a form. So remember in edit, in the edit form here, we passed our action as, or we passed our function as an action to a form. When we do so, the action is going to be automatically wrapped in a start transition function. So what is start transition? In React, we have this hook, which is use transition, that is going to allow us to do a couple of things. So in here, I'm going to use this hook. It's going to return an array, and it is called use transition, and we can import from React. And it is going to return a pending state, so let's call it is pending. And it's also going to return a function called start transition, or we can call it start transition. And what we need to do is we need to wrap our action with start transition. So in here we can put this like so, wrap this in start transition, and then pass it in here like so. We can make this async and await our action. By doing so, we get two things. First of all, any re-rendering in our route that's going to happen when we call this function is going to be non-blocking, which means we can still interact with our UI while these updates are happening. And also, we get this isPending flag, which we can use to display some loading state. So let's actually use it, and I'm going to maybe, when we add a background color to our button, maybe before isLiked, check if isPending, and maybe add some, let's say a green background color. Otherwise, do the stuff that we were doing. So in here, let's do background green, let's say 400 or so. Just to see it, of course, this is not a great way to style it. So now if we we get our pending state. It's going to take some time. It's going to be faster in production, however, in development, it's pretty slow. And now we get our updated UI. And of course, if we unlike, the same thing is going to happen. So when we put an action or a function, a server function, as an action to a form, this is going to happen automatically. However, now that we are calling this action or this server function in an onClick handler, we need to wrap it in start transition so that our UI updates are not going to be blocking. And also, if we need to use this isPending flag, which is actually pretty useful, maybe you can also disable our button while our transition is pending so that we won't click twice on our button. So now our button is working. However, as you can see, it is pretty slow. And in our function, as we've mentioned, we're calling revalidatePath, which is going to update our UI, but it also makes our request a lot bigger and slower, and it just re-renders stuff unnecessarily. So let's now focus on fixing this and doing it in a better way. So now let's remove revalidate from here and also from here, and let's see how can we do it differently. So in our case, in order to update our UI, what we need is only the new information for our like button, which we are already returning here. We are returning if the post is now liked or not, right? So what we can do is we can go here when we call our function, and we can get our result, store it in a constant. And in this result, we should get our information. So let's console log our result. And now let's maybe try to see it in here. Let's do an unlike. And as you can see, we get our result, which is liked set to false. Now the UI is not updating since we removed the revalidate path, and we have to refresh. But now when we call our function, we get our result, and we are already in a client component, which means we can maybe update stuff here in this button without having to get the updated UI from the server. So what I'm going to do is, now since you are in a client component, we can have state. So I'm going to, for this isLiked prop, I'm going to rename it to maybe initial isLiked. So this is what we get initially from the server. Initial isLiked. And then I'm going to create a state. Let's call it isLiked. And then set isLiked. And now I'm going to initially, of course, use state and initially set it to whatever we get from the server, which is initial isLiked. So now we have this value isLiked, which is now a state. It is not the prop anymore that we are using here. And we can just update it on the client when we get our response from here. But remember, when we also like or unlike, we need to update the count as well. So let's do the same for likes count as well. Rename it to initial likes count, and then create a state for it as well so that we can update it from our client. So likes count, set is likes count, and then initialize it to initial likes count. Also, let's not forget to handle errors in our function. So in here, we're not wrapping our DB queries in any try-catch block. So let's do that. Let's wrap in a try-catch. like so. And let's say if we have any error, we're going to return a message. So let's say message, let's just add error for now. So and also remember, if we have authorization error, we're going to get a message as well. Of course, this button will not even appear if we are not logged in, but of course we should also handle it in our function. But now, and by the way, let's maybe also wrap this query in the try as well, so that if we had any error from here, it will be caught as well. So now what we are having is, if we return liked, then our function was successful. If we return a message, then we had some problem. And now, in here, when we call our function, we can check for that. We can check if in our result we had a message. So if result.message, I'm just going to use alert to alert the message. However, of course, in a real project, you might display this in a toast or something. Otherwise, our request should be successful, but let's also make sure by checking if result.liked is not undefined, which means it's either true or false. In that case, then we can set our isLiked state to the updated state which we get in our result.liked, like so. Let's give it a try. I'm going to like, and as you can see, we get the updated button here. However, we are not getting the updated count for likes. Of course, because we're not updating the likes count state. So let's do that here as well. In addition to setting isLike, let's set isLikes count, and let's in here pass a function, get our previous value, and do some checks. So if we unliked the post, we need to decrement, and if we liked the post, we need to increment. So if result.liked, what we need to do is we need to return previous +1, and of course otherwise we need to return previous -1. And now let's give it a refresh. We have 2 likes. If we unlike, it should be 1. By the way, it is going to only reflect in the button because this is not inside of our client component. This one is inside of our server component. If we maybe need to update it, we can move it into our client component. For now, I'm just going to assume we don't have this, and we only have the comments count in the server component. Let's refresh. Now we have that, and if we like, we get our updated stuff. Unlike, we get our updated stuff. Of course, the number might not be accurate because maybe by the time you liked the post, someone else liked the post as well or unliked the post as well. So maybe incrementing and decrementing will not be very accurate. However, it is just an indication that you liked the post. We are actually going to improve this in a moment as well. But for now, this is one solution to only update this client component instead of having to revalidate the entire path and update our cache when our content actually did not change, but only this part changed, which is dynamic anyways, so we don't need to invalidate any cache. Let's just try to have an error before we move to something else, which we are handling here. We are assuming that if we return a message, then this is an error. And to try it, maybe we can do something in our database. Let's maybe pass a string here also instead of post ID. And now if we try to unlike, we're getting our alert here, which is of course should be in real life displayed in a nicer way. However, we can even improve it a little bit more by doing optimistic updates. So let's assume that our action maybe takes a little bit of time for some reason. Let's add our artificial delay here. Let's say maybe 3 seconds. So when we click on the button, we're going to have this pending state for some time. So it's going to be green for some time, and then we are going to get our updated UI. We can even have a better user experience by doing optimistic updates, which means when we click, we can instantly update our local state, our client state, until the request is done in the background. So let's now try and do that. So here in our like post button component, we are waiting for our request to be done in order to update our state. So what we need to do now is to update our state optimistically and then wait for the result. To do optimistic updates in React, we have this useOptimistic hook that can be very useful. So how it works is we posted some state and some update function, and it's going to return optimistic state and an add optimistic function. So we can have some sort of a state, it can be anything that we can pass to our useOptimistic hook, and then we can have an update function that is going to optimistically update this state based on what we passed to this add optimistic function. And it's going to be returned in this optimistic state. So I know it might sound confusing, but let's use it and I think it will become more clear. So in here, let's use useOptimistic. So I'm going to create a new constant array and then useOptimistic. And then we need to pass it some initial state. What do we need to have in our state? We need to have stuff that we need to update optimistically, which is the isLiked state and the likesCount state. So in here as a state, we can pass it isLiked, in an object isLiked and likesCount. So this is going to be our optimistic state, an object containing isLiked and likesCount. And then this hook is going to return a couple of stuff. It is going to return optimistic state. So let's say optimistic, we can call it anything, maybe let's call it optimistic like or likes info. And then a function that we are going to call when we need to update some state optimistically. So what do we need to do? We need, when we click on like, we need to update isLiked, right? So I'm going to call this set optimistic isLiked, right? Like so. So now when we use this, we're going to pass it a boolean of whether the post is now liked or not. So we're going to set a boolean. However, our optimistic state is not a boolean, it is an object with our isLiked and likesCount. So now in here, we're going to have a function that is going to update our state based on what we passed here in this boolean, right? So this function is going to receive the state, the current state, and the new value that we passed to set optimistic isLiked. Let's call it new isLiked. And based on these two, we can return our optimistic state. So in here, we can return an object where we are going to set isLiked to the new isLiked. And the likesCount, we're going to set it to incremented if we set our optimistic isLiked to true. So if new liked is true, we're going to increment whatever we have in the current state. So state.likesCount plus 1. Otherwise, state.likesCount minus 1. We are having some TypeScript errors because we need, when we use useOptimistic, we need to do some TypeScript stuff. So in a generic here, we need to specify the type for our state, which as we agreed is going to contain isLiked, which is going to be a boolean. And it's also going to contain likesCount, which is going to be a number. Sorry, a number. And after passing the type for our state, we need to pass the type for what we are going to pass to set optimistic isLiked. So set optimistic isLiked is going to receive a boolean. So in here we can put boolean. So like so. And now we don't have any errors. So if you're still confused, don't worry. I guess it will become more clear when we use it. So now, initially, what is going to happen? This optimistic likes info is going to have this initial value that we are passing. So initially, we are passing this object, which is isLiked and likesCount, which we have here in our state, which is going to be the initial values for isLiked and likesCount that we got from our server. So initially, optimistic likes info is going to have the same value as this initial value. However, when we call set optimistic isLiked and pass it true or false, Now the value of this is going to be whatever we return in this function. So in this function, we optimistically update isLiked to the new like, and we also optimistically update likes count. So this is going to get this value as long as our request is pending. When our request is not pending, it is going to go back to getting whatever we pass here. All right. So what we need to do in our function is, let's maybe remove this else. Why? Because we're going to do things differently. And just check for if we have an error, do the alert. So now, before awaiting our request, our function, we're going to optimistically update our value. So set optimistic isLiked, and just toggle it. So set it to the opposite of what we currently have in optimistic likes info dot isLiked. Right? So remember, we do that instantly. And by the way, we have to put it inside of start transition, the optimistic update. And we do it before sending our request, which means our optimistic likes info object is going to be updated instantly before sending our request, and it is going to contain whatever we return from this function as long as our transition is pending. So we're going to get the optimistically updated state in optimistic likes info, right? So now we can use this to display our information instead of using the old state that we had here. So inside of our button, instead of isLiked, we can use optimistic likes info dot isLiked. Also here as well, and in the count here, right? Maybe we can get rid of the pending state for now, because we're going to instantly update our UI, so maybe we don't need to display a pending state. So let's save this. Now, if we give this a try, our UI should update instantly. So let's click on like. We get unlike instantly. However, the request is not done yet. When the request is done, our stuff is going to be reverted back. Why? Because when our request is successful, we need to update our state to the new values. So remember, in here, as we've mentioned, when we set an optimistic update, our optimistic state, which we are now showing in our UI, is going to change to whatever we return in this function. However, as long as our request that we have in start transition is pending. When the request is done, it is going to go back to whatever we pass here, right? So whatever we pass here, which is isLiked and likes count, is going to contain the old value because we are not updating this when the request is successful. So what we need to do now is, if the request is successful, we need to update our state that we pass to use optimistic so that it is not going to revert back to the old one. So in here, we can check, make sure that we get liked. Or actually, let's do something else. In our function, in addition to returning the new liked state, why don't we return the updated likes count from the database so that it can be more accurate? Instead of, in here when we update our state, instead of just incrementing and decrementing, we can just return the new value from the database so that it can be more accurate. If maybe someone liked the post at the same time we liked, we're going to get his like as well. So remember, we already have a function, get, I think it was here in the data.ts. We have this function get post stats, which gets the count for likes and comments. We only need likes, so maybe you can create a different function that only gets the likes count, but I'm just going to use this in here. Also, maybe for consistency, let's call this isLiked, similar to our state in our component. So isLiked here and here. And now, after adding our like or deleting our like from our database, let's get the updated count by calling post stats. So in here, let's await get post stats and pass it the post ID and just return the new count. Let's also, for consistency, call it likes count, similar to our component. So post stats.likes count. And also let's do the same when we insert here. And let's pass the new value from the database as well. So now in here, when we send our request, in this result, we're going to get the stuff that we need to update our state with, which is going to be the latest data from the database. So in here, maybe you can just make sure that we got this object from our response by checking maybe that isLiked is not undefined. So maybe you can check that result.isLiked is not undefined. If so, it means we got something from our database, and we can just update our isLiked state. So remember, we need to update these states, the isLiked and likes count. Why? Because this is what we passed to useOptimistic. So when our request is not pending anymore, we need to update these so that optimistic likes info will be updated when our request is done, right? So in here, set isLiked to whatever we get from result.isLiked, and the same for set likes count result.likes count. And now let's give it a try. We should get something instantly, even though our request is still pending. By the way, we might, even though we are doing optimistic updates, we might need to indicate to the user that the request is not done. So I'm maybe going to do this by, let's maybe in here, decrease the opacity of the button a little bit if our request is pending. So maybe in here, in the classes, I'm going to add opacity 80 if our request is pending, right? Maybe let's do 60 or so that we can see it. So now I'm going to click like, we get an instant update, however it is still pending. And then looks like we have something wrong. This should be unlike now. Maybe we just need to do a refresh. Let's try to like. And when it is done, it should be unlike. Yes, it is working fine. We just needed to do a refresh. If we unlike, it should finally be like again. And as you can see, the count is updated as well instantly, and also when we get our results back from the database. But what will happen if we have an error? If we have an error, we are going to get this in result.message. And we are displaying this alert, and we are not going to get isLiked in our response, and therefore this state is not going to be updated. So therefore, if we have an error, we're going to get an optimistic update. However, after getting the error and the alert, our UI is going to revert back to the original state. So let's give it a try. By maybe, let's do our error here. Let's make this a string. Let's maybe give it a refresh. Let's try to unlike. Our UI is updated. However, when we get the error, it is going to revert back to this original state. So this is great as well. Let's quickly summarize what we've done in case you are still confused. We have this useOptimistic hook where we can give it some state. In our case, we chose our state to be an object with isLiked and likes count. This first item that we get from useOptimistic is going to be the same thing as we pass here, unless our request is pending. If our request is pending and we called setOptimistic isLiked with some value, then the value of optimistic likes info is going to be whatever we return in this function here. So in this function, we optimistically update our state, and this object now, optimistic likes info, is going to hold this optimistic state update until the request is not pending anymore. And now we use this optimistic likes info to display our stuff so that we get our optimistic update. If our result was successful, we set our state, we update our state so that when the request is not pending anymore, optimistic likes info is going to contain the latest updates, since we pass here this state that we update when our request is successful. if our request is not successful, we don't update this state, and therefore optimistic likes info is going to contain the original state that we did not update, and therefore the UI is not going to be updated. Right, I hope that's clear. But that's it for this like and unlike button. Let's now move to something else. Let's talk a little bit about error handling in Next.js. So we have already handled some errors. Remember, in the edit post action, for example, we handled things like validation errors. And this is by returning some state from our server functions. So in our functions folder in posts, in here we had the edit post action or function here. And in this function, we are checking for some stuff. We are checking for validation errors and then returning these errors in this object. And then we display this in our form. We also do things like adding a try catch block here around our update post query, so that if we had some database errors, we can display a message as well. However, errors can happen also when we fetch data, not only when we post data. And also sometimes some unexpected errors can happen as well. And we need to be able to handle all of these errors. So the errors that we handled here are expected errors. We are expecting validation errors to happen, and we need to display these errors to the user. And also, in case we fetch data, so let's say we are in a specific blog post, when we fetch data, we can also have expected errors, like maybe a post does not exist, maybe it was deleted, or maybe the user had a wrong ID passed here in the URL. In this case, this is also an expected error. We need to display a 404 page when this kind of thing happens. And also we can have unexpected errors related to maybe bugs in our code or things that we did not expect as well. And these also need to be handled. So let's see how can we handle these errors. We have already done error handling in our form actions when we post data. Let's see how can we handle errors when we fetch data. So in our blog page, which is in marketing blog ID, let's open our page.tsx. And in here we fetch our data, right? We call getPostById. And in this function getPostById, it lives here in data.ts inside of sourceDB. We just simply run a query to fetch a post, and I'm wrapping this in try catch, and in the catch I'm just rethrowing the error with a generic message and also logging the error. So keep that in mind for now. However, for now, let's say we are trying to access a post that does not exist. In this case, we're not going to get an error from our query, so we're not going to reach this catch block. However, in our result, we're going to get an empty array. And if we get an empty array here, post is going to be undefined, and we're going to get errors because we are going to try to access something of undefined. So to try this, we need to do something. So in our URL, remember, I'm using UUID for my IDs. So we need to put a valid UID that does not exist. Because if you do something like maybe delete this part, this is not a valid UUID. So this is not going to be a 404 error. However, this is an invalid UUID. So our query itself here is going to throw an error. This one, and it's going to be handled by the catch. However, we need to pass a valid UUID that does not exist so that we can get an empty array here, right? If we try this, the invalid UUID, we're going to get some error that we're going to need to handle as well. This is the error that we are catching here. But for now, I'm going to maybe go back. Let's try a valid UUID, however, that does not exist, by maybe changing one letter from here, for example. All right. Or maybe looks like this one is not working as well. Let's try a different letter. And yeah, you can give it a try until you find a UID that does not exist. Maybe you can get one from some online generator. And anyways, now we get the error where post is undefined and we're trying to access post.title. So first of all, this kind of error should already be caught using TypeScript. However, in here, we're not getting any errors telling us that post can be undefined. TypeScript errors, I mean. And this is because we have a problem here in our function. If we take a look at the return type, it is going to be a promise that resolves to an array, that resolves to the post object. However, it does not say here that this could be null or undefined. So to let TypeScript know that this can happen, that post or that this promise can resolve to null or undefined, we need to do something here. When we return, we need to explicitly check if results.length, if we have an empty array, or if we have items in our array. I'm actually going to use this autocomplete from Copilot. If we have items in our array, we're going to return the first item, which is going to be the only item that we have since we are getting only one post. Otherwise, explicitly return null here. By doing so, the return function, the return type is going to include null here in the promise. And by doing this, we are going to get TypeScript errors even before deploying our code. So now we can of course add a question mark here. However, if we don't have a post, let me just disable Copilot. I think it can be confusing to you while you're watching. Let me know what do you prefer in this regard. But anyways, when we get an empty or when we get null from getPostById, it means that this post does not exist and we need to display a 404 error. Also, remember in this page.tsx, we're accessing post here when we generate our metadata. So if post is undefined, we also need to handle this. So for metadata, I'm going to add this condition. Before trying to return our title and so on, I'm going to check if we don't have a post. I'm going to return the title of post not found and some description. So we have fixed this. For our main component, we also need to check if post does not exist. And we can do a few things in this case. We can maybe return a different component. So this for now return some text, maybe not found. And this is going to be displayed instead of our component here. So if we save this, now we are going to get not found. Or we can maybe redirect. So we can import redirect from next navigation, maybe redirect back to the blog route, for example. So now we're going to be redirected if we try to visit a post that does not exist. Or we can call a function called not found from next navigation. And let's remove redirect from here. This is going to render a component that we can define inside of our route. So inside of blog ID, we can create a new file and it has to be called not-found.tsx. And in here we can put any stuff that we need to appear in case of a 404 error, and it is going to be displayed when we call this function. So in here, for example, maybe I'm just going to put some stuff here. Just a 404 page, 404 title here, and a link to go back to the blog. And now if we save this and try to access a post that does not exist, let's try here C instead of E, we are going to get this page or this component rendered. And this file, which is not found, can live in another route. So let's open our folder. If we don't have a not found file inside of blogs/id, but we have it maybe in the app route, so let's move it from here to the app folder, then it is going to be used as well. So Next.js is going to search for this file up in the folder tree until it finds one. However, if we have in both, so if we have it in the app folder, for example, or in any parent folder, and we have it in the ID folder itself, of course, this one is going to get the priority. And we can make sure by maybe adding some text here. As you can see, this one is going to be used. So you can maybe have a default one in your route, and then you can customize it per route if you would like. We also have, I'm not going to use them now, but let's just mention that we also have, similar to not found, we have an unauthorized function that we can import from Next navigation. This is going to render another file that we can have here called unauthorized.tsx. If we would like to display an unauthorized error, which means we are not authorized to view some page. And also we have a forbidden function that we can also call from Next navigation if we would like to display an error because maybe we're not logged in and we're not allowed to access a specific route. So these also exist. Maybe we're going to use them if we added a section for authentication later. But now since our post can be undefined, remember we're also using this in the edit route. So inside of ID edit, in our page, we are getting the post as well. And then we are passing this to this edit post form component. But now since post can be undefined, we're going to get an error here. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to check here if the post exists. And let's maybe for now just return post not found. You can also call, maybe just call not found here to display the nearest not found component. And we can try it by going to /edit with a UID that does not exist. And here we go, we get it. But then we are still getting the error. Why? Because in the type for our prop, we are mentioning that we are going to have the return type of our getPostById function. But remember, now the type for this contains null. So we need to update our component here to remove this null. Why? Because we're not going to pass null here since we are already checking if the post does not exist before rendering this component. So we can remove null from this type by using exclude and wrapping everything with it like so. Oh, sorry. Like so, and then passing here null. This is going to update the type, and now null is removed. And now if we maybe forgot to do this check, we're going to get an error here since post can be null. However, in our prop we specified this to not have null. Right. But now let's try to handle other errors as well, in addition to not found, which are unexpected errors that we do not expect. And also, let's close these. And also in here, remember, in getPostById, we can have an error from the query itself. From the database query, we are catching any errors. And in here, I'm currently throwing another error with a different message. So as we've mentioned, we can get this by trying to access a post with an invalid UID. So let's maybe pass some invalid UID here. And we're going to get this error. And this error is coming from the log that I'm doing here. So this is the error that I'm throwing here. And the error that we see here is from this console log, right? If we don't throw an error here, so maybe let's remove these. And maybe we just report the error to Sentry or something like this in here, and we don't return anything, and we don't throw any errors. Then what is going to be resolved by this promise is undefined. So in here, we're going to get null or undefined in case we had an error. And in this case, since in our page here, we are checking if not post, our error is going to be handled by not found as well. And as you can see, we get 404 not found. And maybe this is what you need. If you put an invalid UID, you just display a 404 error. And of course, this does not only apply to invalid UIDs, this is going to apply to any error that we get from our database. It can be maybe a connection error or any other error, any other database error. So maybe you should report this error in order to know what causes this bug. However, let's get back to throwing this error, right? And now we get this error, and I think in production maybe the app is going to crash or something. So we need to handle errors that are thrown. If we are throwing these errors ourselves, or maybe they were thrown because of an unexpected error. So how can we do that? In React, we have this concept of an error boundary. We can define an error boundary component, and then we can wrap any component with this error boundary. And in case this component threw any error, our app is not going to crash. However, this error boundary is going to catch it and display a fallback component instead. However, we don't need to do any of that ourselves. similar to loading. So remember, in Next.js, I think we did it somewhere maybe, or I think we removed it because we used partial pre-rendering. But remember, we can add in a route a loading .tsx file, and this is going to wrap our page in a suspense and display this loading fallback as a fallback, right? We can do the same with errors. So remember, in here, we mentioned that when we create this loading.tsx file, Next.js is going to wrap your entire page with it. Similarly, we can create a error.tsx file, and Next.js is going to wrap your entire page also with an error boundary, and it is going to use this error component that you defined in this file as a fallback. So in case any error happens in your page, your app is not going to crash. However, this error boundary is going to catch it and display the fallback instead. So in here, in our routes, of course, I'm doing this in the ID /ID route as an example, but you can do it for any route. We can here in here create a new file, error.tsx. In here, I'm going to put an example that I actually got from the documentation instead of typing all of this. I'm going to put it here, and let's take a look at it quickly. So in this error component, we get a couple of props: the error itself and a reset function that we can call in order to try and re-render the page, because maybe this error happened because of something temporary, and if we retry, maybe it can work. So we can have this function as well. And we also have the types for these. And then, for example, if we would like to report this error, maybe we can do this in a use effect, have the error as a dependency, and then log the error to some service like Sentry, for example. And then we can return a component that is going to be displayed. So in here, for example, we just have something went wrong and a button that calls this reset function in order to retry to re-render the route. So now we have this displayed here, something went wrong, and our button, in case we had an error thrown in our route. So this also, this error.tsx file can exist in multiple routes. So when we put it here in /ID, it is going to wrap the /ID route, but we can copy this. For example, I copied error.tsx and I can put it maybe in our app folder, and it's going to wrap our entire application. So this is going to be used for all of our routes. However, if you have another one closer to where the error happened, it is going to be used. So for example, we had one in /ID. So if an error happens in /ID, this one is going to be used. If an error happens in /block, for example, since we don't have an error.tsx here, then we're going to go up until we find one. And we have one here in our app folder. So this one is going to be used. But anyways, now since we are using this error boundary and we are logging the error here, and we can also maybe report it, then in our function, in here, get post by ID, maybe now there is no reason to add a try catch here and report our error here. If we remove this try catch completely, then when we use get post by ID in our component, if get post by ID through an error, it is going to be handled by our error boundary, and we can log the error, we can report it here. So I guess now there is no reason to put this in a try catch since we are already using an error boundary. But this is of course assuming you are only using get post by ID in your routes when you render your routes and your route is wrapped with an error boundary. Maybe in some situations you're going to still need the try and catch. Anyways, speaking of rendering, there's also something important that we have to mention, is that these error boundaries that we defined here are only going to catch errors that happen during rendering, right? So if you, for example, had an error after your page is rendered, maybe when you click on a button or in any other event handler, this is not going to be catched or caught by the error boundary. Error boundaries are only going to be used during rendering your route. After that, you'll need to maybe handle errors in a different way. So if we take a look at the docs here, we're going to find an example where we have an onClick, and in this onClick function, handle click, there is an error thrown. And even though this button can be put in a route where this route have an error boundary around it, this error boundary is not going to catch errors that happen in this handle click function. So for this reason, you're going to handle these errors yourself by maybe adding a try catch similar to here, and then adding the error in a state and then displaying this state somewhere, or adding an if condition here and displaying a fallback similar to this example. But these error boundaries, they wrap your entire page, as we've seen here. So any error that happens anywhere in the page is going to cause the error.tsx component to appear. But what if we would like to be more granular maybe? So maybe we have some multiple components here. And let's say we need, if an error happens in this component, for example, to display a fallback only in this part and not display an error for the whole page. Maybe keep these components and just display an error here. We can be more granular by creating our own error boundary component and wrapping certain components with it. So let's say, let's try to visit a blog post that actually exists. So let's do this one. Let's say an error happens for some reason in the comments. So let's go to the comments component in here. And let's maybe throw an error. Maybe after this timeout, something wrong is going to happen and we're going to have an error thrown. So I'm going to throw an error here to simulate this. And now, after our timeout, our entire page is going to display this error component. But maybe we would like to keep everything and just display an error in the place of the comments. So in here, we are using our comments, sorry, not in here, in the page. We are using our comments component here. So we can create our own error boundary and wrap this component with it so that only this part is going to display a fallback and not the entire page. And to create our own error boundary, we have a guide here. It has to be a class component and not a functional component. If you are new to React, maybe you're not familiar with this, but components used to be classes. Error boundaries should be classes, and we have an example here where we have a state, has error, and if we have this has error state, we're going to in here render a fallback that we can specify in our props instead of our children. And we're going to also have in component.catch, we're going to have the chance to maybe log this error to some reporting service. But anyways, without getting into more details, let's maybe have this component. I have copied this and modified it a little bit, added some TypeScript stuff, and I'm going to put it in, maybe let's put it in our components folder, since this can be used in multiple places. So in here, I'm going to add error boundary tsx, and then I'm going to paste this, which is the same thing from the docs, but I just added TypeScript definitions and so on. Alright, now we can use this, wrap our component with it, which is the comments. So in here, we can import our error boundary from our components, like so. And then we can pass a fallback. For now, let's just add a p tag, maybe with some error. Let's say error loading comments. Now, if you go back here and try to refresh, when our comments fail to load, we're going to get an error here. However, our entire page remains. In Next.js, we have this idea of middleware. So middleware is a function that we can write in some file, and this function is going to run with every request that we send to our server. And based on the incoming request, we can maybe modify the response. We can maybe do redirecting, rewriting, we can maybe set cookies, stuff like that. And middleware are executed before routes are rendered, so it can be useful, as we mentioned, for things like redirects. We can also use it maybe for some authentication logic to maybe redirect user or display an authorization error before the route is rendered if the user does not have access to it, for example. But just as a quick disclaimer, middleware alone is not enough for authentication. We're maybe going to explain this a bit more, but just keep this in mind. If you're doing some sort of an authorization or authentication, middleware should not be the only thing that you do. But now, let's say a request is sent to our server. So let's say this is a request requesting maybe some route. So this request is going to go and it is going to do the rendering stuff. So let's say here, rendering the routes, running our components, fetching our data and so on. And then it's going to return the response, which is going to be maybe HTML that we can view in our browser. Or if this is a request to an endpoint, this can be maybe JSON and so on. So middleware allows us to do something in here. Before rendering our route, we can run a custom function, and in here we can do some stuff. So we can, for example, redirect to a different route, avoid rendering this route completely and redirect to a different route. Or we can maybe access cookies from the request and do something based on the cookies, maybe check if the user is logged in, stuff like that. We can also access headers, we can modify headers, set cookies and so on. And we can even return a completely new custom response. So let's see that in action. And to define our middleware, we have to create a file in the source folder. If you have a source folder, if you don't have a source folder, and you have your app folder directly in the root, then the file should be created in the root. But since I have a source folder, I'm going to create this file here, which is middleware .ts. And in here, we can export a function, which is the function that is going to run in here. So we can export a function called middleware. So middleware. And in this function, we're going to receive this request, right? It's going to be a JavaScript request object. However, it's going to have some additional stuff exactly similar to what we had in endpoints. So remember, if you go back to the section about endpoints, we had this request where it can be a normal JavaScript request. So it can be just a normal request like so, or it can be of type next request as well, which adds some additional stuff to this JavaScript request object, like the next URL and stuff like that. You can go back to the endpoints or route handlers section if you need a reminder on that. And in here, maybe let's for now just console log something. Let's say middleware, and then maybe log the request. Let's maybe log the route that we are requesting. So request.next URL.path name. If we save this and let's open our logs in here, let's maybe clear and let's request a route by refreshing this page. As you can see, we're getting a lot of stuff here. We are getting, if we go up here, middleware, and then a lot of URLs. So we have some CSS files, we have some JavaScript files, and at some point you are going to find our route. We're going to find it somewhere here as well in the middleware. So actually it is at the very top here, middleware and then blog/our route. So middleware is going to run for every request to anything in our server. And this includes routes, but also it includes stuff like static files. So any CSS file that we request, any JavaScript file that we request is also going to have this middleware run for it. However, this is probably not what we need. Probably you're going to use middleware only to do something when you request a route and not a static file. So you can specify what requests exactly can be handled by this middleware by exporting a constant here called matcher, or actually, sorry, called config. And in config, we can have a matcher. In here, we can have an array of routes maybe. So let's say /blog. And for example, if you need to do /blog/id, it can be done like so. So /blog/ and then colon path and then asterisk like so. And if we save this and maybe clear here and refresh again. Now, as you can see, it only ran for /blog/id. So I have middleware and then our path name. And maybe just, by the way, let's get rid of the error that we were doing for the comments, just to avoid these unnecessary logs. So we can control the routes that are going to have this middleware run when they are requested. And in addition to that, we can also have regular expressions as well. So I got an example from the docs, this one, for example, a regular expression, which means we're going to match all routes except routes starting with API, so endpoints, for example, in our case, and any static routes by adding these static folders, any images, and also the fav icon, the sitemap, robots.tsx and stuff like that, or robots.txt. So this is going to pretty much match everything or any route, but it is not going to match any static files that we have in our project. So if we try this also, it's going to work for everything, every route. If we request the home, for example, it's going to work as well. However, it is not going to work for any static file that we request in our project. And we can even have more advanced stuff in this matcher. So we can, for example, only run a middleware as long as we have certain cookies or certain headers. So if we go here in the docs, I'm going to put you a link to this. You're going to find everything that you can do here. So in a matcher, you can pass, instead of a string, you can pass an object where you specify, you can do a source, a regular expression. You can also add these has and missing if you would like to run a middleware, if your request has a certain header or a certain search query, or this can also be certain cookies. So we have here in missing, we have cookies. If we don't have certain cookies, we can run the middleware. However, I'm going to keep it at that, and let's have a couple of quick examples for using middleware. Let's say, for example, you are doing some sort of an A/B test. Let's assume in our app, in marketing, in blog, or in marketing, inside of the marketing folder, let's say we have a different maybe design for our blog that we need to test. So I'm going to create a new file in a folder, let's call it maybe blog2, and then page.tsx. In here, I'm just going to have just a component. I'm not going to actually do a blog, but let's just assume, let's say blog2. Let's say we have here maybe a different design for our blog. So now we can visit blog2. We're going to get this. And we need to do some testing, some A/B testing. So in our middleware, maybe we can direct some users to this one and other users to blog2. So in here, we can do redirection. So we have access to our request. Maybe we can check based on a cookie or based on something in our request. But for me, I'm just going to do it randomly. Let's remove this console log. And let's say if math.random is maybe larger than 0.5. And we are requesting the blog route. So if request.nextURL.path name is blog, so is /blog, then we need to redirect. So how to redirect? Remember in endpoints, we used to return a next response or a normal JavaScript response as well. This is the same here. We return either a JavaScript response or a next response. So next response. And in this next response, we have access to rewrite. So we can rewrite our request and display a different route by adding here a new URL. And then we need to pass blog2. So if this random number is larger than 0.5, we're going to rewrite to blog2. And as a second argument here, we need to pass our request.url. So by doing this, if we keep refreshing this, sometimes we're going to get this old blog and sometimes we're going to get the new one. All right. So this is maybe something that we can do in middleware. Another thing that we can do is authentication and authorization. As we've mentioned, authentication and authorization should be done in the component level, in the route level as well, and not only in the middleware. We're going to maybe discuss this a little bit more later. However, it can also be done here as maybe a first line of defense. So for every request, we can maybe check if the user is logged in. Remember, we have, in a previous section, we had this cookie in our cookies, user ID. And we've assumed that if user ID cookie exists, let's say we are logged in. So maybe let's, in here in the middleware, try to access this. So let's say user ID. And we have access to our cookies in our request. So in request.cookies, we can get the user ID cookie. So let's get user_ID. And now let's do maybe an if condition. Maybe if we're not logged in, so if not user ID, and we are requesting, let's say this block, for example, is only for logged in users. So maybe if we are requesting the blog like so, instead of rendering our page, we're going to return a custom response. So we can return a new response, return some JSON, let's say maybe a message of unauthorized, or maybe we can redirect to some unauthorized routes that we have in our files. So now if we refresh, since I have this cookie, I'm going to be able to visit the route normally. However, let's try to remove the cookie. Maybe let's rename it to something else. Refresh, and I'm going to get this custom response. Of course, this is an overly simplistic example, but it is just to give you an idea on what you can do with middleware. And you can also, of course, in addition to accessing cookies, you can maybe access the headers, do something based on the headers, and so on. But I guess that's it for now for middleware. I think that was a good general idea. If you'd like to read more about middleware, you can check the documentation here, and you're going to find everything that you can do in a middleware. Let's now add authentication and authorization in our app. So when it comes to authentication and authorization, of course, there are a lot of options. So first of all, of course, you can do your own authentication. However, this can be a little bit complex, and you are probably going to use some library when you do authentication. So we have a lot of libraries that we can use. Some libraries are self-hosted. You can use them as part of your project and use the same database that you are using in your project for authentication. And we have other options that are hosted, and of course they are not free. You are probably going to pay based on your number of users. So for example, we have this Auth.js one, which is an open source one. You can integrate it with your application. And we have paid services like Clerk, for example, where your authentication is going to be hosted by Clerk, and you're going to pay. You can find the pricing page here. There is, of course, pros and cons to each kind of library. If you are working on a real project, you might have to do some research to decide which library is the best for you. We also have others like Auth0, for example. However, what I'm going to be using is this one called BetterAuth. And probably all of them are going to have a pretty similar integration process. However, I decided to use BetterAuth. I think this is the one that I like the most personally, but of course you can use any other library. And if you're using something like a backend service like Supabase, Firebase, AWS Amplify, stuff like that, these are also going to have their own authentication service provided as well. So you probably won't have to use any of these libraries. So let's get started right away. Let's close these. And I have here the installation guide for Supabase opened. And let's go back to our app. And by the way, I'm going to remove the middleware stuff that we did here. These were just some examples, but we're not going to actually use them. So I'm going to remove these for now. And we should get our blog page back. And now let's install BetterAuth. So I'm going to go here in my terminal, and I'm going to run npm install BetterAuth. Let's copy that. And next, we need to define some environment variables in our .env file here. So in here, we need to create this BetterAuth secret that should be a random value that you can generate somehow. Or you can click on generate here and it's going to be generated for you. I'm going to do that. Copy this, put it here. Of course, this should be a secret. And then we set a base URL as an environment variable. So I'm going to copy that and put it here. So this can be different, or it's actually going to be different. So when you deploy your app somewhere, you're going to set this environment variable to whatever domain you are deploying to. But since we are working with this localhost 3000 port, I'm going to leave it like that. And next, we need to create a BetterAuth instance. And we need, when we create this instance, to somehow integrate it with our database. So remember, we are using Drizzle and a Neon or PostgreSQL database. And BetterAuth integrates with lots of databases. So if you take a look here, databases, you're going to have a lot of stuff here and a lot of adapters as well. However, we're going to need to create some tables, some additional tables in our schema that are required by BetterAuth. But let's create this instance first. And it says here, you can create it in the root or a lib folder or utils folder. This is up to you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create it maybe inside of the source in here. Let's maybe create this file, auth.ts. And in here, let's create this instance. So as mentioned here, we need to import BetterAuth and then initialize it, and we can pass some options. So in here, we need to pass options related to our database. We need to specify what our database is. So in here, we can pass a database option. And in here, we need, since we are using Drizzle, of course, it can be different if you're using a different thing. I'm going to need to call Drizzle adapter, which can be imported from BetterAuth as well. And then in here, I passed my Drizzle instance that I created in this Drizzle file. And then I pass an object with a couple of options. Provider, this is a Postgres database, so PG in here. And then by default, BetterAuth is going to assume that our tables are singular. So if we go to our schema here, our table names are plural. So we have users, posts, and so on, and not user, post, and so on. So if you would like to specify that we are using plural, we can add an option here, use plural, and set it to true. Also, one thing that we need to specify here, in our users table, in our schema, for the ID of the user, I'm using UUID, and this is going to, whenever we insert a user, a new UUID is going to be automatically generated. We don't have to specify an ID when we create a new user in our database. However, BetterAuth, when it creates a new user in our database, is going to try and put an ID here. However, we need to somehow tell it that it doesn't need to do that because we automatically generate the ID. So we can do that in advanced and database, and then generate ID, set it to false. One thing that we need to put here as well, this is a Next.js related thing. Because remember, this library, BetterAuth, and other libraries as well, they do not only work with Next.js, they can work with a lot of libraries. When we are using Next.js, we need to specify here some plugins, so in plugins, and we need to specify a plugin in an array which is called Next Cookies. So Next Cookies, which can be imported from BetterAuth as well. And this is going to help us when we need to call this. This is going to help us set some cookies when we call the BetterAuth API to log in, for example, or log out, and so on. So when we log in, it's going to set some cookie in our browser. When we log out, it's going to remove it, and so on. That's it for now, I guess. Maybe we need now to add our tables. So in our schema, we are required to have some tables. Of course, users. However, we have some stuff missing in our users table that are required by BetterAuth, like the image and email verified. So I'm going to copy these. I'm going to put here email verified, and it's going to be a boolean. Let's import boolean and make sure to import it from the right package, which is Drizzle ORM PG core. And image, I think this is required, but let's just also put it. I think this is optional, but let's also put it because we're going to do GitHub Login, and we're going to populate this image with the GitHub avatar. But that's it for the user. the users table. However, we're also required to add some tables as well, some completely new tables. The first one I'm going to put here is sessions. This is going to store our sessions. Whenever a user login, a session is going to be created here, and on logout it's going to be deleted, and so on. We also need an accounts table, which is a little bit bigger. I'm also going to put it here. It is going to contain, it's going to be related to some users, so we have a reference to users here. And of course, a session also references a user. And in here, it is going to contain some information about the user, how he logged in. For example, if he logged in with GitHub, it's going to be stored in this provider ID. If he has an access token, refresh token, and so on, it's going to be stored here. And if he logged in with an email and password, his password is going to be stored here, and so on. Some information related to the user. Finally, we need a verifications table. I believe this is only required if you are doing email and password login, which we are not going to do in this video. In this video, I'm going to make things a little bit quicker by doing GitHub Login. But of course, we can create a form and put an email and password, a register form with an email and password, and so on. And when we do that, we need to verify our email. So this table is going to be required. But I'm also going to put it here. And I guess this should be it. Now we need to migrate or generate migration files and apply them. So let's do that. And I'm also having my database opened here so that we can make sure that our tables were created. So in here, let's run npm run db generate. And after our migration files are generated, let's run npm run db migrate. And hopefully this should work without any errors. And now if you go to our database, refresh here, we should find our new tables here, accounts, sessions, and so on. And also in users, we should find our new stuff. We have email verified, which I'm defaulting to false. If you don't put a default value here, when we added email verified, you're going to get an error since we added a required column and we already have values in our database without this column specified. So we need to put a default value. And we have our image. And we should have sessions linked to the user, accounts linked to the user as well. So this should be done. And this was in here. This was this fourth step that we have here. So we have already done that. We have created our tables as well. So this should be done. And now we need to specify authentication methods. So as we've mentioned, you can do email and password. However, I'm going to do GitHub Login. Email and password is not hard. It is also straightforward. However, it just requires more setup and more steps. And for this video, maybe I need to make it a little bit faster. So I'm going to use GitHub Login. So in order to do GitHub Login, we need to generate a bunch of stuff. A client ID. We need to create a GitHub application and get a client ID and a client secret. So to do that, we need to go to this URL, github.com settings applications new. Of course, you have to be logged in with GitHub. I'm going to do that. And in here, you can create a new application, give it a name. In the homepage URL, of course, while development, we should put this localhost URL. However, when we deploy our app, we need to change this or maybe create a new application and put our deployment URL here. In this authorization callback, we need to put, actually if you go here, we have a detailed instructions for that. If we go to integrations and then, not integrations, authentication and then GitHub. Of course, as you can see, we have lots of providers here. I just chose GitHub. And in here, we're going to have detailed instructions. So in this callback URL or redirect URL, we should put this. Like so. Of course, you are going to need to change localhost when you deploy. But what this is going to do this is going to be an endpoint that is going to be created by BetterAuth, and we're going to see how in a moment. And when GitHub is done logging you in, it's going to redirect to this URL, and using this URL, this endpoint that BetterAuth creates, it is going to verify the request, create a user in the database, or add a session in the database, and so on. So this is going to be handled by that. And now we can register our application, and we need to go to our environment variables and put a couple of things. So as mentioned here, we need to put GitHub client ID, so like so, and a GitHub client secret. So for the ID, we should get it here in our app, this one. For the secret, we can generate a new one by clicking this button, and we're going to have it, of course, all of these should be secret, right? And this should be it. And now we should go back to our auth file and add an option here, which is social providers, and add GitHub. So let's add GitHub, and in here we need to specify our stuff. Let's actually copy it from here, like so. Client ID and client secret. Next, we need to set up, as mentioned here, mount handler. We need to add some route handler in our Next.js application. That is going to create, remember, when we created this application, we specified a callback URL. We need to create this route handler, but of course, we're not actually going to write the actual route handler. BetterAuth is going to take care of that. So what we're going to do is, as mentioned here, we're going to create in this API folder, so app API, we're going to create a route that is going to catch anything that starts with API/auth. So API/auth/anything, it is going to be handled by BetterAuth, including, of course, this one, which is API/auth/callback/GitHub. So remember this spread operator thing that we were using? We're going to use that. So let's copy this part. And in API, let's create this file. So in here, a new file in this folder. And all we need to do is copy this and put it here. We just need to update this import. Let's remove this and import auth from the file that we created. And this is going to export any post or get endpoint or route handler that BetterAuth needs using this to Next.js handler that we import from BetterAuth. So now this callback that we specified here should exist in our app. When GitHub redirects to it, it should work fine. Finally, we need to create a client. This is not necessary, by the way. We're actually not going to use it probably, but you can create a client that can help you interact with BetterAuth from the client. So from client components, for example, you can call functions to sign in, log out, and so on. However, we have another option to do these kind of things on the server as well by using this API. So in here, you're going to find in concepts API, where you can also do stuff on the server, sign in, sign up, and so on. However, why don't we also define this client in case you needed to use it? So to do that, in here, we create a file. Let's call it auth client, similar to here. And I'm also going to put it maybe in the source. Of course, the folder structure is up to you, but I'm going to put it here as well. And in here, we just, let's copy that actually. This is all what we need to do. Import create auth client from BetterAuth and initialize it. And this URL is optional, by the way. So as mentioned here, optional if you are using the same domain. So we can actually even remove this, and this should be it. Now you can import this auth client, and inside of it, you are going to have functions to sign in, sign up, a hook called use session to get the current session, and so on. But these are can only be used on the client. On the server, we are going to use the API that we've seen a moment ago. But that should be it for the setup of BetterAuth. Let's now do the actual logging in our app. Let's now add a button to log in using GitHub. So first of all, let's close everything. And what we need now is, remember, we had a login route that we created, and it was just an empty page in here, and this existed in app auth and then login. So now in here we need to put this GitHub login button. We can maybe use create a client component and use this BetterAuth client that we defined here. However, we can also do the login on the server, and maybe the benefit of that is that this can also work without JavaScript. If JavaScript is maybe disabled or did not load for any reason, doing the login on the server can work without JavaScript, since we can do it using a form, a normal HTML form, and just submit the form. And of course create a server action, similar to what we've done when we created the edit post action, for example. So let's do it this way on the server. So as we've mentioned, to do that you're going to find actually here in concepts API, you are going to find this API that can be used on the server. So this is what we're going to be using. So let's go back here, and first of all, let's just fix something that is going to cause an error later if you do not fix it, which is something I forgot when we initialize our database, which was here in DB Drizzle. When we initialize Drizzle here, we need to import our schema. We need to import everything from our schema and pass it here as an option. This is going to be required by BetterAuth. If that does not exist, we are going to get some error. Now let's go back to our login, and what we need to have is a form that we can submit and then call some server function to do the login. So remember, we have done something similar. In functions, we had posts, and in posts, we are marking all of these functions as server functions using useServer. And we created one, for example, a function to edit post. Let's do the same to login by creating a new file in functions here. I'm going to call this auth. So these are server functions related to auth. Of course, we need to mark anything here as a server function. So useServer. And let's create our first function, which is going to be login. So export const, let's call it sign in, and make it async, and then do our login. And this is by simply calling some API from BetterAuth. So we can import auth from the file that we created, and in here we're going to have API, and then we have a function called sign in social, since we need to log in with GitHub, right? In the body here, we can pass a body, and in the body we can specify the provider, which is GitHub. So GitHub, and we can also specify a callback URL, which means when our login is successful, where do we want to take the user to? So for now, let's say to the dashboard route. Remember, we had this dashboard. We had this dashboard route here inside of the dashboard group. And maybe let's store this in a constant and log it. And now we need to use this action. So in our login page, in here we can create a form and pass it the server function that we created. However, we're going to need to have our pending state. We need to display errors and stuff like that. And remember, to do that, we need to use the useActionState hook. And in order to use this hook, we need to create a client component. So I'm going to do that. Maybe inside of the login route, create a new client component. I'm going to call it GitHub login button, or maybe just GitHub login.tsx. And this is going to be a client component where we're going to have our form that points to this function that we just created. Sign in. So let's create a component, GitHub login, and in here, let's have a form. And in the form, we're going to have the submit button, but we're not going to have any fields. We just need to submit the form. So I'm just going to have a button that says maybe sign in with GitHub. And I'm just going to maybe add some styling classes here. Just padding a black background, and when the button is disabled, I'm decreasing the opacity because we're going to disable the button while submitting the form. So we should have, let's actually use now this component here in our login route, GitHub Login. And we should have this button here. Let's also maybe add a cursor of pointer for our button, right? Now we can import our action and post it here, but remember, we need to have our pending state and our errors to display and stuff like that. So remember, to do that, we use the useActionState hook. So in the useActionState hook, this is where we pass our function, our server function, and we're going to get the action returned that we are eventually going to pass to our form. So remember, in here we pass our action, which is sign in. Let's import it from our functions. And we can also pass an initial state. So let's say our state, remember in here we get a state that we can use to display errors, for example, and we get a new action, form action, and we get the is pending flag. This is going to be passed here, the new form action. The state, we can specify how it should look like by adding a type here. And in the type, let's say this is going to be it's going to have an error that can be either a string or null if we don't have errors. Let's do it like so for now. And let's specify here an initial state where we're not going to have any errors initially. We have some TypeScript error, but let's ignore it for now. And maybe for now, before submitting, let's just maybe disable our button if is pending is true. And now let's save this and let's try to submit and open our logs. Remember, in our function, what we're currently doing is we're not handling any errors. We are just calling this and console logging the response. So let's try to submit. And as you can see, as a response, we get a URL that we should redirect to. This is going to be, of course, be a GitHub redirect, and it's going to contain the login page and so on. So we need to redirect the user to this URL. However, why don't we handle errors first? So to do that, I'm going to add a try catch here. And let's remove this console log. If we have any errors, we're going to return, let's maybe console log the error and just return our state, which is going to be an error with some message. So let's say an error has occurred. So now if we save this, and let's try to have an error by maybe defining a provider that does not exist here. When we submit, we're going to get this error in our state, so we can just display it somewhere. I'm going to maybe, let's copy this. It is pretty straightforward. Maybe inside of our form, check if we have errors, display it somehow here. So now if we sign in, we should have our error here. But if we don't have an error, let's remove this error here. In this response, as we've seen here, we get an object with a URL that we need to redirect to. So one mistake that you can do here is calling redirect from next navigation and redirecting to response.url. This is not going to work. I'm not sure if we mentioned this before, but you cannot put redirect in a try catch block. Because how it works, redirect, is that it throws an error, and therefore this error is going to be caught here, and the redirect, the actual redirect, is not going to happen. So we need to somehow put it here after our try catch. And to do that, maybe we can create a variable here to store our URL. Let's call it maybe redirect URL. And populate this here with response.url. And then this should be populated, but let's maybe also, just in case, make sure it exists and then redirect. Maybe if this does not exist for any reason, you can also return an error, but I'm just going to keep it like that. I also like to put brackets, even if we only have one line for the if condition. Anyways, now let's maybe refresh this and try to log in, and we should be taken to GitHub to login. And in here we get the name of the app that we created, and I'm just going to authorize this. And now we should be taken back to our app, and and we should hopefully be logged in. So how do we know that we are logged in? Currently, we're not doing anything to indicate that. However, if we inspect here and check our cookies, so application cookies, we're going to find here a BetterAuth cookie, and it is going to be set to some value. And if we go to our database and check our sessions now, we should find a session here. And if you take a look at the token for this session, it should be this exactly similar to this value. So now by having this cookie, we should know that we are logged in. But of course, the existence of the cookie is not enough to know that we're logged in. We need to verify this cookie by going to our database, making sure this cookie exists and verifying it. However, this is all going to be handled by some functions that we can call from BetterAuth. And also, if you go to our users table, here we go, we have my user here from GitHub, and it contains the image from my GitHub avatar. And also in accounts, we should have an account. It contains information about my user as well. So provider, GitHub, and so on. All of that was done by, remember, the endpoint that we specified here, which is handled by BetterAuth. So when GitHub successfully logged in, it called this endpoint. And this endpoint, which we specified here in our API auth and then this route handler, BetterAuth is going to handle this for us and create the user, create the sessions, and so on. One thing that we just need to do, remember we had a TypeScript error here, and I guess this is because in our action we can return this error message, this object, or we can return undefined if our response was successful. So I guess here we just need to specify in addition to this that we can return undefined as well. And yeah, this should fix it. Alright, so now we have our login in place. We can now start protecting our routes based on our login status. When it comes to protecting routes in Next.js, you should do it as close as possible to where you fetch your data. So for example, let's maybe close this. And let's say we need to protect this dashboard route. So in here, I'm going to go to this route, dashboard, and in dashboard page.tsx. Of course, currently it is empty, but let's say in here you are maybe fetching some data for this route. What you should do in order to protect this route, make sure only logged in users are going to be able to see this route and fetch the data and so on. You should protect your route here before doing anything, before fetching data, before rendering your component and so on. So to check if we are logged in a server component, we are going to do that in a moment. We can use the same API that we used to log in. In a client component, to get the current session, you can use this. Remember, when we set up BetterAuth, we had this, in here, we defined this client that we can use in client components, and we have this use session hook. You can use this in client components to know if you are logged in or not. However, more importantly, you should do some checks in server components in order to avoid fetching data on the server, maybe do a redirect for certain routes and so on. So let's say we need to protect this dashboard route as an example. Of course, this is just an example for this route. You will have to do this for every route that you need to protect. So if you are using BetterAuth, and it's going to be somehow similar in other libraries as well, you can somehow get the current session. So in BetterAuth, to do that, we use the API, the same API that we used to log in our login action or login server function. So in here, I'm going to create a constant called session. And I'm going to import my auth. And then, of course, we need to make this function async and await this. And from our API, we can call a function called getSession. However, getSession, we need to posit our headers. So in headers, we need to posit the Next.js headers, which we can get by awaiting headers from next headers, like so. If something is returned here, it means we are logged in, because this endpoint is going to check our cookie, and if it found a cookie, it's going to go to our database, check the session, make sure it is valid, and so on. So if we eventually get something here, it means we are logged in. Let's try to log this. And remember currently, session. Currently we should be logged in. We have the cookie. So if we take a look at this, refresh, we should have a session here. It contains a session. This is the session from our database. And also it contains the user. So this is our user that is currently logged in. So what we can simply do is check. Maybe let's remove this console log. Check if we don't have the session. Then we don't need to carry on and fetch our data, render our page, and so on. We can do other stuff. We can maybe return just some other component. Let's say some message unauthorized. Now, we're not going to get it because we are logged in, but if we maybe, instead of removing the whole cookie, maybe let's rename it so that we can easily get it back. I'm going to just add some extra letter here. So now we should be logged out. So now if we refresh, I'm getting here unauthorized. However, remember in this route, in the dashboard route, we have a layout, and in this layout, we were rendering the children, but we were also having some parallel routes as well. We were having some slots. So all of these are going to be, you're going to need to protect these as well. But for now, let's just see other options that we can do here if we are not logged in. Because we can, for example, maybe we need to completely redirect. We don't need logged out users to be able to see this page. So we can call redirect from next navigation. And let's say redirect to the login route. So now if we save this and try to access our dashboard, we're going to be redirected to the login route. We can also, I'm going to comment this. We can also, remember we mentioned, when we discussed error handling, we mentioned that we have this forbidden function that we can call, and we also have this unauthorized function that we can call. So if we are not logged in, maybe we can call unauthorized. However, in order to use this is currently still experimental. It is not actually recommended for production, but let's try it quickly. In our next config, we need to enable auth interrupts, set it to true. By doing so, we can call this function, and this is going to render a component that we can define. We can define it here, or we can maybe define it in the layout so that it can be shared with multiple routes, but let's define it inside of dashboard, unauthorized.tsx. And in here, we can just simply create a component. This is a simple one, but you can add more stuff here, maybe go back button, stuff like that. When we call unauthorized, this component should be rendered. So if we try to access dashboard now, we should get unauthorized, and this is coming from this component. But as we've mentioned, we need to protect all of our routes that we need to protect, including these slots that we are displaying here. Remember, these are going to exist inside of these slots. So we have this one, for example, inside of users, this one as well, the one inside of analytics, the one inside of revenue, inside of analytics. All of these are going to need to be protected. However, instead of having to call this function or this endpoint get session, which is going to hit our database every time we call it, we can create a function and cache it using React Cache in order to only hit the database once if we call this endpoint multiple times in the same request. So here, for example, in this dashboard, we need to protect the dashboard itself and these slots, and also maybe the layout in here, the layout that holds all of these things. Maybe we need to call get session here as well. So instead of hitting the database multiple times, let's create a function, and I'm going to do this maybe in our auth file, which is inside of inside of source auth.js. Let's in here create a function that's going to check our session and cache it so that we can use it multiple times. I'm maybe going to call this required login. And by the way, in this file, in this auth file, we can add here, remember, we can import server only in order to avoid accidentally importing any of these functions in the client. So I'm going to export a function here, and I'm going to call it require login. And this is a function that we're going to call for every route that requires login, and it's going to handle calling BetterAuth, the endpoint get session in order to check the session in the database and so on. So let's export a constant require login, and I'm going to cache it, remember, using React cache. We have discussed what this function does exactly in a previous section. And then I'm going to create an async function in here. And let's actually copy what we've done in the dashboard. Here, let's copy this request, put it here. Let's import headers. And then in here, we can check if we don't have a session. Maybe, let's maybe do the redirect thing. So redirect to login, right? If we have a session, let's just return it so that we can access the user in our component, in our server component. So by having this, we can use it in our dashboard instead of all of this. So we don't have to do all of this. We can just call. Remember, we have to await. This is important. Require login. And if we're not logged in, we're going to be redirected. If we're logged in, we're going to get the session in from here. So we can use it. Maybe you need to display something from the session, maybe the username or some stuff in your components. So you get that here from this function. So now by having this, we can maybe, let's remove these imports. And now we can call this anywhere we need to protect. Like, for example, let's do, as an example, let's do this user's slot here. We can call the same function, await, require login, and make this async, and do the same for every route that you need to protect. And by using this function, if the same function, since we are wrapping this in cache, if it was called multiple times, this does not mean that we're going to hit the database multiple times since the function is cached. So now, of course, if we try to visit dashboard, we should be redirected to login. However, let's get back our cookie, rename it back to the correct name in here, like so, and then try to go to dashboard, and it should work, right? So great. Of course, as I mentioned, I'm just doing some examples, but you need to do that check for every route that you need to protect. However, for now, let's say maybe in our layout, the layout for the dashboard, for example, which is in dashboard layout, maybe we need to display some information about the logged in user. So remember, our require login function returns the session if we are logged in. So in here, we have the session, and we can call require login. And we're going to, if we're logged in, we're going to get, maybe you can just destructure our user from here. Sorry, of course, I forgot to await. However, you might think, if we are protecting our layout that holds everything in our dashboard route, then why do we have to protect the route itself? Why do we have to protect the dashboard route and everything inside of it? This is because this layout, remember, it is not going to re-render if we do client-side navigation. So this protection here is not going to run for every route inside of the dashboard route when we do client-side navigation. So you still need to protect each route separately. You should never rely on protecting a group of routes by protecting their layout, right? So this is important. But now that we're calling this here, we have access to the user. We can maybe display some information about the user. So let's say in here also, we can display user name. We can also maybe check if I have an image because it is optional. So if user.image, we can maybe display an image tag and put our image here. So now we're going to have this. where I have my name and my image from GitHub displayed here. So whenever you need to access the user, you can do it this way. And also, as we've mentioned, since require login is cached, you don't have to worry about calling this multiple times, since we are wrapping this in cache and it is only going to hit the database once. Let's now do something that I guess is useful. So in our login action, which remember lives here in functions auth, we have this callback URL. So whenever we log in, we're going to be directed to /dashboard. But let's say we were trying to access some route that is protected and we are logged out. So we're going to be redirected to the login page. When we log in, instead of redirecting to dashboard, let's say we need to redirect to the route that we were trying to access. So let's say, since we only have dashboard protected, let's say we have another one protected. Let's say this settings /profile route, for example. Of course, you need to protect everything that needs protection, but let's say as an example, protect this one as well. So in here awaits require login, like so, and make this async. And now let's say we are logged out. So in our cookies, I'm going to rename my cookie here. And now if I try to access /profile, or sorry, /settings /profile, I should be redirected to login. Sorry, looks like I forgot to add a / here in our require function. We should have a / here. Sorry for that. Now if I try to access settings /profile, I should be redirected to login. And now what we need to do is when we log in, instead of going to dashboard, we need to go to settings /profile, since this is what we were trying to access. So let's see how can we do that. So first of all, when we redirect to this login route, we need to have a reference to whatever route we were trying to access before being redirected, right? So in here, maybe when we call require login, we can add an optional argument here of redirectTo. And if that exists, we're going to put it here in our redirect URL as a search parameter. So maybe we can default it to /dashboard. However, we can customize this if we want it. So in here, instead of a string, I'm going to pass a template, and then I'm going to add a search parameter here. We can do that using new URL search params, and in here pass an object with the name, let's say redirectTo, and just pass it the redirectTo argument that we defined here. So now if we try to access, settings /profile, as you can see here, when we redirect to login, we get this redirectTo, and then we have dashboard, right? Since this is our default. However, now in our function, when we call our require login function, in the profile settings route, we can customize this by passing /settings /profile. And so now let's try again, access /settings /profile. Now in our redirectTo parameter, we should have settings /profile, right? And now we can use this to somehow pass it to our, remember here, not here, sorry, in our require login action, which is here, pass it here instead of just hard coding dashboard. So how can we pass this search parameter that we have here in our URL to our sign-in action when we submit our sign-in action in this sign-in button? So let's go actually to this button, GitHub Login. In here, we can pass in our form as a hidden input. We can pass whatever we have in our search parameter redirectTo, right? So since this is already a client component, we can use the use search parameter hook. So in here we can get our search params using the use search params hook, like so. And in here, if we have redirectTo in our search parameters, we are going to pass it as a hidden input. So somewhere inside of our form, we can put a hidden input. So input type hidden, and then as a value, we can put our search parameter. However, in here, let's make sure, check that it exists. Let's create a constant called redirectTo. Sorry, this is search. And now in our search parameters, I'm going to check if we have redirectTo. So get, and pass here the name, which we specified to be redirectTo. If we have that, we're going to use it. Otherwise, let's also maybe just default to dashboard. And now we can pass this as a value here. And by passing this as a value here, we're going to have access to it in our action. So in our sign-in action. Now remember, in here we get as a first argument our previous state. So we're going to have our previous state here. As a second argument, we're going to get our form data, which is of type form data. Previous state is going to have a type, the same type here, undefined, or this object with an error. So let's maybe put it here like so. We're not going to use previous state, however, but we need our form data. So now in here, in our callback URL, we can check if in our form data we have this hidden input, or actually it is always going to exist since we are having a default value for it, which is dashboard. So we can just remove dashboard from here, and or maybe let's keep it just in case anything happened, and do an OR here, and then get our hidden input, which we did not give it a name. We should give it a name. Let's also give it a name of redirectTo, so that we can access it here like so. And I think we just need to call toString like so. So now we're getting an error here, probably TypeScript. Now since we are having our form data here, we need to specify this. So inside of this useActionState generic, as a second argument here, we need to specify type form data. Like so, and this is going to fix it. Anyways, now let's try to access settings/profile. We're going to be redirected. We're adding our redirectTo here in our URL, and in our form, let's actually see it. We are having a hidden input where we populate this input with the route that we need to go to after logging in, and then we are passing this to the sign-in social function in the callback URL. So hopefully when we log in now, we should be redirected to settings/profile. So of course, after logging in, I realized I have a typo here. This should be settings/profile. Sorry for that. Let's try it again quickly. I'm going to log out. So in my cookies, maybe let's remove the cookie this time, because we're going to log in again. Refresh, redirected, sign in, and we should be redirected to our route. So maybe this current implementation is a little bit annoying since we have to specify this route here as an argument, and as we've seen, we had a typo, for example, so it did not work. But later we're going to use middleware to do redirects, and when we use middleware, we're going to do this in a more dynamic way, where we don't have to specify the route, to hard code the route here, like so. But let's keep it like that for now. Sometimes we might need to check if the user is logged in or not, however, without doing any redirects. So for example, let's say in our route layout, if the user is logged in, maybe we need to put his image and username, for example. However, if not, we're just not going to put anything. However, the function that we currently have to check for if the user is logged in, which exists in this auth file inside of our source. So in here, we have this function, require login. It checks the login status. However, if the user is not logged in, it is going to redirect. So let's have another function that is going to check if the user is not logged in, and if not, it is just going to return null. So in here, I'm going to define a new function. Let's call it getCurrentUser. Let's also cache it so that we can call it multiple times. And in here, we're pretty much going to do the same thing, call this endpoint here. However, I'm going to check if we don't have a session. If not, let's return null. But if we have the session, maybe just return it. Or maybe actually return just the user. So remember, in session we have the session and the user. We're not going to need this session object anywhere, so let's just return the user. And now we can actually use this same function in here. Instead of calling the endpoint again, we can now instead call getCurrentUser. Now this is going to be the user, but it doesn't matter. And we can check for the user and also return only the user from require login. In this case, we are going to need to modify something. So in our dashboard, remember in the layout, we were using the session here. However, we're not returning the session anymore. We are just returning the user. So we can just simply get the user directly. By doing so, we are ensuring that we are only going to call this endpoint once, which is going to hit our database. So even if we call getCurrentUser and require login in the same request, since we are caching both of these functions, we should only hit the database once. But anyways, now we have this function that we can use to check if the user is logged in or not without doing any redirects. So now, let's say in our root layout, which is here, we need to do this check and display something if the user is logged in. So let's say we are going to display the username maybe, or the name of the user, and a logout button. So before doing anything here in the layout, let's create a layout action. So remember, in functions, auth, we had our login action or sign in action. Let's do one for signing out, which is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to call some BetterAuth endpoint as well. So let's export here a constant sign out and async function, and just simply await and then auth.api dot sign out, and then we just need to pass the headers here, I guess. Yes, so headers, and then await our headers from next headers, like so. I'm just going to keep it like that. Maybe you can handle errors as well. However, we've done this multiple times, so I'm going to leave that to you. And now that we have this action, now we can go sorry, not here, in our root layout here, and let's make it an async function, and let's in here get our user. So get the user, stored in a constant. Let's call getCurrentUser, and this can either be the user or it can also be null, and of course await. And now somewhere here in our layout, let's say before the children, I'm going to put this. I'm going to check if we have a user. I'm going to put welcome and then username, and then a form that points to our action, sign out, which we need to import from our function, our functions folder. And if we are not logged in, I'm just adding a link to the login route. So of course, for this form, you can move it into a client component to display the pending state and so on. However, I'm going to keep it simple this time, since we've done this multiple times before. So now we have it, welcome, and then my name. And I can click on logout, and we should be logged out. And we shouldn't be able to access any protected route. And of course, if you check the cookies, the cookie should be deleted. And now we have a login link, since we're not logged in anymore. But this is going to have some implication when we build our app. We're going to see that in a moment, but let's log in again and let's do something quickly. So if we are logged in and we are trying to access the login route, since we are already logged in, we need to redirect. We don't need to be able to access the login route when we are already logged in. So let's go to the login route in auth login page, and in here I'm going to get the current user. So in here, user, and let's call, of course, await get current user, make this async, and check if we are logged in, then redirect maybe to dashboard or whatever. So now, if we try to access login and we're already logged in, we're going to redirect to dashboard. But now, let's try to build our app, because in our root layout here, we are using something that is going to make our entire application dynamic. So remember, our root layout exists everywhere. And now in our root layout, we are using something that depends on cookies, and it is going to make our entire app dynamic, since we are depending on the current user for all of our routes now, since root layout exists for all of our routes. So let's try to build the app now. Let's go somewhere here and let's run npm run build. And let's wait for the logs where we're going to know if our routes are dynamic or not. Now, if we take a look here, as you can see, all of our routes are going to be dynamic. All of them are going to have this F symbol, which means dynamic. Also, we have a middleware that can affect this, but let's for now remove this middleware completely. Maybe let's actually, because we're going to use it again later, so maybe let's for now rename this file to something else. So now we don't have any middleware file, and let's also try to build again. And now also, as you can see, all of our routes are going to be marked as being dynamic routes. So remember, in the blog, in the single block, for example, we had partial pre-rendering for this. But now, since in our root layout we're using something dynamic, everything is going to become dynamic now. However, since we are using partial pre-rendering, maybe we can only make this part dynamic, right? We have already discussed how to do that before, by moving this in a separate component and then wrapping it in suspense. So let's go back to our root layout here, and let's move this this markup and also this get current user to a separate component, so that it won't affect our whole app and make our whole app dynamic. We're just going to make some part in our layout dynamic, right? So this is going to be pretty straightforward, so I'm going to do it quickly. Let's remove this markup now, and also remove the call to get current user. And now our layout should return back to its original state. Since we built our app, we might need to restart our dev server. And now I'm going to go, maybe in components folder, I'm going to create this new component. Maybe let's call it login status or so .tsx. And I'm going to put here this component, which is exactly the same to what we've done in the layout, calling get current user and displaying our stuff here. But now when we use this in our layout, I'm going to wrap it in suspense. So in here, I'm going to add the suspense. As a fallback, let's maybe just add some loading text. You can do a skeleton as well if you would like. So loading. And then inside of suspense, I'm going to import my component, which we called login status, like so. Now, when we refresh, we should get the same thing. So here I have my logout button. However, now only this part is dynamic. Now when we build our app, we should get partial pre-rendering for all of our routes. Since in our root layout, we are doing partial pre-rendering. We have some static content and we have some dynamic content as well. However, remember, when we enabled partial pre-rendering, which is here in our next config, we used incremental here, and we only enabled it for our blog route. But now, since we are using it in our root layout, we need to enable it for all of our routes. Of course, since the root layout exists for all of our routes. So we can do that by setting PPR to true. And now we can try to build our app and see what is going to happen. So let's build our app again. And now we are going to see that dynamic routes that we had are going to, of course, remain dynamic. However, routes that were static are now going to be partially pre-rendered. So remember, this sign here means partial pre-render. So now all of our routes that were static are going to be partially pre-rendered since in our route layout, we are having some dynamic content, so we need to enable partial pre-rendering for all of our routes. So of course, as we've mentioned before, as I'm recording this, partial pre-rendering is currently experimental, and you probably should not use it for production. So in this case, if you would like to do something like this, having some dynamic content in your route layout or in any layout, then you are probably going to have to make any children to this layout dynamic. Or if you would like, you can use partial pre-rendering, but just keep in mind that it is currently not ready for production yet. As we've mentioned before, we should protect our routes in the component itself right here before fetching any data or returning any markup. However, maybe you are wondering, why don't we do this step in middleware? So remember, we have discussed middleware before, and we've mentioned that middleware are functions that are going to run right here before rendering any components. So why don't we, when we send any request in our middleware, check for authentication here, and maybe if we're not authenticated, instead of going here and rendering our content, we can maybe just do a redirect somewhere else to the login page, for example, or we can display an error or whatever. However, this is not recommended. Why? Because if this middleware fails for any reason, then your entire routes are going to be exposed. So we shouldn't rely on just a single point here to do our authentication. If this fails for any reason, this is a great security risk. And in fact, recently there was a bug in Next.js that allows users to bypass middleware. And this caused a lot of issues for people doing authentication and authorization only in middleware. So we should always do our authentication here when we render our component. So right here, before rendering our component, we should do our authentication. However, we can still use middleware to do maybe optimistic redirects, which means when we send a request, let's say we don't even have a cookie in our browser. And remember, when we render any route, we call this require login function. This require login function is going to call getCurrentUser, which calls auth API, get session, and so on, which is going to go to our database, validate our session, and so on. However, if we don't even have a cookie, there is no need to do all of that. There is no need to even reach this component. So if we do it here in the drawing, when we send a request, maybe in our middleware, if we don't even have a cookie, we can just do the redirect without going to this step, without even touching our component and do our authentication check and so on. If we have a cookie, this does not mean we are authenticated, because this cookie can be invalid or it can be added by the user. However, we are going to optimistically allow the request to pass to this point, and in this point, when we render our component, we are going to do our authentication checks, which is going to go to the database, validate the cookie, and so on. So let's use middleware in order to check. If we don't even have the cookie, we can just do the redirect without going to our component in the first place. Let's do that. And remember, I have renamed my middleware folder. Let's now get it back. So I'm going to rename it back to middleware. And in here, we have this function, and we have our matcher, which is going to match every route except static files and things like sitemap, robots, and so on. So in here, let's write our middleware. So first of all, we need to get our cookie, our session cookie, which is the BetterAuth cookie that we've seen in our browser. To do that, we can call a function from BetterAuth. So let's create a constant here, call it session cookie, and call a function called getSessionCookie from BetterAuth. And we need to pass it the request that we get in our middleware. This is going to check for the existence of the cookie. It is not going to validate it. It is not going to go to the database or any of that. So this is not enough to decide that you are authenticated. However, we're going to check. If it does not exist, we're going to do the redirect instead of going to the component. However, we only need to do that if we are trying to access a route that is protected. If we're trying to access a public route, no need to perform this check. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a function here that is going to decide what routes exactly are public. So let's create a function. Let's maybe call it isPublicRoute. So in here, this function is going to receive the path name, which is going to be a string, and it is going to return true or false. So let's make it return false. So by default, any route is not public unless we specify here in an if condition. And in this if condition, I'm going to add an array here for our public routes. So let's say the home page. Let's say, of course, the login page should be public. And that's it for now. And then includes, we're going to check that the path name is one of these. So you're using includes and then pass the path name. We also need the blog and blog/id routes to be public. So I'm going to add an OR here. And I'm going to check if the path name starts with blog or /blog. This is going to cause a problem, by the way, because we have also /blog/id/edit, and this one should not be public, but we're going to handle that later. For these, I'm going to return true. Now in our middleware, we need to check if you are trying to access a private route, which is any route that is not one of these. So if, let's say not isPublicRoute, and then pass it the path name. The path name is going to live in request.nextURL dot path name, path name like so. So if you're trying to access a private route and you don't have a cookie, so if not session cookie, then we're going to do the redirect. When we do the redirect, remember, we can also pass the redirectTo search parameter in order to allow the user, when he logs in, to go to the route that he was trying to access. So remember, we've done that in the settings/profile route in here. And in here, we hard-coded this route here. And we've mentioned that maybe you can have a typo here, which is going to make this not work. But using middleware, we're going to have access to the route that the user was trying to access. And when we redirect him, we can add this dynamically. So in here, let's do our redirect, which can be done by returning a next response. So next response, and then redirect. And then in here, we need to pass a new URL. In the URL, we can put our path, let's say for now /login. And we're going to add our source parameter in a moment, but let's also pass request.url here. Otherwise, let's just carry on with our request by calling next response.next. So if we have the cookie or we are trying to access a public route, we're just going to carry on with our normal rendering here. All right. Now we need to add the search parameter in our login route. So let's add here a new URL search params and add our redirectTo. And in here, we need to redirect to the URL that the user was trying to access, which is going to be request.nextURL.pathname. So now let's try it. I'm currently logged in, so I should be able to access any public route or any private route as well. So I can access dashboard. Okay, looks like I have an error. I might just need to restart my dev server, and I think this should work. Yeah, so I'm logged in, so I'm able to access dashboard. However, let's say, let's maybe first of all log out, and let's go here. And remember, in our routes, in our dashboard group, we have some routes that we did not protect yet. So we protected profile, for example, in here. However, settings itself, so settings page.tsx, is not protected. But now, since we are doing this optimistic redirect in the middleware, even if we are not protecting this settings route, when we try to access it, we should be redirected since it is not part of our public route. So let's try to visit settings. So /settings. and we are redirected. Of course, you should also protect the route itself in here. However, we are just testing our middleware. And also when we redirected, let's take a look at our redirectTo, which was added dynamically, and we get here in redirectTo /settings. So now if we log in, we should be redirected to the settings route. All right. So again, as a reminder, you should protect the route itself as well. However, we have this maybe, let's call it first line of defense, the middleware, which is going to redirect if we don't even have the cookie. You can also, if you would like, instead of, in the middleware, instead of just checking for the existence of the cookie, you can perform the whole thing. So you can call get session and get the session, make sure it is valid in the middleware itself. This is maybe not recommended because the middleware is going to run for each route, and therefore for each request you're going to hit the database, which might cause performance issues. However, if you would like to do it using BetterAuth, there is in here, so you can find the instructions. So this is, for example, the optimistic thing that we've done. However, you can also, if you go down here, you can find that in your middleware, you can call this endpoint API auth get session using this better fetch function in order to validate your session. And you can check for the session and redirect in this case. This is for Next.js 15.1 and below. However, for 15.2 and above, you can call the same API that we've called auth.api.getSession, the same thing that we've done in our route protection function. However, you'll need to enable Node.js runtime in middleware, and this is currently experimental. So you just need to be aware of that. You can also maybe customize this matcher so that instead of the middleware running for each route, maybe you can add a matcher here that makes the middleware runs only for protected routes, so that when you call this get session endpoint here, you will not hit the database even for public routes and routes that do not require protection. But in all cases, even if you check for your session in your middleware, you should still not depend on the middleware only for authentication, since as we've mentioned, if the middleware fails for any reason, all of your routes are going to be at risk. And as we've mentioned, there was actually this bug in Next.js where people can bypass middleware. But now let's move to something else, which is protecting our actions. So not only rendering the routes that should be protected, but also our actions should be protected as well. So when we run some action to maybe edit the post, so let's go maybe to our blog. In here, we can go to our blog. And remember, we have this edit button. Now, of course, we need to display this button only to logged in users that are admins or editors, for example. And we also not only hide the button, but we need to disable the access of this route to non-logged in users or users that are viewers, for example. And not only that, we need in our action, when we submit our action, to do these checks as well. So we need to protect all of these things. So let's get started, and let's maybe log out. And as you can see, I'm currently logged out, and I'm still able to access this edit post route. So let's protect it. So I'm going to go to this route. Let's maybe close everything. Go to the route which is in marketing blog/id and the page.tsx. Now in here, we need to protect our route. So maybe before doing anything, in here, we can call our require login function. So require login. And just by doing that, now we should be redirected. Oh, sorry, of course, I'm in the wrong route, the route that we need to protect. Let's remove this from here. The one that we need to protect is /edit. So we should go to edit, page, and this is the one that we should protect. So let's maybe remove this comment and put our await require login here. And just by having that, we should be redirected if we try to access this route. So if we maybe, let's go back to our blog and let's try to click on the edit button, edit post button. and we're going to be redirected. Of course, since we are intercepting the login route, we're having the login in this module, but anyways, we are not able to access /edit. If we try to access it directly from here, we should also be redirected as well. However, it is not only non-logged in users that should not access this page, but also users who are viewers. So remember, in our database, for each user, we have this role, which can be admin, editor, or viewer. Let's assume we need admins and editors be able to edit any post. However, viewers should not view this page. So remember, if you are logged in, we can get our user from here, right? But this user is not going to include the role. So I'm going to console log the user. This is returned by BetterAuth, and in BetterAuth, the schema does not require a role. So it is not returned. So if we go to our logs and we will need to log in. Let's log in. And here we go. Let's try to go to blog/id/edit. And in here we get our user, which includes a bunch of stuff, but it does not include the role. So of course we need the role to decide whether the user should access this or not. And to make BetterAuth return the role, we should go to our BetterAuth configuration, which was in here, in this auth file, and we should add in here additional fields, in user first, and then inside of user, additional fields, and in here we can specify additional fields to return for the user. In our case, role, and we need to add a type for it. So our type is enum, which is a string, and we can also make it required. And just by doing so, now if we try again, let's maybe clear, refresh, we should have our role here, which is viewer. So viewers should not be able to visit this page. So in addition to in addition to checking for, or in addition to calling require login, we also, if we are logged in, need to check the user, check the role in the user object. So let's in here, when we get our user, if we are logged in, of course, if the user is not an admin, so let's add here if not, and then an array, and then let's put admin and editor. If the role is not one of these, so includes, and then let's do user.role. Then maybe we can just return, of course you can redirect, you can return a component, you can do anything. However, I'm just going to, for simplicity, return unauthorized. We can also, this should not be required, since if we are not logged in, we're going to redirect using this require login function. But maybe we can also, just in case, check if not user here. So if you are not logged in. However, if we reached this point, we should have a user, right? Because if we don't have a user, we're going to be redirected. But anyways, now if we save this, as you can see, we get unauthorized. However, if I make myself an admin, so this is my user, I'm going to make myself, let's say, an editor, save, and refresh, I should be able to visit this route. Also, let's not forget to handle this in middleware as well. So remember, in our middleware file, we had this problem. We had this function is public route, and the problem with it is that we are allowing any route that starts with blog. We're marking this as public. However, blog/id/edit starts with blog, but it is not public. So we need to handle this here in the middleware in our optimistic redirects as well. So maybe we can do that by, in here when we check our path name, let's wrap this in brackets. And let's add and, so if it starts with blog and it is not blog/something/edit, which we can do by maybe checking if not path name dot ends with, ends with, and then /edit. Of course, if you have a more complex checking here, you can maybe use regular expressions, or you can use some sort of a matching library. I'm just going to keep it simple and do this check here. So now, Let's copy this URL. Let's log out. Let's try to visit it. We should be redirected, and we are redirected by the middleware. We can know that by checking the redirectTo here. Since in the middleware we are redirecting to login, and then we are adding redirectTo. So in here we should find our route that we were trying to visit, which is blog/something/edit, right? Right, so this was the additional or the optimistic check that we can do in our middleware. Let's now sign in. We should be redirected to the edit page again, right? Let's also do something. Remember, if we let's go back maybe to the blog, one of our blogs, and let's log out. When we click on edit post, we get this intercepted login page, which if you remember, we were intercepting here in this marketing group. Inside of this auth slot, we were intercepting the login route and adding this component. Since we now have our GitHub Login component button, we can import it here as well, so that we can log in from this module. So GitHub Login, and this I put it in my route, my login route. So this is going to need to be imported from the route, like so. But anyways, we have this sign in with GitHub button in this module, and we can use it. It should work exactly the same. So now we should be logged in. However, if we are logged out, let's go back again. Back to the blog/id, any blog post. If we are logged out, I'm going to log out. We should not even have this button displayed. Even if we are protecting the edit route now, maybe it does not make sense to put this button in the first place. So let's go to the route blog/id where we have this button, and let's do this check. But remember, if your route is static, so remember I have here partial pre-rendering enabled for this route. So we have some static content and we have some dynamic content, as we have done before. As we've seen before, our static content is these parts, for example, the title, the content, this part, and so on. The dynamic content is this part, the comments and the like button if we are logged in, and also the comments and the more posts were dynamic, and we've done that by wrapping these in suspense. So now if we need to check if the user is logged in order to display this edit post button, we're going to have to make our entire route dynamic. But we can avoid that by creating another component and put this link inside of it and wrap it in suspense and so on. However, to save some time, instead of creating a new component and so on, I'm just going to put it here in this likes and comments count, which is dynamic. So we can just move it here. So I'm going to move my edit post button somewhere here. Let's maybe say after the like button, and let's import link, and we should have it here, as you can see. And now since this component is dynamic, we can do our checks for the user. So in here, we can get the user. So let's maybe do it. The first thing here, user. And in here, of course, we don't need to redirect or anything. We just need to get the user or null if we're not logged in. So await, and we're going to call this function get current user. And now that we have access to the actual user, we can remember we had some dummy stuff here where we had this user ID cookie that we were using as an ID, but now we don't need to do that. We have the actual logged in user. So we can make this like button actually work without any dummy stuff. So instead of this user ID, now we don't need that. We already have the user. So in our check, when we check is liked, we can check if we are logged in. In here, we can pass the user ID like so. And now to display the like button, we just need to check for the user. And also to display the edit button, we need to check for the user, but we also need to check if this user is an admin or not. So if user and the user is an admin or an editor, so let's put admin and editor in an array and check if includes and then user.role. If so, we're going to display this button. So like so. So now I think I was an editor, so we should be able to see it. Or I'm actually not logged in, so we're not seeing anything. However, if I log in now, let's try to log in with GitHub. I am currently an editor, so I should be able to see it. Let's go to the route again. So here we have it. We have our like button and we have our edit post button. However, if I am a viewer, for example, I should only see the like button. The edit button should not appear here. So this is great. However, we still need to protect the action itself. So let's assume maybe, for example, we forgot to add this protection here. So in our edit route, blog/id/edit, let's maybe remove this. And let's say we somehow had access to the edit route. So we can go to /edit. And even though I'm a viewer, I'm able to access this page. So of course, this is not good. However, even if this somehow happened, we need to protect the action itself so that if this viewer submitted the form, he will not be able to actually write to the database. So remember, this action or this server function lives in functions, post, and it is this one, edit post. And we've had this to do here that we need to check our authentication and authorization. So now it is time to do it. So we can use the same function that we have been using, which is getCurrentUser. So getCurrentUser. And now we can do the same check that we've done for our edit button, which is this. If we're not logged in, or we're logged in but we are not an admin or an editor, then sorry, of course I forgot to await here. Then we need to not carry on with our function, return an error. So remember, we were returning this message here that is going to be displayed in our form. So we can do that, return a message. And in the message, we can just say unauthorized or so. So now, even if we have access to this page, but we're not allowed to edit a post, we should get unauthorized here. But of course, you should not forget to protect the route itself and disable viewers or non-logged in users from even accessing this route. Right? And this is of course a simple way to do authorization. It is just a simple example where we can either be an admin and editor and so on, but you can have more complex stuff here where you can maybe allow logged in users to only edit their own posts and stuff like that. However, I've just kept it simple where any admin or any editor can edit any post. But anyways, let's do one funny thing. First of all, or actually a couple of things. First of all, let's try to be an admin. And make sure that we can do things. So we should be able to visit this. We should be able to update our post. And it should be working fine. We should also have this button if you are an admin or an editor. The funny thing that we need to do is this like button. Remember, in our actions, in our posts file here where we have the edit post action or function, we also have this toggle post like function as well. And we were using this dummy cookie in order to get the ID of the logged in user. But now that we have the actual logged in user, let's now update this function. So let's also remove this timeout. Let's remove this and get our actual user using getCurrentUser. So getCurrentUser. And if we don't have a user, we're going to return this unauthorized message. We don't need to check for the role. We are assuming that any user can like or dislike. You don't have to be, of course, an admin or anything. However, now we need to update these IDs with the user.id. Sorry, I always forget to await this. And also this one, user.id. This one as well. Here we need to pass user ID, pass it user.id like so. And I guess this should be it. We can make it maybe double check by refreshing and checking our likes table maybe. Let's maybe copy the ID of this post in order to be able to see the likes for this post. We can add a filter here, and let's say where post ID equals to the ID that I copied, apply. And now we have a couple of likes for users, for dummy users. But now if I liked this and error, I think we forgot to remove the error when we were testing. So yeah, I found where the error is. When we were testing in toggle post like, we made this a string instead of a post ID variable. Sorry for that, I forgot to remove it. But now we should be able to like, and we should be able to confirm that if we refresh here, we should confirm that we have an additional like, and this like belongs to my user. So it should be one of these. Yes, this one. So this seems to be working, and I guess that will be it for protecting our actions. Let's finally mention some stuff that you should be aware of when you fetch data and maybe pass data from server to client components. So let's say we have a route, maybe to display a user profile. So we have users, maybe you need a route to display username, information about the user, image, and so on. So we can do that, let's say in our marketing group, and let's say we have this route. So I'm going to create a new file, profile, of course /id, because we need to get a certain user, and then let's create our page.tsx file. And let's say for some reason we have a client component that receives the user and displays this data. So maybe in this same route I'm going to create this component. Let's say user profile or so .tsx, and this one is a client component. So of course in our situation maybe having this as a client component is not necessary. However, I just need to have an example where we pass data from the server to the client. So this is maybe a little bit of a contrived example, but anyways, here is my component. It is very simple. It just receives the user object from our database, and it displays the name, the image if it exists, the role of the user, the created at date. And by the way, I'm not going to discuss this in details in this video, but when you need to use an image in Next.js, you can use this image component from NextImage. Instead of the normal image tag, it provides a lot of benefits. You can check out the documentation for it. But anyways, this is now our component, and in our route we need to use this component. So we can do something like that, and then we need to get the user from the database and pass it here to our component. So this is, of course, profile is a server component, and we need to fetch the user from the server component and pass it to the client component. Also, to be able to visit this route, remember in our middleware we need to add it to our list of public routes. So in here we can add, it will be /profile/ something. So we need to add maybe here an or, and then path name starts with /profile. So this way we are going to be able to visit this route. Now in our route we need to get the ID parameter. So remember, we've done this multiple times. We can do that. Get our params from our props, give it a type, which is a promise that resolves to our ID. And then in here, we can just get the ID by awaiting the parameters and so on. Now that we have the ID, we need to fetch the user from our database. So I'm going to do something that is not recommended, but I'm going to do it initially. So we can query our database directly here in our component. So I'm going to get my user, and by awaiting, and then db from Drizzle, and then just query our users tables to select everything from our users table, which we can import from our schema, where our user ID is equals to the ID that we get from our parameters. So where and then equals, which we need to import from Drizzle, and we need to check users.id is equals to the ID that we got from our parameters. And this should return only one result, but we can also limit 1. And this is going to return an array of one item, which we are destructuring from here. Maybe this user does not exist, so maybe you can just add this check here, and maybe call not found, similar to what we've done with the posts. But now that we have the user, we can now pass it to our component, like so. And now our route should work. So let's maybe get the ID for one of our users. Let's say the user that I am logged in with, because it has an image, so we can test that our image is working as well. So let's copy that ID and then go to profile slash this profile. I'm pretty sure I have a typo here. Profile slash ID, and we're getting an error, not sure why. Sorry. So when we use this image component from Next, if we added a source from an outside source, we need to allow this source by going to our Next config in here and allow the source of the image. So remember, I logged in with GitHub, so my image is going to have this URL avatars.github, GitHub user content, and so on. So we need in here somewhere to put this images option with remote patterns, and then put the protocol, the host name, and so on, in order to allow these images from GitHub. And now I guess it should work. So yeah, here it is. Here is my profile page, and it is working normally. We are fetching the data on the server, passing it to this client component, and in the client component we are just displaying our data. So what exactly is the problem here? The problem is that we are passing data from the client to the server, and this data might contain some sensitive data, even though we are not displaying it. So for example, in our users table, we have an email, and maybe this email is sensitive. We don't need to pass it from the client or from the server to the client, so that we don't accidentally leak this email. So maybe I'm viewing my own user, so it doesn't matter if I see my own email, but if we view some other user, like so, we're going to get his profile. We are not viewing the email, however, we are passing the entire user object from the client, from the server to the client. So if you console log the user in our client component, we are going to be able to see the entire user object, which contains this email. So one way to fix this is maybe by making this user profile component only accept certain things that it needs. So instead of passing the whole user object, we can make it receive the name, the role, the created add date, only the things that we need in order to display in our component. However, we're going to do this later, but let's take a look at something that we can do, and it is actually currently experimental, which is tainting objects and values. So what does that mean? When we taint an object, it means that we need to avoid passing this object from the server to the client. And if we do so, we're going to get an error. And this can help us avoid accidentally passing entire objects from the server to the client. Currently, as I mentioned, it is experimental, so we need to enable it in our next config. So in our next config here, we need to enable this in experimental, taint, set it to true. By doing this, we're going to be able to use certain functions from React. So this is a React thing, not specific to Next.js. And this function is called experimental taint object reference. So when we get our user object here, we can taint it. So after getting this object, we can call experimental taint object reference and then pass it some message. Let's say maybe this message is going to appear in our error message. So let's say don't pass entire user to client, for example, and then pass it our user object. Now we are tainting this object here, and then we're passing it to a client component. So now we should get an error. So if we open our logs here, Maybe try to refresh. As you can see, we're getting an error, and in here we should get error, don't pass entire user to client, right? So this can be very useful. So now we are going to avoid passing the entire user object to some client component accidentally, but let's make this user profile component not accept the entire user object in the first place and only accept certain things. So in here, I'm going to add the things that it should accept in our type. So let's say name, the image, the role, and created at, and that's it. And now let's get these things from our props. And now let's remove this. And instead of accessing the user, we're just going to display the prop directly. So let's remove any user dot something from here. And now in here, we can just pass the stuff that we need. So, so name, user.name, and then the image, the role, and created at, and so on. And now our page should work fine. However, now we're only passing things that we need, and we have avoided passing the entire user object that may contain some sensitive data. However, we can maybe still accidentally, maybe instead of passing name here, user.name, we can pass user.email. And this is going to be displayed in the client. So we can also avoid doing this by tainting specific values in our object. So in addition to tainting the entire user object, so this cannot be passed to the client, we can also call experimental, experimental taint a unique value. And we can also give it a message. So let's say don't pass email to client. And then we can pass it the user object. And in the user object, we need to avoid passing user.email. So we can pass this as a third argument. Now, if we save this, we should get an error. And in here, it should say error, don't pass email to client. So we're going to see that we are doing something wrong here. And we're going to change this back to email. To name, sorry. And now it should work fine. But let's assume if you are viewing your own profile, then you can see your own email. Or if you are an admin, let's assume you can also see the email of any user. So now we don't want to completely taint our email and avoid passing the email completely to the client component. But what we need to do is we need to return our email based on some conditions. And in our case, we are just assuming that if you are viewing your own profile, you can see the email, or if you are an admin. So now we are going to have a lot of logic here to decide that when we fetch our user. So instead of doing everything here, we're going to move this into a separate function. And this is actually recommended if you read the Next.js docs. It is recommended to do your data fetching in separate functions and not fetch your data directly in your components. And these functions are referred to as data access layers, where you can fetch data from the database, and maybe based on some conditions, you can decide what exactly to return. So in our case, we need to return these things and also return the email, however, based on the conditions that we've mentioned. So I'm going to remove the tainting stuff that we have done because now we're going to do things differently. We're going to move this query into a function, and in this function, we're going to return only the things that we need to return based on our condition. So let's remove this from here. And now let's create the function that is going to be responsible for fetching our data. I'm maybe going to do to write this function. Remember, the functions that we did to fetch posts lived inside of DB and then data. I'm going to write this function here as well. But of course, as I always mention, this folder structure is up to you. So in here, let's add a new function. This function is going to be responsible for fetching the user profile, which we are doing here. Let's actually cut this from here. And let's write a function. So let's export const, let's say get user profile. And let's also, sorry, we have a typo here. Let's also cache this so that if we code it multiple times and have an async function that we can pass the user ID, that is going to be a string. And in here, we need to fetch our user. sorry. So I'm just going to paste my query, and let's pass the user ID here. And now maybe if we don't have a user, if this was not found for any reason, we are just going to return null. Otherwise, we need to do some stuff, because we're not going to return the entire user. We're going to return only the things that we need to pass to the client based on our condition, or on our conditions, which are, if you are an admin, we're going to return the email, or if you are viewing your own profile, we're also going to return the email. So for this, we need to get the current user in order to know if you are viewing your own profile. So let's create a constant current user, and let's always get current user, which we can import from our auth file. And now we have everything that we need, and now we can return not the entire user, but only the things that we need. So I'm going to add here the name. Sorry, it looks like I have a typo here. This should be not user. I'm going to return the name, the image, the role created at, which are all public things. We need to, we don't have a problem passing all of these to a client component. However, I'm also going to return the email, but only based on some conditions. And these conditions are, if we are logged in, so we have a current user, and the current user is viewing his own profile. So current user .id is equals to the ID that we pass to the function, is equals to the user ID that we got from our database, so user .id, or if the user is an admin, if the logged in user, so current user .role is an admin. Of course, this is just our assumption for this example, right? In this case, I am going to return the email of the user, which is going to be user.email. Otherwise, I'm just going to return undefined. So we're going to get the email of the user only if our conditions apply. So now, in here, in our page, in our route, we can get our user not by querying the database, but by calling our function, which is going to handle getting the user from the database and also returning only the necessary stuff. So let's create a user constant and call get user profile, and then pass it the ID. And now we should have a user that has only the necessary stuff and optionally the email. So now we can pass this email to our component. So let's go to our component, our client component, and have here an optional email prop. So email optional string, and let's get it from our props. And now we can display this only if it exists. So let's maybe add here after the name, check if the email exists, display it, and now we can pass this email to our client component from user .email. So now we are only going to pass the email to the client component only based on certain conditions. Otherwise, this is going to be undefined, so nothing is going to be passed from the server to the client. So now I'm probably an admin, so that's why I can see the email here. However, let's go to my user, make myself editor or so, and now I should not be able to see the email. However, if I view my own profile, even if I'm not an admin, I should be able to see my own email. So this is my own ID, and I can see my email here. So this is a pattern that you're going to see recommended in the Next.js docs, where when you need to fetch any data, you can create these functions. It is referred to as data access layers, I believe, instead of querying your database directly in the component. And in these functions, you are going to handle any authorization stuff. So everything is going to be centralized in these functions, and you can maybe use get user profile anywhere else, and only things that can be returned are going to be returned by this function. So that's it for this course. I hope you found it useful and that you are now ready to start building with Next.js. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like and subscribe and share it with other developers that might find it useful as well. I'm planning to make more videos similar to this one, so make sure to subscribe. If you have any questions or you have some suggestions for future videos, or you would like to maybe go deeper in some topics related to Next.js or any other topic, let me know in the comments as well. Also check the links in the description if you'd like to take a look at some of my other courses. And thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.